I thought that Jesse was cooked.
Hello, everybody, and hope we are all having a good Friday. End of the week is already upon us, which is crazy. It feels like we just flown by. Like I can't believe it's already Friday. I have so much to do and so little time. And speaking of a lot to do, we do have a lot of stuff that we can go over today. So yesterday we obviously did a lot of Master Duel, and then the day before that was a lot of World stuff. Today, though, we have some React content to go over. I know we never did the 2016 recap from the Law and Josh. We also have Megatin openings to watch. I do want to do that because, I mean, I also I just want to see what's in there. I guess what rarity upgrades we're gonna get, what reprints we're gonna get, what's gonna be budget now. Because that would be cool. What else is there? We have the new packs. So there'll be stuff from there. And I'm going to read the new cards. The new Fabled, Cristrons, and Jirax. Haven't read any of those. All the Terminal World stuff. So we will read those. I'm not sure which we want to start off with first. If anybody has any anything that piques their interest right away. We also have the Dual Trial event. I guess I started with Dual Trial because that's the one that's I think the least important. I'll show you guys how to play my tier element strategy. Let me switch over my OBS real quick. Let's go win ourselves a free pack. So if you aren't familiar with the Dual Trial event that is out now, you get to play one of the decks that our team played at the World Championship. So let's rock up. Select the deck. So let's go with my tier element strategy. And let's duel. When are we getting different sub badges? Low priority for me, but at some point, hopefully. Alright, so we won the roll. 4 mono. Imagine queuing up this event and then just seeing that I'm your opponent. That must be pretty rough.
I thought that Jesse
DJ Park giving you so much to the sub. Appreciate it. Alright, they are playing a 40 card deck. Oh, they're playing Vanquish Soul. I'm gonna get shifted. Motherfucker. Yeah, I'm getting shifted, aren't I? Oh no, don't shifter me. Don't shifter me. All right. I'm pretty sure I'm getting shifted here, though. Unfortunately. Okay. Fact. Shifter here? No. All right. I'll send Dwamatef. Nothing. Okay. Bring back Happy. What the hell's in their hand, right? It is Vanquish Soul, right? 40 cards should only be bringing Vanquish Soul. Now they're gonna maxi. Okay. Normal summon effects. Send Havness Dick. Only Master Duel today? No. I mean, well, we have other stuff planned. Rhino Hearts. Okay, at least it's not Shifter. At least it's not Shifter. Give them their draw. Do I want to pop this? No, I have Sulik. I'm just going to get Scream, right? Scream is the GOAT. Even though I'm not going to summon here. It's fine. Sets. And I'll just rip this in the draw phase. Get a fire out of their hand, hopefully. And if they don't do anything, they're just dead, right? So you kind of have to do something. This should just be very over. Nice Vanquish Soul deck, bozo. No, I play Meta Noise. Extravagance. Good start. Normal summon Mad Love. No effects. They already have both traps in their, or both spell and trap in their hand. Poor guy. They can pop my my kit, which would be mildly annoying. Or bounce it. I get a pop though with Planet for whatever that's worth. They're gonna chain the effect to bounce. Sure, so I'll chain my effect to Sulik, and then I'm sure they'll tag out. Yeah, so Borger, Caesar. They have both. That is annoying. Because I know this won't resolve. But I'll still force it out now because it's a max E draw. Because then I'll be able to go Planet Pop without the tag out again. So it'll give me 2 draws. I'm also going to get to trigger this, which is broken. Obviously, I get to go +4 here, whatever. They let it resolve. Interesting. Okay, so they don't want me to get the bounces here. But I get to mill 5 cards now, which I think is probably worse. Yeah, now I just, like, utterly destroy them. Call by. Okay, that makes, I guess, some sense. Kid Carlos. That is actually pretty annoying. Okay. This deck can't deal with horse cards, though, very well, so that's fine. Alright, Borger. They're going Borgie here. Okay. Draw. Nice, whatever. I mean, 60 card Lightsworn Skull Servant. That's a choice. Okay, they're just calling it here. Dark Ruler no more. Okay, so that doesn't do anything, obviously. So they have for sure Caesar and Borger in hand. They're gonna draw a card. Yep. Is there continue face down? It's probably continue face down, right? Is he gonna let me go or just gonna, yeah, hold me hostage forever? Okay. Flutterdev, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it.
I thought
Maximum cockroach again. Okay, a little annoying. Hmm. If they go... I'm trying to think what the best course of action is here, because this is a little awkward now under Maxi. I don't know how much I have to do. If they go Zeus, I'm going to get the search off this. I'm going to set this then to play around Zeus even more. That's their only really course of action here is to Zeus me. So I'll just drop them into the Maxi. It's Eli from way back. Which Eli? I know a couple Elis. So, but either way, I do appreciate it. Thank you. They're gonna Valius. Okay. So they have 3 attributes in hand. It doesn't do anything anyways. It doesn't target, right? No. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Oh, they get an Earth in their hand, right? That does matter, right? This activates. It does. Hmm. They do 2 out of the cards in their hand. Why wouldn't they attack last turn if they had an Earth, though, is my thing. I'm gonna call bullshit. Yeah. Bait. Because they do max you off Borger. Otherwise, they would have had an Earth to reveal off this. And just attack instead of that. They have evenly? No. We know there's no evenly in the deck. Alright, that's fine. Works at Sky Fox. Oh. Yeah. With the hole in the ceiling. Stake your soul. Alright, so they're coming all the cards in their hand. Alright, so they have to Zeus here, right? Otherwise, they just can't clear my horse monsters. Stake Your Soul is probably the best card they could have had. I'll have to play around the Ash Blossom, so I'll have to go like sell like 1 Meta Noise too, just make sure I remember to do that. Borger, okay. But how they get multiple 4s in field now? This is, I think, wrong. Yeah, I don't think this is a particularly right play, because how do you get the 4s in field now? They can Jiaolong. They have to use the trap then. Which I guess is fine. It just feels weird. Is it the same as this Worlds? Yeah, this is the Worlds Dual Trial event, where we have to play the decks in Worlds. Because they can go Snow Devil summon, normal summon, Borbo Zeus. What they should do. And then they have to use the normal summon. Okay. Second Rosin. Oh, that's what they drew off Borger. Okay. Whose VS deck is this? This is Ryan's. I don't have a Patreon command. But if you just search up my name in Patreon, you'll find it. Raisin and Ash, right? Because the other card is Mad Love. Yeah. Pantera. Are they just gonna try and like brute force their way through this? What do they have? They added Pantera, so they have 3 attributes. I think they're just clicking buttons. I don't know if they know what they're doing. Oh, they're gonna destroy. Oh, that actually works. Oh, wait, this actually fucking gets me pretty good. Damn. Alright, never mind. That's a good play. I'm just dead? Yeah, I actually just die now, right? Not gonna lie, I didn't see that. I didn't see the pop this, that on the same chain. No, I'm just dead now. You're gonna have to be more aggressive into the maxi. My opponent's now world champion. Yeah, they are. The alternative is like play more aggressively under the maxi, but like when knowing there's a trap face down is like really rough. Because my hand wasn't particularly good at beating it there. I mean, I could have gone for more on turn 1. That could have been fine. One more win for Maxi. It was double Maxi too. If there was only one Maxi, it'd be better. Oh, it's a mirror. Okay. Imseti. God, this is so broken. Let's get planets. Draw a card, get the Sark. Trivikarma, not too shabby. I don't need to use that. Do I want to? Yeah, let's get Scream. Yes, getting Scream is pretty good. They have a toggle, so whatever it is. Get Scream. And then so you don't get to use my Royals, which is funny. Would you still play 3 Trivies? Probably 2 only. I don't know. Probably just 2. Let's mill 6 cards. I may as well use this, right? Then we'll go 1, 2, and 3. I'm playing with 3 horse names. I have a deck profile up on the channel. You are free to watch. I'd recommend that if you want to learn about the deck. Because otherwise it gets kind of long and complicated. What am I shuffling back? Tortoise, right? Yeah. Okay. One and whatever, pop it. This is probably wrong, but it doesn't matter. Bum 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 bum. Just mill my deck, buddy. Trivikarma, okay. All right. This is a bit of a banger song, isn't it? From Evangelion. I want to roll again. And it's lagging. There we go. Who did I steal the deck from? There's this guy named Jesse Codden I stole it from. Do 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 do. A 60 card mirror. Well, Maxi. Dotscaper. Go to their planet. That's kind of nice. I'll get my own planet. Is it a song from Gundam? It's from Evangelion. You're complaining about Crystons? I haven't read the cards yet, so it doesn't really mean much to me until I know what they do. I'm gonna read them later. I'll read them on stream probably like after this. All right, let's go. Are you a One Piece fan? I am a One Piece fan. I think I wait till after to see what I mill. Right, or do I want to pop that? Actually, I'll pop that. Let's get tier cash here. Or I'll get Sharon. What's your favorite anime? It's probably Naruto. Mill 3, KKK. Get the fuse off the field, that's fine. Otter Space Cadets follow me, that's a name. Okay, so pop the Dotscaper. Nice Havness. Have his dick. Alright, I want to get tier cash. We'll discard it now for Sharon, mill 5, then we'll mill 8 more. Have you watched Hunter x Hunter? I have not. Congrats on the win. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Alright, these mills kind of suck. I need snow or a horse card to like kind of actually do something, because I kind of just milled nothing. Rewarded for playing very aggressively. I don't know if unlucky. Alright, surely we can hit a playable card now. With 8 more mills. Left arms is kind of crushing your hands like this. Yeah, but you're playing. Like, I'll win this game without left arm. That's fine. Sulliek, sure. I've normaled, right? Yeah. It's just Jetsoncron in there. Maybe I shouldn't have added Havness. I should have added Rhinoheart and banished my hand. I really want to end on Dweller, but like this is bad. Yeah, I should have just got Rhinoheart. Unlucky. Oops. Go bridge. The tortoise and this. I could play over the plan, just whatever. The chainable snow. Now let's go. Discard. Wait. Is Dwamatef in the grave? I don't know. I thought it wasn't. Oh, it is. Oops. Alright, whatever. Nice. I thought I had to Put that in grave, but I guess I don't. I have shuffle here for Dweller. I mean, for his graveyard effect. He gets double shuffler is the only times it gets fucking rough. Hitting double shuffler is actually just so unlucky though if that happens. I do have deck profile up in World if you are curious about the deck reasoning. Alright, Sharon I can take and just, that's fine, right? Yeah. This shuffler is pretty good. Okay, then I'll go Anima. Which one's mine? This is his? Okay. So curious. 1, 2, 3. So I'll put Snow in the grave finally. So I can make Dweller. This back. Yeah, just summon this. I'll keep this up for the extra mills instead of making Apo. I don't think I need to make Apo here. And I'll make a Dweller. I should be having this in my deck. That was messed up. Dweller solos, that it does. The horse cards are still pretty effective, but that's where Scream helps a lot. Alright, if Mill actually hits a trap, it's rough though. Yeah, fuck. Oh, he just forgot to send a monster. Alright, well. I didn't fucking misclick. This is supposed to be Snow. Ugh, whatever. God damn it. Didn't mean to click that one. Fuck. Alright, what do I put back now? Horus card. Thoughtscaper. It's fine? Yeah, it's fine. Not sure if I want to stop this. Probably not. They banished from hand. That had to have been a misclick. That they banished the call by from hand by mistake. Yeah, I don't care about this. Will this audio appear in the VOD? The Spotify audio? No. It's like a dropleted though. I probably should have been put in defense. They get Tortoise and they get Sark. Thoughtscaper. They just didn't book this? Oh no, they did. Okay. They didn't get it. Never mind. Just the Rudo. Okay. It's negated though. This is gonna get animated, which is mildly annoying. Grass. That's pretty bad. All right. Okay, that's not good. Imseti, okay. Dwamatev, yep. This is getting messy. This has gotten quite messy now. Anima. I just didn't put it. Okay. So, what in the grave do I need to shuffle back? They have one snow, and they have a shuffler. Okay, well, those both have to go back. They have a second snow, which is going to be annoying. Put the snow in grave for S. Pizzle Knight. Or are they banishing? Imsets. Yeah, that's fine. Can't attack directly now. Put snow in the grave. Sure. If I snow this, I just can't kill anything else, right? Except, yeah, so that just makes sense. Oops, I just clicked off the tab.
Welcome back, everybody. Today
I just clicked on something else by mistake. God, these banish piles are fucking massive. All right, let's toggle off, toggle down this, or book it down. Okay, resolved. Yep, so they can't kill any anymore. What happened in my playlist? This is an anime playlist. We can go back to the other one. I like the older one. Destarudo. They can make Baron. I guess I should stop that, right? Draw Necrophase for game. I don't need it. All right, bucket. $42 cards vanished. It's pretty crazy. Emerald's tortoise. Okay, it doesn't do anything. All right, let's put back their snows. 1, 2, and 3. How big is Zoroboros? Big enough. That's all you have to know. All right, draw. And let's slam down our favorite card, Zoroboros. $11,000 attack. What toggle do they have? Oh yeah, bullshit. I'm having way too much fun with this. God, I love this card. All right, time to die. Just smack him in the head real hard. Oof. 11,000 damage. Okay, nothing like it. Your life points will never be safe. And as my reward, a bunch of legacy pack tickets. We lost our first die roll. How will I ever recover? Alright, let's see what our opponent's playing. No, not a mirror match. Fuck. Oh, I don't have I don't have droplet. I'm fucked. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. Alright, we'll try. Do you have any thoughts on Draco Slayer? I don't like Pendulum decks. Grass is useless? That's not even true. Because they're gonna mill like 30 cards here. You might play as its party to quit your job. I hope your job paid like $3 an hour, because otherwise it was not worth it. Would I play Ancient Gear? I don't think we have time today, but I will at some point. If they're doing first action foolish, they probably have to send Rhino Heart. Anything else kind of sucks. Like, you just do it later. They are stuck in a choice. I wonder if my opponents have realized who they're playing against when they queue up. Oh, Jet Synchron? Oh, they have Bridge in their hand? Okay, they have Bridge or Triple Karma. That's fine. That's also playable. Oh, no, they should never have done this then. This play was terrible. You already have a discard outlet. You don't need to send Jet. This probably feels like you're judging them. I am judging them. Already had dots. You already had Curious. Why did he need to send Jet Synchron? The name and world emblem was right there. Yeah, but if they're like casual Master Duel players and they don't know better, maybe they just don't know who I am. Like, which is fine. Like, not that crazy, right? I don't have a check mark like some people either. Okay. Another full hand. Okay, cool. If they gave us Royals of our choice, they should. I pulled the Royal Magical Midbreaker Field because I cheered myself on. That's it. It says my name on the deck. Yeah, but maybe they didn't, like, realize. You opened grass 3 times in a row. I drew grass 0 times at Worlds. I drew thrust once at Worlds and I bricked. Alright. So curious for these two. Why do they don't even have a card in hand for Jet anymore? This was so neg. They don't want you to pick a team just for the rewards. But I think getting players invested into the game is helpful. Linger Ebo. Okay, dude. That's not gonna cut it. Ooh, Dotscaper. Let's fucking cook him. Cook his ass. He can negate this, which is really funny. Right? He can negate the bridge. And like a thrust. Let's get. Wait, he let it go through? I just took that in. I draw third King's Arc. Watch. Not Trivial Karma. Damn. This poor guy's gonna get his ass fucking destroyed. Send. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. Next, I'll perform a magic trick and make your field disappear. And now you die. Mwahahaha. I should have made a anima and linked that off instead. Whatever. I mean, they're very, 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 very dead, so it doesn't matter. My tier decks are the most fun. Of course my tier deck's the most fun. Bye! 8 gems. All right. Our free pack. Let's see. This is the ultimate prize. Not winning worlds. This was the prize that I really wanted. Let's see what it's like. Ooh, got some foils. All right, come on. Ultra rare. All right. Ultra. Okay. Free is free. I can never say no to that. Thank you guys. Thank you. Okay. I guess that is done. You want to look at new cards now? I think let's take a look at where can I find where the new cards are? Mastodon Meta probably has them. Yeah, let's take a look. Someone played Ray's Pearly deck and he went second with my tier deck. Oh yeah, you just murder them. You see grass and they cry. They beg you, please end the suffering. Okay, so the new cards that came out, there was more, right? It's the Fabled cards, the Dirac cards, and the Crystron cards, right? These are what we have to look at. This is Terminal World. Okay, so let's start off with Crystrons. Crystrons sound boring as fuck, truthfully, but let's take a look. Crystron Tristalos. Sounds like Kit Kalos, so you already got me in. When your opponent activates a card or effect, special this card. You special one Crystron from your deck, except Triceratops. What? Triceratops. I assume it's supposed to be Tristalos. Then immediately synchro summon a machine using that monster you control. You banish this card from your grave, destroy synchro control, and summon 2 Crystrons from your deck, which are locked into machines. I mean, that's a good card. It's a very good card. Holy ads on the website? Yeah, 1, 2, 3. We got the trifecta. All right, Sulphid Hole, level 5. Not a good sign. If this card's in your hand or grave, you can try to Crystron you control, destroy it, and special this card. Also, you're locked into machines. If that was a quick effect, it'd be better, but this card's okay. This card is almost special summon. You can send up to 2 Crystrons with different names from your deck to the graveyard, except Sulphid Hole. This is maybe a one of you just search and summon because it seems like not the best starter, but I imagine sending cards like Crystron Phoenix and then what is this called? Tristalos would be pretty good. Eleskeletus. Eleskeletus, the elemental skeleton. Level 7, generic. This card is synchro summon, add a Crystron card from your grave or banished to your hand. It lowers your opponent's monster attack. The synchro summon cards destroyed by battle card effects, especially like Crystron from your grave or banishment. This card's pretty good. It's like an extender, right? Because you pop it for Tristalos and then it comes back. All right, sure. Crystron inclusion. This card dissolves and you add Crystron next to your hand. First time each Crystron is destroyed by battle. It is not, whatever. Banish this from your grave to target a Crystron monster in your grave and special summon it. Okay, this card's good. Very good. These cards are all above average so far, or seemingly at least. Trap cards, not the best. Crystron cards you control cannot be banished by your opponent's card effects, whatever. You try to face up a card in the field, and up to 2 if you control a Crystron Synchro. Shuffle 1 Crystron from your grave or banishment into the deck if you destroy the targeted card. So it's a double pop. Okay, I mean, these are very good. I just wonder what Crystron is ending on, because if we look at what exists in Crystron right now, I just don't know if there's any good Crystron cards you can summon, because you're going to be locking yourself in a machine. You're missing end pieces, right? What does these cards do again? This card banishes your opponent's back row, right? You can target monsters, put controls, or in the grave, up the number of synchros. Okay, so if you summon this in their turn, this one hits the back row, banish all spell traps, put controls in the grave. Yeah. I just don't know if this is enough. I mean, these cards are very strong. I just don't know if it's going to be good enough to be a full deck. Possible Halkarata. I think y'all are coping. Like, it'd be cool if that happens, but I wouldn't like rush to conclusions just yet. He has some replays. Okay. Maybe I'll be sold on something. Let's take a look. Cause you're so right. This is a deck. So this one, what? This is banished from the grave to add one. Add one Crystron next to your hand. Cool, yeah. So this is a Crystallos combo, or Triceratos, or Tristalos, whatever it's called, or inclusion. Okay, so you add. Oh wait, can pop anything? Okay, this makes more sense. Okay, that's pretty good. He's gonna get the revive effect off this. Then you dump 2. So this one does what? Wait, the special summons. Oh, no. Okay. That's not what this does. This card's in your hand, you're graving, discard a Crystron card, special summon, and defense. This card on the field is destroyed by a battle card, effect special Crystron from your deck. Okay, this one doesn't banish itself. So banish to revive, overlay. The fuck? In Earth Machine. That is not where I thought this was going. Okay. Regulus, sure. I guess they're machines. Okay. Unless you add from deck to hand, is it a Triceratos? No. What the fuck is Preorder? Target a face-up card you control. Special accept machines, destroy card, special like Crystron tuner from the deck. Also, you can destroy this. You banish this card from your grave, special like Crystron from your hand. Alright, sure. So you get the. Okay, so you don't pop this, you pop that, alright. Then you make. It's quick synchros, right? Sorry. Okay, so quick synchro. Card synchro summoned. Okay. So you banish to pop and then it floats. So another Tristalos and Smyger, which says you pop a card special from the deck. You can banish this card from your graveyard, a Crystron spell trap. Okay, so this can get the trap. Revive. Synchro 7 for the new one, which adds from grave. Banish special summon from hand. Or you just wait, this is not once per turn? You already used this. You revive it with the spell. Did he? Oh, you're right. You're right. Okay. All right. Okay. So we go back to where we were before. expected banish special from hand, but I guess. Okay, so this one is banished for a token, right? Banish at the cluster. That's just a quick synchro. So the quick synchro negate and double pop, right? Dragster, and then that makes Excel into what? Pops 2, right? Up to number sync. Oh no, pop synchro number synchros in your grave, so 4. So full board wipe. I mean, this is pretty good. Obviously, this is a pretty strong field. Problem is playing shit like this in multiples is kind of ass. I mean, I guess it's not the worst. I don't know. I just don't know if this deck can get going well enough. I'd be curious to see how it goes, but I don't love it. I just don't think the deck's very good. I don't know why there's tier cards in here. Mirage, add incursion. Okay, so it's a slightly worse version. With Malice, shift the decks are everywhere. We'll see. I mean, I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves in the meta, right? Because it's hard to predict that far in advance. You never know what else is going to be released or what ban list is going to do to things. Yeah, I don't like erratas. I don't want the erratas to exist. Red MD is probably the only single good errata ever. Okay, I mean, this is solid. And then Solfenir plus any Chris drawn. This is the level 5 shitter and it's in its hand, right? I also am not sure you're going to play through hand traps this deck. I have no idea. I genuinely don't know if it'll be good or bad. This play seems probably not that good, but I don't know. Erratas could theoretically work if they came out while the card is relevant, but it's not possible to be printing them that time. I think when they change the core identity of the card, it gets kind of ridiculous as well. Like, Red MD is still a very much playable card, and it still kept a lot of its core stuff. Yeah. Yeah. All right. It's the same shit, right? That's pretty good. Have to use this stuff though, right? Okay. We'll see. I don't know how good these are. Let's read the Dirac cards next. I think these cards were the coolest, people said. So I saw a lot of hype around these. Dirac Megalo. Megalo? Megalo? We're gonna get Mermaid support? Bro, we already know we're getting Mermaid support. These are just in the tier pack, so I've pulled two Royal Megalos. I love Mermaid though. I wish it was better. If you control Dino, special this card from your hand. It's a tuner. It is. Okay. During your main phase, you can discard 2 cards, including a Dirac card, and then draw 2. Sure, so the Magician's Souls. If this card is destroyed by battle card effect, you can send 1 Dirac from your deck or extra to the grave, except Megalo. I mean, it's beats Aolo, right? I mean, sure, solid. Dirac Stego. I guess I don't know how good this effect's gonna be, right? To send a Dirac, we'll find out. Stego is random statted Dino, not a tuner. During your main phase, destroy card you control, so any card, or trap as well. If you do send 1 Dino from your deck to the graveyard, and then special any number of Diracs from your hand or deck whose total levels equal. Wait, hold on, what? Destroy card you control and send 1 Dino from your deck to the grave. Then special any number of Diracs from your hand or deck whose total. Wait. What? Am I reading this right? Then you can special any number of Dirac monsters from your hand and or deck whose total levels equal to the sent monsters level. So this just summons 4 monsters from the deck? Am I reading this correctly? Ignoring their summoning conditions. And you lock into the dino, so you can't use evols. 5, because you pop itself. Oh, it can just pop itself. Awesome. This card destroyed by battle, return a card in the field to the hand. Sure. They don't even have to be different. What the fuck? This card is insane. Imagine just going, Miscellaneousaurus, summon Dirac Stego. Eat shit, idiot. Like, what? This is ridiculous. Now I see why people were so hyped. What the fuck is this? Dirac Astero. This card is synchro summon, you can set a Dirac spell or trap from your deck or graveyard. If your opponent was special monster, quick effect, you can banish 2 dinos from your graveyard and negate that summon, destroy that monster. Okay, so it replaces Lagia because it's a dinosaur. During your opponent's turn, you can banish 2 Diracs from your grave, including this card. Special 1 Dirac Meteor. Oh, that's like the board wipe, right? I have to reread it. This card is a synchro summon? It does. Oh, these aren't once per turn. Oh, so you can send this off Megalo. So you just get to spam Dirac Meteors and blows up the field, right? Destroy all cards in the field. Then specially a tuner from the grave. So I guess this, whatever. Oh, and then when it's destroyed, this just sends another one, right? It sends another Astero, and then you summon another Meteor. Neat. Neat. Cool, cool, cool. Dirac Volcano. During your main phase, destroy Dino you control, special 1 Dirac. Oh, okay, so we just gonna directly from the deck summon Stego. Nice, nice, nice. Opponent specials a monster. During the turn, they activated a monster effect 4 more times. Special the Dirac Meteor from your action deck. It's just Nibiru 2. Or it's the original Nibiru. Yo, these are crazy. If a Dirac monster you control be destroyed by card effect, you can banish it down from your grave instead. Sure, that's not the worst. I get the hype. These cards are incredible. This is like Pearl Rhino level shit. This is disruption. Okay, one of the craziest things about this, there will be many times you use this during your own turn when you're breaking the field, this ability. So this is like this is like disruption and aggro, extension, and then random protection. This field spell is ridiculous. Like, ridiculous. This monster is also ridiculous. And then these cards are just good. Like, they're above average cards. So we have 2, like, god-level cards. And then 2 just very good ones. This is insane. What the fuck? Damn, I wish I read these another day. These are insane. Dinosaur stonks are through the roof. Yo, where's our foil Miscellaneousaurus? It only hasn't come foil, right? The only foil printing is fucking dumbass gold rare, right? Which is unbearably gross, but gold rare, common, rare, common. Great. Watch this, just the QCR in the tins. This is insane. This is insane. I have not read new cards like this in a while gone. Just like so mind blown. Wow. The field spell nuke generic. Yeah, you can play this in anything as like an end piece to search off of a Rainbow Bridge. And like, it's not even the worst playing into a field. Gold rare is nice. No, gold rare is not nice. Gold rare is disgusting. All right, fabled cards. Can't zoom in on it. What the fuck is this picture, though, by the way? This is... It is something. Alright, Fabled Behemoth. If this card is in your hand, you can discard 2 or more Fabled monsters, including this card. A special 1 Fabled Synchro. Okay, so you synchro from the hand by discarding. If the card is sent from the hand to the grave, well, this card is in the grave. It's the ugliest thing you've ever seen. It's your son? Yeah, I know. You special one Fabled from your hand. Oh, banish this card special from your hand. Okay, I don't know what that is. This is fine. This is not nearly as good as the Drac cards we just read. Fabled Gamigan. Gamigan. Gamigen. Probably Jamagen? Gamagen? I don't know, whatever. Probably something with Jin, right? Because that fits in line with the theme. This card is special summon special one Fabled from your hand or deck. Okay, these cards are crazy. This is a Fabled, okay, it's not generic. Your opponent can target other Fabled synchros with card effects, whatever. If this card is sent to the graveyard, draw cards, equal number of Fabled synchros control, then discard one. Very good card. I mean, special from deck and then cycle is obviously insane. Okay, I've read this one. Jeff posted it on Twitter. Fabled Swarm Leversible. Generic level 10, which during the main phase quick effect, you attribute a number of Fabled monsters and take control of them, any your opponent controls, but negate their effects. This card is really, really good because it's pretty much imperm, but also steals the monsters like Widow Anchor. Also, it's not temporary, it's permanent. You permanently steal, permanently negate. When this card's in the grave, you target a Fabled card in your grave, return this card to the extra deck, and add that target to the hand. I mean, this card's fantastic. Very good. So, I mean, this is more balanced with Baron in the sense that spells kind of just ruin this. Like, beyond just obviously being weak to something like a Dark Rule no more, if you mind control this, yeah, you can't attribute, use its effect. Change of Heart ruins this even more. But mind control, would you like to look at its stat line? It happens to be a Light Fiend. So you just, like, link it off into Requiem, and then your opponent looks like a fucking nonce. And they just get destroyed. Alright. Fabled Realm Resurrection. Looks like Gates of the Dark World. You can only activate one card as something once per turn. When this resolves, set a Fabled spell or trap from your deck, except Resurrection. Your opponent can activate cards or effects when your Fabled monster is synchro summoned. Once per turn, you can discard a Fabled to draw a card, special a Fabled from your grave or banishment. I mean, this is insane. Like, these cards, like, dude, Terminal World is actually just, like, giving these decks ridiculously powerful cards. This is a draw and a search, or revive and a search, and then also, like, a lost protection. Is this just Branded Lost? No. This is Branded Lost. If Branded Lost also had an effect on activation to replace itself. That's what this is. It's Branded Lost, but has a third broken effect. Because that's what we're dealing with here. Now, I understand that the Fabled cards need a lot more support in order to be meta. But, like, this power level is a bit ridiculous. I think they need to scale up the power of hand traps with, like, how powerful these cards are becoming. Does Necros belong to the Terminal World as well? I think it's later on in the lore, but it should, yeah. Because Ritual Beast was as well. We already got that. And they haven't been doing things chronologically, I guess, so it's whenever they want. That's everything? That's everything. I mean, if there's anything I'm the most excited for, I think it's, like, without a doubt, it's the Drac cards. These are fucking broken. Drac Megalo. Broken. There's the new trap deck. Let me take a look. Oh, the ARGs. ARG Star, Adro the Laurels. During your opponent's turn, if you control a continuous trap, quick effect, banish this card from your hand, change the attack monster. It's terrible. This card is normal summon. You can not activate cards or effects in response to activation of continuous trap cards and their effects the rest of the turn. Okay. You can manage this card you control, place up to 2 ARG continuous. ARG is so crazy, by the way. 2 ARG continuous traps with different names from your hand and or deck. Face up and spell trap cards down. Okay, so it searches 2. By banishing itself, the Rescue Rabbit, that's fine. The other effects kind of suck. Home Stadium. Pay 1,000 life points and add 1 ARG card from your grave or banish to your hand. Each time a continuous trap is summoned, inflict 500, and once per chain of continuous trap, activates effects in the monster zone while you control a banished ARG monster. Try to face a card to put in controls and negate its effects. 3 average effects. Whatever. Alright, here's the traps that are actually good, right? Tidal the Purple Lightning. So warriors gain 500 attack and defense. Once per turn, you can discard a card, special this card as an effect monster with the following effects, and then add an ARG from deck to your hand. It's like Argos, like the Argonauts. Gotcha. We'll call it ARGs though, for now. Once per turn, quick effect, place this card in spell trap card zone. Okay, so it just summons itself and searches. Kapani or Kapani, the Flying Swallow. If this continuous trap, any of your monster zone special this card is an effect monster. Then if you have any banished ARGs, gain 500 life. Look effect, spell and trap cards in. Okay, this is terrible. And this is protect from card effect. This one's battle. Special summon this card. And then if you have any banished ARGs, return a card on the field of the hand. That's okay, I guess. Once per turn, quick effect, place this card, spell and trap cards in face up. These suck. These kind of suck. This is their best card, and it's very whatever. After like reading how broken the other combos are, like the Dirac cards and the Fabled cards, reading these just suck. Like this is a trap deck with like nothing. Oh, Nesh is crying. Nesh, have you not read these yet? I would have thought you'd be like the first person to read the Dino cards, or one of the first, because I know you get a hard on for Dino Dick. Loving that stupid ass deck. Was there any other new decks to look at? Let me just take a quick look right here. Ugh. Take a quick look. I mean, well, Legacy Pack update was there. What does this do again? This card sent in the hand of field to the grave. Special 3 white fluff tokens to defense, but you cannot. Okay, you're alongside of the extra deck, so garbage. Cool. I think there's just nothing. Oh, the world premiere cards. Okay, no, there's still this. We are so back. Holy shit. Holy shit. Bro, Nesh is having an aneurysm in chat right now. Will you also get a check mark next to my name, Master 91 Worlds? I think there's just no check marks for the NA region, so as long as NA doesn't have the program instituted or implemented, then I won't have a check mark, I guess. All right, Thea, the Primal Being, level 11 Dark Rock. So this is the being inside of Nibiru. During the main phase, you can tribute monsters whose total levels equal 11 or more. From the field only, okay, and only your field. Special card in your hand, then if you control other monsters, destroy one monster on the field with the highest attack. Only use this effect of Thea once per turn. Either player can normal or special summon more than 4 times per turn while this card is in the monster zone. Yeah, this card's not great. Using this as a hand trap is incredibly unrealistic. Like, so you can build around this with Impulse, and you can go like Rescue Ace Impulse into Fire Engine into Airlifter, Airlifter add a spell, and then tribute 7 and 4 for this. And then you get a Papa card and get up the lock. Other than that, there's Nirabu. I wonder what else there is. I was meant to tribute Nib. Yeah. I got that much. I'm wondering if any other uses. The other use for this card you could do is it's a rock, right? It is. So you can add this with Gallant Granite, and then you can floodgate your opponent. Because it's like a summon limit for 4, which is not the best, but like you can make it work probably. There's probably better stuff you could do, but that technically is possible. All right, Mind Castellan. You can target one face of monster opponent controls, switch control of that monster in this card. If this single summon card is sent to the grave, try to face a monster in the field and switch control of those monsters. Sure. This is going to be used for fucking degeneracy. Turn on Christmas music and turn it off. All right, gotcha. This card can only be, this card's like not very good. If it ever is good, it'll be used to FTK or to do some bullshit floodgate combo, like give your opponent Edo type shit. I don't like this card. I don't know why they made this. Heavy Polymerization. Fusion summon a fusion from your extra deck, placing 3 or more monsters from your hand or field as material. You can also banish monsters from your extra deck up the number of monsters opponent controls, but you lose life points equal to the total attack of the monsters banished this way. Is there anything cool you can summon with this? What does the Triphasic Demon require? Try this card, right? Synchro Link. Okay, plus you can pay life points to 2,000. Oh, this pays life points as though, right? I mean, you can lose like very little life points off this, I guess. And what does this do? Destroy 3 cards. And this card is not even that good though. Magia for 7,500. That's probably the best you could do. This is like Cyberstein. There's a Reddit post, a lot of stuff you can summon off heavy polymerization from only extra deck. Shadal could probably be pretty good, right? It's a shit Shadal fusion. You can summon Kikkalos with it, right? So you banish like Rulkalos, and then on Aqua you can banish like you can just Rulkalos and yeah, I'm just kind of shit. Post the Reddit link. Pay 6k to get impermed and cry yourself to sleep. Well, eats interruption, right? And then you can link with material afterwards. I think that's fine. I'm not like every card is going to be somewhat vulnerable to disruption. Assuming a card can play through everything would be gross. Like it would be ignorant, but also like I don't want it to be anyways because that'd be kind of boring. This card is very cool. I like this. All right, let's take a look at this spreadsheet. Who likes Bluebird? Triphasic Demon. Does this shit we get an extra ability? I assume is why they do that. Roid for 0. These all kind of suck. They're showing pretty bad options right now. These, yeah, I'm not summoning these cards. Maybe the Chaos Ancient Gear. 5 materials is hella rough. Are there more? I don't see DPE here. Oh, there's a second picture. Okay. Wait. All right, second picture. Dante Pilgrim is troll. Core is terrible. Etwal's okay. Etwal's fine. Frightful Chimera. 5-headed dragon. All right, I guess. Divine Neos. Dominance. What does dominance even do? Why don't you just make DPE? Making DPE sounds pretty good. During your main phase, look up. Oh, it has to be. No, it has to be 3 more material. You can't even make Magia. Yeah. How do you even want to make Magia then? That's what kind of sucks. Yeah, this is a lot of cope. This is a negate, right? Mutant Ultimus. What does Quintet do again? It just blows up the field. So if somebody ends on no negates and it's only removal, this is really good actually, right? You just pay 5k. Like you can play this in a stun deck that doesn't need its extra deck, right? And you just pop every card in the field. Oh no, but this needs them to control 5 monsters, right? Up to the number of monsters opponent controls. Okay. So the issue is like I need to control 3 monsters for this. It's pretty easy to play around. The more I think about it, this card is really cool, but it's probably not very good. Life points cost 8,400. I don't recommend this one. Thunder Dragon Titan, pay 8,000. I think you will not do this one. First Dark Lord is a good one. Because this card is pretty good. Neat. This card is very cool. New Suicide Maskell strategy. Nice. Could you use spellcasters in hand? You could. But it kind of defeats the point, right? Like, you really want it to be an efficient card, otherwise it's not good. Finally, Ancient Leaf will be viable? Wait, how? The new self-DK. This is the best card for self-DK. Neat. Very, very cool. All right. But on this like topic, I do want to look at the Megatin releases. Specifically, what I'm curious about is it's been a while since I've posted a video on my YouTube about budget decks. Because I haven't like had a budget deck to give you guys, right? So hopefully there's some cheap cards coming out of Megatin that'll make like stuff easier to get, and then I can make a new budget video because that is a good one that everyone always loves. And I want it to be fresh, right? I don't want to just give you some random garbage deck. So Yugioh Megatin 2024. There's already negative reviews up. Who are you gonna watch? Let's watch Tombox. We'll pause the music for a little bit. What have you got for us, Tombox?
Hold on. There we go.
What are you guys doing?
Hey guys, this is Tom.
Okay.
And Nishi, what's up, guys? I know this looks different from our usual set. It does look a little bit different. We are here at the 2024 World Championship, and this video, of course, you already saw it.
So they got to do tins at Worlds. We didn't get tins at Worlds.
Dueling mirrors. This is a mirror of us. Look, I am both Yugi and Kai, but you're just a...
I guess I got some random products from Worlds they can open on stream at some point as well, but it hasn't been like in my priority. All right, no offense, but I just want to get into it. So let's.
Packs, 3 mega packs.
Let's skip ahead.
Any surprise. Just making sure. These are the 3 packs we have.
So you guys don't know the pain of a vendor, like per dollar value and how much these tins cost. You get so much bullshit packaging. They take up so much space. It's actually really annoying.
This is really cool. Let's put this stuff aside. Pack number 1. This is gonna be a
what do you think World's pricing should be as Veteran Pro? The World's pricing is fine. They don't need to change World's pricing.
See, look, I pulled a QCR.
The only the only thing they need to change for World's pricing is they should probably make a top cut playmat for top 8 at TCG Worlds, because they should make it for everybody the top cut playmat. But the point is, there just needs to be a prize distinction between top 8 and last place. Because I think once you make the playoff rounds and you get the top cut, there should be a reward, not just lose top 8, get nothing. Because I know many players, myself included, have lost in that round, and it feels really like upsetting. Like, you're already mad enough that you lost in the top 8 because you were so close to being a world champion and you just lost it. But then obviously not getting prizes compared to people who went 0-5 and got the same thing, it's like, it's kind of frustrating. But everything else about Worlds I think is fine.
Yeah, I did. So let's get a quick zoom in so it's a little closer. There we go. So gigantic Thundercross.
All right, let's speed this up, I guess, a little more.
Sari of the Silver Wing Axe. Realm Resonance. Vanguard of the Underground Emperor. Are these new cards?
Okay, random bullshit Supreme King card. Don't care about
Soul
that.
of the Supreme King. Nice. Ice Trade ran.
Didn't this just get reprinted again in Battle Legends? Sure.
Eggerine. Oh!
QCR Blue Eyes. I do think this is good. I'm happy they have it. It's tilting. I have like expensive ass Japanese version that like this is Starlight, I guess, but now it's kind of like not as cool.
That's your first quarter century? I told you, I'm Kaiba. Oh,
have you reacted to the TCG Worlds Final? I haven't even watched it. We were busy with interviews the entire time.
Yeah. I heard there's only 4 of them. Yeah. Pearly Yeep. Nice.
Pearly Yeep is okay.
The Conco Dance. Is that all of them?
That's everything. All right. Very unimpressive so far.
Wow. That's the end of the opening, guys. I won already. That's a strong first pack. That is a strong first pack. Pack number 2. I'm hoping that maybe we'll see something, because the set's just so large that I'm hoping to maybe catch some of the new cards as well. So moving on, we branded.
It's not great.
Core Chaos.
I have very few ordered of this tin.
Chaos Phantasm. Shell of Chaos. Chaos Witch. Okay.
Okay.
Gold Pride. Better luck next time.
Yeah, better luck next time.
Ooh,
this looks cool, but I don't think this really means anything. The lad.
That is an amazing.
It's neat, but that's about the extent of it. All right.
Saga of the Dragon Emperor.
Okay, who cares?
The continuing epic of the Charles. This
all right.
Is the Pendulum
not great.
We have Aqua Chorus, Round. Etude of the Branded. All right. We have one more. Put the QCR back. I've got 2 dragons. I'm just popping off with just light level 8 dragons. Light and darkness dragon. So the next one's gonna be a dark arm dragon.
How did Dai get here? How did Raymond Dai get here?
2024. Okay. Pendulum Moon. It's like attacking the moon. Small Scuffle.
Ultra rare slots are really bad. I mean, I'm not sold on anything right now.
That's cool.
Emergency Heavy Borger. Okay, solid.
Oh, it's some kind of trap card. It is a Torrential Tribute. Wow.
Okay, this is cool.
Also very impressive. Look how shiny it is.
I mean, like, as a retro format fan, I like this, but
that's true.
my Earthbound, whatever.
Jackpot. You had 3 very good quarters. Very cool. Really cool. Earthbound Prisoner, Line Walker.
Vanadium.
Yeah, that's it.
Wait, so do you get only 1 secret rare every 10?
Some of these cards are just definitely new, but these are pretty cool cards. I think you're up next. Let's go. Let's do it. You're up, Nishi.
Do you only get the one secret rare every pack? Sorry, so you get 3 per 10.
Oh, that would be a cool one. So Blue Eyes fans versus Dark Magician Girl fans. I am Yugi. Okay.
This seems horrible.
Not in the hype department. That's okay. All right. My first mega pack here. Let's get you centered up. Over this way a little bit. Yeah. There we go.
I don't think this is a very good 10.
Kitsune Kutsunebi. Locust Samsara.
At least so far, it's not seeming very good.
Firewall Phantom. Okay, that's cool.
Garbage.
Very interesting. It's like super. The lighting here makes it very interesting. All right. Oh, Peter the Fire Channeler. Nice.
Ew.
It's black. Oh, number 39 Utopia double. Okay.
Okay, that's
These are really
my
main
fucking
character. Yes, I believe this is
nans
Telly
right there.
Knight. Yes, yes. All right. Nice. Oh, Telly Knight Lyran? Lyran?
Oh, one of the newer Telly Knights.
Starring Knight, a bunch of knights apparently. The immortal Bushi mourns the mortal body. That's kind of confusing to say. Rebirth of the Seventh Emperors, and Quincray, and Monoproid.
Everything that has any worth from last year was printed as super rare.
Let's see.
You're definitely not highlighting
Aren't there no super rares in here?
You saw the Gleam, Realm Eulogy, UFO Light,
Illusion Monster.
Talos Brigands. Yeah, of course, it's your favorite. Chayama, oh, perfect.
Shaima's an ultra. Yeah, we knew that, right?
Visa Sabertara, nice.
Okay. Didn't really need a reprint.
QC here. Oh, it's vanilla. Vanilla. Oh, right leg of the forbidden one. Okay.
You got an Exodia piece.
I got an Exodia piece. That's really cool.
Those are one of the rarest cards in the game of Duel Monsters.
If only I could pull 5 of them from one tin.
Yeah.
Stand up Centurion. Nice. Centurion cards in here. Gold.
I mean, nice rarity upgrade, I guess, but it's barely an upgrade. Super to ultra, like, who really cares?
Blazing Brandy King, and Aqua Chorus Round. Bad enough.
Final pack.
Last pack.
I don't know, man. This
That's
is.
pretty cool. You have a vanilla piece. I thought it was Dark Magician for a second. This is
Dark,
dark
yeah,
in the corner.
How did I get here?
I don't know. How did you
I have no idea.
What were the QCRs in this pack? It was the Exodia piece and Utopia double.
I've never seen this card before. I can't remember if I've seen
I
it.
think it was Photon Hypernova. I don't remember. Oh, Motorbike. Nice.
Okay, it's a nice upgrade, but still. Oh, no, it comes super, right?
Okay. That's a good pull.
Very good pull.
I will take that.
That's insane.
Looks nice with the prismatic secret rare foiling there.
That's insane.
And oh, I have a QCR. Oh, it's a dark monster. Predaplat Orphis Scorpio. Okay.
Why is this a
Not a bad one, I'll
QCR?
take that.
That's pretty solid. I think. What did this search again?
What?
Any fusion card?
Yes. I think it's the monster that you summoned out.
Oh my god.
Nini the Mirror Makonko. Manadium Torrid.
Perfect for all those.
Okay, does anybody have a spreadsheet for all the tin cards? I don't know if I want to sit through 1,000 openings because this is gonna take a while, right?
All right, all right.
All right, those are our polls.
Those were
It's
our
an
polls.
anime card.
We've seen enough of this set.
We definitely haven't. But I think it's cool because I definitely want to pack that one.
Tell that to the Blue Eyes White Dragon. You posed wrong. I should have posed this guy.
Okay, but my polls were more.
Never been more
So-
convinced watching the opening not to buy a set. I'll pick up the singles.
That's a classic.
I have Forbidden One piece. Exodia
I have
piece.
Blue Eyes White Dragon. I'm gonna keep putting.
I don't know. I think.
But I have Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Maybe if I manage to get all 5 pieces, then I'll pull you away.
No, I'll surrender. You got 5 Exodia pieces. I think that's something that you guys might try to look forward to cracking.
Oh, yeah.
But
I think I saw something here, right? Full Megatin breakdown.
hey guys, welcome.
How far does the set list go down? The music back on, I guess. 401. Oh my god. So what are the QCRs? Blue Eyes SDK is good. The Exodia pieces. DMG is good. Scapegoats, whatever. Torrential's fine. XC's Dragon Cannon's terrible. Gadget's just shit. Wing Kagribo's fine. Guilty Gearfried's ass. Lad is whatever. I'll vomit in a bit, maybe. Carbuncle is based. I saw that on people sent me that picture already. Chimera Tech is stupid. Yubel's good. Honest is okay, whatever. Red Dragon Artifine's good. Edo. Fucking Edo? Why is what? Okay. Blackwing's Drake. Shark Drake? Puppet Grinder, Silver Calcos, Bahamut Shark is good. Giant Trainers, Astral Force, First Movement Solo, okay. Ostinato also in here. Ultimate is Zulkin, okay. Toon Kingdom, Terratop, Boots, Tyrant Red Dragon, why? Galaxy Cypher, why? Ancient Gear, what? Scorpio, Cosmic Blazer, okay. Link Spider, okay. Light Stage, Borlo Dragon. Anima, alright, it's good. Pankratops, sure. Utopia Double, Gazelle, alright. Paralexid's good. Open the Spirit Gates? Okay. Wake Up Elemental Hero, Excel Stardust. This is a lot of bullshit. I see what the secret rares are. Token. No, always a bad sign. Token again. DMG alt art. Red Eyes alt art. Tuning alt art, Regeki alt art, Limiter alt art. So all the alt arts. Those are fine. Outside the Earth Channel are unplayable. Shining Wingman is whatever. Favorite Contact is fine. Favorite Inscription is fine. Rise Heart is fine. Tier Cash, whatever. Grand Guignol, Agerine, Photon Dragon. Oh my god. Sargass, Theosis. Thrust is in here. Okay. Big Welcome. Leon, Wakaushi, okay. Ice Shade Ran, Agerine. Okay, let's get both Agerines. Quem, Reumheart, Ringo Worm, Wannabe. Sanctifier, Ashloud, Despotter. Lulu Walleth, Chaos Angel, good. Singularity, Time Chain Morganite. There's so many secret rares. Better luck next time. Rev Synchron, Gazelle, Baphomet, Nightmare Magician, Hida, useless. Chimera, Sleipnir, Crimson Dragon, Armatara, Lars, Charles, Yama. Oh my god, how many secret rares are there? This is insane. Museum, Corridor, Subversion, Armament, Red Eyes, Black Meteor Dragon, Samsara, Dial Star, Ash, Oak, and Birch, of course. Flamebird, Imseti, Dwamatef. It is okay. Who wanted Dwamatef? It comes secret. Is it not even happy? It's fucking Dwamatef. Arius, Dark Hole Dragon, Dark Knight Lancer, Typhon's okay. Banshee, Little Knight is in here. Original or Wanted, Divine Temple, Original, King Sark, Fire Recovery, Spirit Ubel. So there is the new set in here. I don't know why. Poplar, Bullshit BLS, Terahertz, Junk Warrior, Finding Swordsman, Bonfire's in here. Okay. Rollback, Ohime. Oh my god. Heavy Borger, Stake Your Soul, Centurions. All fuck, I have these cards. I just bought these, whatever. Trident Dragon. Are the mementos in here? They're not. Oh, they are. Just Mementotlan? Just Mementotlan's in Ultra. Okay. How about Valmonica's? No. Alright, well, I guess my Centurion cards are neg. But, like, the thing is, how many secret rares are there? So it starts at 51. It ends at 150. This is 100 secret rares. Holy shit. Before it used to get one card on like every 1.5 cases. This is like... What the fuck? It's like you have to open 8 cases to get one of every card. This is really bad. Are the ultra rares remotely playable? Hide and Seek, Quartz, Wally, Penny, Melfi, bullshit, 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 bullshit. I'm garbage, 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 garbage. Like there's some neat rarity upgrades. That's about it. Where's the actual making things cheap for players? Garbage, 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 garbage. Like, what am I looking for here? I don't even know what cards I'm gonna get here. Happy's and Ultra. Why? Whatever. Like, this is perfect. The perfect time to put Imseti and Dwamatef as Ultras, and then Happy and Kebanesef as secrets. You mix it up a little bit. Instead, we have fucking Ultras here and the others are secret. Is literally any of these Ultras playable? Like, are any of these an upgrade or like a cheapening rarity? Holy shit. I am so happy I got barely any of this 10. This is bad. Like, I'm actually curious now. When pre-sales come out for this 10, I want to do a spreadsheet for the expected value, what you're going to get. The only way the expected value holds an even remotely okay price is if the cards just don't go down and they're expensive. Which defeats the whole purpose of a reprint. Have there been any Chelman names? Wait, is there no planet? There's Tier Cash, but... Tier Cash and Perlarija. Fucking awesome. What about planet? I know Pearl Rhino's in Rarity Collection. That doesn't need that reprint. Didn't say there was Pote too. Where's your foil tear traps? Nowhere to be seen. Are there Sprite cards in here? No, right? Yep, nice. So what, like, what? I just don't even have words for this. Like, what? Here's tier cards in Bonanza, maybe? I mean, I guess. I'm just like, I'm just stunned. Yeah, I don't even know, man. The only cool Pote reprint is exactly favorite contact. Yeah, I guess. Which is going to be hard to get anyways. Thrust is 20 euro pre-sale. Probably just buy those. Those will go up. How can you access the doc? I'll post it here. Ashura King. Oh yeah, that's really what we wanted, right? Fuck, man, that's bad. Ugh. All right, let's stop depressing ourselves. Let's do our React content that we said we'd do. The one we wanted to do is we wanted to watch this, right?
All right. We have
The 2016 recap. So what we do is we do Reactception. We react to Josh reacting to the law. So big shout outs to both the law for the original video, and obviously we're still leeching content from Josh as well. So huge shout outs to both of them. Make sure you give them their due credits. Like and subscribe to both of their channels. And posting the links to both videos below. Make sure you like and subscribe. I am going to grab a water real quick, and then I'll be back. So, one moment, and then we'll start the react. I guess I'll need to turn off the music as well, so... Uno momento. All right, we're back. Okay, what speed do we want this on? Put it on 1.25. And let's learn about 2016. So let's preface 2016. 2016 is the year of Pepe, Burning of Arbitros comes out, Domain Monarchs. This is the year where I swap decks on the bubble of Nationals, on the bubble of Worlds. And I don't get to go to Worlds because of it. And it's probably the hardest loss I've had in my entire career. We'll get to that story as we approach that event. But that was the last year I didn't go to Worlds. Every year since I've been, because I've been extremely determined to make sure I got back to the height of competition. So, yeah.
You have a movie to watch. Am I the only one? I feel like these have been getting longer and longer and longer and longer. But we still haven't watched the 2016 Yu-Gi-Oh! Recap. We've watched every single one up until this point. If you end up enjoying it, feel free to visit the Law Yugioh's channel and give him some love, as always.
Exactly.
But let us begin.
When we last left off, the meta was in a state of flux. Following the release of Docs and the subsequent ban list that took everything pre-core out of the meta, Cosmo was left the lone wolf at the top of the meta, with a couple of pendulum brews starting to pop up here and there.
Yeah, I remember the masked
short for
chameleon
Performapal
decks.
Performage. Those piles had grown substantially in power too with the release of the Master of Pendulum structure deck, bringing Pendulum Magicians and support for Performapal and Odd Eyes, allowing the strategy to rival
cards
and
were
even
good.
surpass Cosmo in the meta. But this was kept exclusively to the regional level, as the only
Yeah, so we're starting the year off with where did we leave 2015? Necros is finally dead. Performapal releases. Was it already broken? Is this post full power Pepe, or is it before Bosch or after Bosch?
This is pre. Bosch is about to come out. Bosch is going to have Strike.
Oh, it's
and-
about to become broken. Okay.
Yeah.
potential YCS to showcase this was cancelled at the end of 2015. Because of this, Pepe would have to show its growth following the next core set release. And to anyone who knows about Pepe, this set would instantly make the
Yeah,
Pendulum Magician pieces obsolete.
this was
Well,
kind
this is
of
Breakers,
OD.
right?
Contender for one of the most impactful sets of all
Breakers
time.
of Shadow. Release date, January 15th, 2016. Set type, core set. Major strategies, Performapal, Draco Slayer, Cosmo. Impact.
You're gonna die, clown!
Bosch is probably one of the most infamous sets of the Arc 5 era, which is kind of funny in retrospect, as on the surface, it doesn't look like it would shift too much. No major revolutions in new archetypes, a couple of pieces of support for existing ones.
Really, I feel like there were really good staple cards, and then like Pendulum just got like absurdly better.
But I think it's true. I think the deck, or the set, doesn't have that many cards, but the good ones it has were absolutely insane.
I don't think that's true. Because I see Jesse Ryan, right? Okay. There's Twin Twisters, there's Fiendish Rhino Warriors, there's Cyber Dragon Infinity, there's Solemn Strike, and then there's the monkey board. There's what's it called? What's the one that pops to Pendulum Sorcerer?
Like, what is it? Performapal Pendulum Sorcerer.
Nephthibus as well.
Solemn Strike.
Guiding
Although
Ariadne
these
is
two
good.
cards alone, like, they almost killed the game. It's like, I mean, not killed the game. They killed the format pretty much. Like they made
Desires and
Pendulum so
Desires already
insane.
out. Draco Face Off was in this,
It also
right?
had Twin Twister. It has Cyber Dragon Infinity. So like, it's just a couple of really, really strong individual cards that completely break the game. It's like, I think it's comparable to like Poplar coming out. Like Performapal Pendulum Sorcerer releasing is, I think, pretty comparable to what Poplar did to like the Snake Eye deck. Tin Can, yeah, but like,
Nothing as game warping as you'd expect from a set that
Oh,
causes
Tin
zero
Can's a
takeover.
funny one.
In
The card is
reality,
playable,
the set
yeah.
may have only had a bunch of smaller pieces for various strategies, but all of those smaller pieces could be utilized by the same centralized pile at the center of the meta, which would result in a complete hostile takeover of Pepe on the format as a tier 0 mega threat, arguably the worst we've seen since Teledad. Let's start with the
It was pretty
aforementioned
rough.
Performapals, who saw 3 pieces of relevant support here. Monkey Board is a scale 1 that
I
serves as a
did
Performapal
really
preferred
bad at
scale,
Weiss'
which in
Atlanta,
practice means
the
that
Pepe
Monkey Board
one.
on its own was full pendulum scales, as it covered the low scale and allowed you to search for a high scale such as Lizard Draw or the new scale 6 of Guitartle, who draws a card when the
Guitar
Performapal scale is activated while it's already in scale. This would be extremely useful alongside Lizard Draw specifically, as you could scale the turtle, scale Lizard to draw 1 off the turtle, then send Lizard for its effect to draw 1. Effectively
Pepe was based for this combo. This was my favorite part of Pepe.
Draw
giving you
2
a
is
hot
everyone's
Drawing
favorite
cards.
combo.
Well, I don't know. I'm noticing a pattern. Whenever cards draw cards, I like it.
Lastly, Performapal Pendulum
That's
Sorcerer
just
was
Yu-Gi-Oh!
OCG
Player
and
syndrome in general. Like, we're ridiculous to the feeling of drawing cards. I'm sitting here drawing my hand with my deck right now. I just want to draw cards, bro.
on special summon, popped up the 2 cards you control to search for Performapals up to the number of cards you popped. This was an incredibly powerful effect that standardly would let you pop scales to search for either follow-up or the Lizard Turtle combo. but
You
there
get
was a
Lizard Turtle
pretty
draw
major
too. It was
oversight on
always
this
Lizard
particular
Turtle
card.
for us.
On its initial release, Pendulum Sorcerer was mistranslated, stating
Was Cyber Dragon good back then, or was it only Nova Infinity? It was not good. It was just Nova Infinity. Because there was Constellar Ptolemaeus, right? Which lets you rank up rank 4s into 5 and then Infinity on top. Cyber Dragon was always like rogue playable for a while around this type of era, but like very much rogue, like firmly rogue and not meta.
That it searched up to the number of monsters destroyed, not cards. As such,
Ooh,
because it happened at the same stage of the effect as the pop, if you popped your scales with this effect, it would consider the pop cards as spells, meaning you wouldn't get the search off. This would be a
Really? I don't remember this. If that was the case, they fixed it mega fast.
pretty major nerf to the card's applications, specifically in regards to popping cards like Plushfire and the Scale, which was a very common play at the time due to Plushfire's float effect. Buster Blader would be the newest attempt at retraining a monster used by Yugi, giving us the Destruction Sword Master, who's treated as Buster Blader on the field and in grave, equips opponent's monsters destroyed by battle to himself, and can send an equipped monster to grave to pop all same type monsters the opponent controls, as well as the Whelps, a series of Dragon Tuner companions for Buster Blader. Buster Whelp would be the main one, able to search a Destruction Sword card on normal.
I forgot this card's in here, because this actually kind of matters a bit later, but obviously right now it does nothing.
Sword card if you control Buster Blader. This was a quick and easy way to access one of the deck's primary bosses, being Dragon Destroyer Swordsman through a search for fusion, a quick play spell that can recur itself by discarding any.
You know the set is down bad when like the second card we're talking about pretty much is Buster Whelp of the Destruction.
Okay, this shouldn't be the second card he talks about, to be fair. Like, there's better stuff, but these cards aren't even bad. Like, these were very playable, right? Like, even if they weren't the
Fusion
best.
Summon gains 1,000 attack for every dragon in the opponent's field or grave, swapping all dragons to defense, locking their effects, and gains piercing. Or the Synchro Buster Dragon, who turns all opponent's monsters into dragons, can summon a Buster Blader from grave if you do not control one, and can equip a Destruction Sword monster from grave to Buster Blader once per turn, being effectively a companion piece for the anti-dragon bosses. As for the other Whelps, each can equip from hand or field to a Buster Blader. With
I guess I should adjust my...
I always forget which one's the broken one. The middle one, right? Cannot special summon from the extra deck. Yep.
And an effect that moves
we hate the middle one.
Buster Blader for an immediate
We
bonus.
all love
With Dragon Buster locking the opponent's special summons from extra deck and can summon itself while equipped. Wizard Buster locking the opponent's grave effects and can send itself to grave to recur a Destruction Sword monster. And Robot Buster locking face-up spell and trap effects and can send itself to grave to boost the equipped monster by 1,000 for the turn. This would be an extremely comprehensive and solid wave of legacy support for Buster Blader, giving the deck a solid direction. But it's
well, I don't know about solid direction. It's good support. And I personally, I know at the time I thought it was cool they made Buster Blader into like a theme deck. Looking back at it, I feel like it's just another one of those instances where we're making this legacy deck playable by giving it floodgates, which I think is just a kind of cringe thing to do, but
pretty heavily from the retrain.
Sure, I guess I'll agree with that.
Deck, meaning half of the support
never gonna
use with it until
vouch
the
for
is on the
floods
field or in
being
the grave,
printed.
leading to the deck breaking to high heaven more often
Less
than not.
floodgates,
although it
the
would see
better.
rogue level play in formats with high dragon representation for obvious reasons. Draco Slayer would receive easily its most impactful support yet, receiving another Draco Slayer main deck name in Master
Well, this
Pendulum,
one
being
barely
a normal
mattered.
pendulum that can pop another pendulum scale on field
The
while
low
it's in scale,
scale.
and the fusion boss of
is
Dinosaur
Face Off
Power,
already
a
out?
contact fusion of a Draco Slayer pendulum and any other pendulum, can revive a Draco Slayer pendulum once per turn, and blocks all pendulum cards you control from destruction of any kind. However, there was one more piece of support this time that would take Draco Slayer over the top,
Face Off,
being
right?
Draco Face Off,
Yeah,
a quick play spell
this
that
card
would
is very
Draco Slayer
good.
and a Draco Overlord from deck. Have the opponent select one at random, and then the selected monster could either be special summoned or set in the scale with the other moving to the extra deck. This was insanely powerful, giving you easy access to your luster lines at best, or at worst giving you a free level 4 body and vector pendulum while placing luster in the extra deck for the eventual pendulum summon
Master
back,
Pendulum.
making this an
Master
absolute
Pendulum is
staple for
pretty
all
good.
pendulum decks moving forward. Dynamist would be the third Draco Slayer tie-in archetype, a series of level 4 and 5 machine
Okay,
pendulums
this
focused on
was-
protection and scales, with all the low scales
Some
being able
people
to destroy
tried
themselves
playing
in place
this
of a Dynamist
'cause
card, and all the
they have a
high
good
scales
trap
being able to
card,
negate
but
cards
this deck
targeted
was
Dynamist by
mega
popping itself,
ass.
with each having unique monster effects, with Stegosaur popping both sides of any combat.
Should you just buy your tier core
plus
now
dropping
since
the
it
opponent
doesn't have
500 for each
anything?
Dynamist card you control?
If you want to,
Dynamist
yeah,
when it destroys a monster in
don't
combat.
waste your money.
Brachion able to summon itself from hand if your opponent has the highest attack on field and you control no Brachions. Ceratops able to summon itself from hand if you control only Dynamist and no Ceratops. And Rex able to tribute a Dynamist
Okay,
at
we
end
can
of damage
skip
death
the
attacks,
Dynamist
either
cards,
activate
right?
with
Like-
piercing or spin back a card from the opponent's hand or field and gain 100 attack. They also had 2 relevant spell traps in charge at best. Shiranui would be a new zombie archetype.
Okay, Shiranui is one where I have a little bit more respect for.
Who can
I love
banish
these
itself to another
cards.
zombie on 2
Solitaire
range,
and
summon a zombie
Spearmaster are my
synchro whose total level
mans.
equals to 2. This would be
Spectral Sword is
complemented by their main
fine, but
deck
these
using
cards are
Smeg,
also
who
very
searches the
fringe.
I've seen this card being played for the first time in Duel Links like last year.
Shiranui card when sent to grave.
Nah, I can tell
Synchro
Josh
Killer
doesn't
prevents zombie
cube
battle
enough, 'cause
destruction
cube
when
this
banished.
card is
Spirit Master,
broken.
who summons a Shiranui from hand on normal and pops a card when banished, and Samurai, who can banish a zombie from
These
grave
cards
and
are
itself by
dog
600
shit,
and banish
though.
any monster it battles that turn, and recurs a Shiranui monster when banished. Their synchro bosses here were Samurai Saga,
Yeah, these
a
cards
level 6
suck.
that can shuffle back a banished zombie to swap all opponent's monsters to defense with less attack than the returned monsters, and drops an opponent by 500 when banished, and Shogun Saga, a level 8 that banishes a zombie from grave on summon to boost itself by that monster's attack, and floats into a banished zombie with 0 defense on destruction. Shiranui had the bones of an interesting strategy for sure, unique way of utilizing the standard zombie shtick of filling up the grave and recursive payoffs, but unfortunately was just not consistent enough.
Shiranui has been meta in both TCG and Duel Links in the past. I don't know if I would agree to that.
In the
I don't know
TCG,
if I
it would be
say
just Spirit
Shiranui
Master
has been
Solitaire,
meta in the
right?
TCG because people played specifically Solitaire with one Spirit Master. In
And
like,
Solitaire is not
no
even the
zombie.
set. Solitaire comes out in Dark Illusion.
I don't know if that's a fair statement. In Duel Links, yes, absolutely. The Shiranui had its own deck in Duel Links, but in the TCG, it was just a zombie pile where you played exactly 2 different Shiranui cards out of like 15 or 20. I don't know how many they have. I don't know.
I agree.
I don't know if that counts. Really.
It doesn't.
at this juncture to become meta, seeing some rogue-level experimentation with Unizombie for helping set up Spectral Sword lines. Cosmo would see its third wave of support here in Tin Can.
Tin
A pilot who can pay
Can!
500 to choose 3 Cosmo cards from deck,
R2-D2.
then add 1 at random to hand while dumping the other 2 to grave. Sword Troopers, a pilot who can pay 1,000 to revive a pilot in grave. Delta Shuttle, a ship that can dump a Cosmo from deck to grave to
I
drop a
forgot about
monster's
Delta
attack by its
Shuttle.
level times 100. Dark Eclipser, a ship that can't be targeted and can banish a Cosmo
Terrible.
monster from grave to negate traps, notably not floating into a Cosmo on death, rather searching one instead, and Cosmojo, a trap that pops a Cosmo to non-targeting banish a card on field.
I
This wave
find
would spark
your
an
lack
interesting
of
change in
faith
direction for Cosmo's deck
disturbing.
building over the next couple of months, mainly centering around the new pilot of Tin Can, as by using its effect, one could actively set up the grave with multiple
God, I
ships
love
and then divide them
Cosmos.
using cards like Call the Haunted and Oasis
This
of
deck is so
Dragon.
ass.
Tin Can is what the deck needed, right? Because before this, Cosmo, the best pilot, or really the only good pilot that Cosmo really had was Farm Girl, which only functioned going second. So now they
Skip
actually had
song.
plans for going
What?
first and would actually choose first most of the time, right? At least I think most of the Cosmo versions in this upcoming format would choose first. And it was
So I think people didn't realize about that build up until like May, but yeah, after like May, people started playing Demise Cosmo, which was like just a bunch of traps.
Tin Can control stuff. I don't know.
Chat, like, what song are you skipping? There's no songs. I'm listening. What? Maybe you got music on your own playing in the background, but I can't skip that for you.
Tin Can is pretty well balanced, to be honest. I think Tin Can was a really good card at the time, and it was frustrating if your opponent opened with Tin Can sometimes, but looking back, it was probably a well-designed card. Because it was strong, it made Cosmo playable without it being, like, way too powerful. So it feels like just right, looking back at it.
And Souls. This direction of the deck's building style would receive the colloquial name of Tin Can Turbo, and while it wouldn't be super popular for now, it would fundamentally shift Cosmo's place in the meta over the coming months with new releases and the strategy's last support wave. Kaiju would receive their most interesting support wave yet, receiving Chizukiru, the now strongest Kaiju body at 3,300, but also a new reason to actually play it. Interrupted Kaiju Slumber was effectively Dark Hole
Oh,
that summoned
right, I
2
forgot about
from
Kaiju
deck,
Slumber.
one to each
This
side
card
of
is
the
very
field,
good.
and could be banished from grave on the following turn to search another Kaiju. This would spark a movement of using the Kaijus as an engine that was effectively Dark Hole but better, wiping the board and giving you an immediate 1,100 damage to push to the
More
opponent by
importantly, the
attacking
graveyard
over the Gamma
effect
Seal,
was
which
good.
I don't know why, but I don't remember people playing these in 2016 much. I remember people starting to really play these during Zodiac format in 2017.
I remember people in
That's the
BA
first time
play
I
it because
really
you get the
remember
graveyard effect.
Slumber being like a super popular card. I don't think in 26. I was surprised for a moment that these were in Bosch. The Slumber, because I don't remember anyone using them in Pepe format.
Yeah, I don't
then
think
being
anyone
able to
played
search
it right
another Gamma
away.
Seal on a following turn to out whatever the opponent built after. Magispector would receive a more minor support wave here in Okama, who sets a Magispector spell trap from deck on summon, and Sonics, which doubles a Magispector's attack and defense, but halves the damage it inflicts that turn. These two
Terrible.
would find a home in Magispector decks, namely for the
Well, I
added
even print
flexibility
that.
they gave to Magispector setups, with Okama providing a search for either pool of responses the deck had access to. Guiding Ariadne could, when destroyed, reveal 3 counter traps in deck to have the opponent pick 1 to add to your hand, shuffling the rest.
I don't know if you guys saw that. Josh just seems tilted with Ariadne.
Guiding Ariadne
I've lost this card enough times. I don't hate it. I don't like this card at all, but I can't say I have a hatred towards it. But Josh does not look happy. It looks like there's a story there.
could, when destroyed, reveal 3 counter traps in deck to have the opponent pick 1 to add to your hand, shuffling the rest back in. This would be
So
yet
cringe.
another option for Pepe, as not only could it potentially search Solemn Warning if the opponent was daring enough to give it to you, but it also
So, Guiding Ariadne is another example of a card, of a pendulum card, that could have been such a cool way. Like, I love when pendulum cards are being used as, like, I don't know how to phrase it, but, like, outside of the usual pendulum slob, where you find an idea, because pendulum monsters conceptually are relatively interesting, because they can both be monsters or spell traps at the same time. So, like, having a card that you can use in different ways can design wise, it opens up a lot of really cool ways.
Yeah, like a
how
central
you
card
can
feed.
use Guiding Ariadne, for example, in the deck it's
Oh, like
designed
this
for
person sitting here.
initially
Yeah.
is like counter fairy, right? That's definitely what it is, right? So you can, like, put it in your scale to make all your counter traps free, which was a real problem for counter fairy decks back in the day, right? Like, I mean, not in 2016, no one was playing counter fairies really, but, like, theoretically, it was there to solve a problem for the counter deck where, like, you would run out of life points or run out of cards in hand to activate all your powerful counter traps, right? So that's one thing this fixed. But also, another problem that counter fairy had, or notoriously had back in the day, was, like, sometimes you would draw all of your traps and no monsters, so you can just summon this, right? You can just summon it in front of your counter traps, apply some pressure with it, and when it dies, it searches you a counter trap. So, like, conceptually, this card is really cool. Here's the problem. If you don't place careful locks on pendulum cards, they just end up in the pendulum slob deck, like in the pile of pendulum cards.
Pendulum
And this
slob
card,
decks. That's not
They could
a
have made this card even better,
terminology I've heard
and then
before.
just put some restrictions on it so that you can only really play it in counter fairy. And maybe, who knows?
I guess I've never really thought of that because I've always just kind of seen every pendulum card as part of the pendulum soup shit. And as a result, I've, like, never liked any pendulum card. But I guess if they were used in the type of fashion he's talking about, I wouldn't hate it. But we'd also just never see that happening because Konami's never designed cards like that. This is kind of, yeah, I mean, I get what he's going for, though, how this is disingenuine as far as counter fairy support goes, because that's never the role it fills.
Maybe counter fairy could have been a thing, right? If they made a more powerful version of this card that only goes into counter fairy. But no, they decide to keep it more generic. So no one played counter fairy, and instead just put this card into pendulum decks to, when you go first, search like a bunch of solemns. Which is cringe, right? That's like how everyone won with Pepe going first, like was just like setting up a bunch of solemns and no one could play through it because of how good solemns were against pendulum as well, right? As someone who never liked counter fairy, I have no problem with this. I mean, you don't have to root for counter fairy to be good to see the problem that I'm describing, because that applies to more cards throughout the history of Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Where instead of helping the deck they are designed to help, you just keep them too generic, so instead they just help like other decks more.
Rip Beatrice,
like,
right?
I just wanted to say Ariadne conceptually was a really cool card, but the way it was played was just not great, right? Because no one used it for its intended purpose.
Well, it's a bit weirder with Klee, because Klee is like, the Klee cards just don't have any abilities. They either have no pen effect, or they have no monster effect. So they're kind of like fake, but I get it.
The new counter trap of Solemn Strike, which can negate and destroy either a monster effect or inherent special summon for the cost of 1,500 life points, being a massive staple in the meta almost immediately thanks to it being a way to block pendulum summon pushes. Another option was a more budget-friendly Ultimate Providence, which was an omni-negate
this card was terrible.
starting the corresponding card super type from hand, which would see some experimentation. Twin Twisters was yet another variant of MST,
This card was
taking
broken.
a discard to use but popping up to 2 spell traps instead. This would be an instant staple, especially in a metagame centered around pendulums, as the versatility of being able to snipe both scales or remove multiple
Card
back
was
row
so
threats while
expensive
also
on
potentially
release for
setting up the
Super
grade
Rare.
was too good of a deal to pass up for most players, seeing mass play almost immediately.
Duel Links card. Twin Twister was so huge in the TCG metagame for so long. To reduce it to Duel Links card is almost insulting. Twin Twister is my fucking mans.
The third of the elemental variants of the classic Mirror Force, flipping any affected monster face down permanently instead of destroying them. Seeing
My favorite Mirror Force. What's your favorite Mirror Force, chat? Mine is Quaking.
Oh,
the
Providence.
experimentation immediately as the
His
ability
favorite's
to lock the
Quaking. What's my favorite Mirror Force? Favorite Mirror Force. It's probably just the original. Probably just original OG Mirror Force is my go-to. Within modern context, I guess Drowning would be my favorite.
opponent's zones with this was actually surprisingly useful. Fiendish Rhino Warrior was an OCG import that blocked other fiends from being destroyed,
Sounds
able to ban a
good.
fiend from deck when sent to Crave, being an instant staple in Burning Abyss. as it
OG. I would think OG is the most, obviously the favorite one of most people. But I really like Quaking. I think Drowning is like if Drowning is your favorite, you're probably a gambling addict, because Drowning is either completely dead or completely insane.
But okay, okay. To be fair, most Mirror Forces are like that because they're so easy to play around. But also, Quaking is terrible versus Link monsters right now. Like, obviously, like if you're going to make it time important. So like obviously for this time period, Quaking ends up being the best one. But like there are many times where Storming is the best or Drowning is the best. And then obviously before they were all released, then Mirror Force is the best. Called out like that. I got backfired because all of chat, in at least Josh's chat, is giving the exact same answers that that I was giving. I don't know, man. Drowning goes fucking hard sometimes, and Mirror Force, the OG, it's just the OG, man. Like I don't know what to say. You saw yourself in the chat saying Drowning as well. Oh my god, exactly right. Yeah.
Yeah.
blocked the BA self-pop and let you Foolish Burial 1 after using it. Neptibus, the Atlantean Prince, could send an Atlantean from deck
I was so sad with this card because I love Mermails. Like the 2012-2013 Mermail deck is one of my favorite decks of all time. And I saw new Atlanteans and I'm like, oh my god, I get to play this deck again. And this card looks broken. And this is my first time realizing when a new support comes out, it doesn't mean that the deck keeps the same identity. Neptibus in the Mermail deck changes how the deck is played and how and everything about how its core build is kind of focused around. Now it became a lot more about hand ripping and really dumb OTKs and combos, where instead it was more control based. Then there was a mid range game, and playing for the follow up was extremely important. That didn't really that did. Ugh, what happened? Hello? 1 second, something's just going wrong. Can you guys hear me? I cannot hear myself. My mic is just... 1 second. Testing? Okay, I think it's fine. My headset just kind of crapped itself for a second. You only hear me when I speak. Congratulations. That's how talking works. But anyways, yeah, so the deck just became very different than what it used to be. That's when I kind of learned not to get too excited when old archetypes get support, because if they change the core way the archetype plays and how it reacts, then it's no longer the same thing, right? Like, I no longer love Mermails and Atlanteans, which is really sad because it's just not the same deck. And this card is a problem. This card is broken and not in the way that helps the old Atlantean strategy. So this card was very depressing for me because I was excited for it. I remember buying them on release, being super happy to play Atlanteans, and then just being very upset how the deck didn't play how I wanted it to play. And now Jessica Blackwing changed exactly. And I'm not attached to identity. I'm attached to the way it plays. I'm attached to the game. And the game is no longer the same, so I kind of just I lost interest in it, which sucks, but I guess that's part of Yu-Gi-Oh! But if you ever see me not be the most hype about a deck getting support, even though if it's a deck I like, it's because of this. I've been hurt before. I don't want to be hurt again.
To grave to search an Atlantean card and can, if sent to grave for a water monster effect, revive an Atlantean monster.
I have trust
what
issues.
I said earlier, there's a lot of powerful cards in Breakers of Shadow. They just didn't have immediate impact because of how powerful the few cards were for Pendulum. But like now that we're going through all these,
it's funny I have the same view on as Josh. It's pre-watched. Wait, does he say the same thing?
Individually, yeah, there's more to it than just Pepe. It's just Pepe is so strong that these others didn't see play immediately.
Would
So I
completely
forgot
revamp Atlantean,
that they
or
were
more
also
accurately
here.
Merlantian, into a rogue level contender for the current metagame, as by sending Dragoons with his
We got a contrarian in chat. Radiant Mirror Force is the best Mirror Force. They just want to be noticed.
effect, you can not only search another Dragoons, but also search for a
I have Yu-Gi-Oh! Trauma. Yeah.
Mermail to pair with it, being the perfect starter for the strategy. Lastly would be 2 new Exceeds in the OCG import slots that would revitalize the
Neptibus was so ahead of its time. Neptibus was very ahead of its time. And the funny thing is, even back in the day, we realized how weird it was to make a card like that, right? When like one card does everything for a deck and that one card does so much, we realized, or I feel like I thought of it that way, that was a problematic way of designing a deck, because you would play it and you would like...
Oh, okay. So if this is what you're referring to, we actually have different reasons for not liking the card, right? Mine is that the identity changed, unless he talks about that. His is doesn't like the card design overall, which I'll get behind, sure, but I guess for me, I never thought of it that way. For me, I was more sad to see the identity of Atlantean Mermail kind of stripped away and turned into whatever the fuck it is now.
If you had access
And
to it,
the
your deck
Rip
was
Turbo.
unstoppable, which never felt good when you were playing against it. And then when you didn't have
Neptibus
it, your
is
deck just felt like you were playing
Mermail
a deck from 5 years ago, which was pretty awful, right? So I felt like it...
Josh loves Mermails too, but hates Neptibus. I think that's a common conception for most players who played Mermails from the 2012 to the 2014 range, because the deck is not the same deck afterwards. It's like there was hope that it'd be revitalized, but it's not the same thing. It's Toad Turbo. Yeah, Toad wasn't out at the time, so I guess that's why it's not in my mind. But for me, it was like, aha, Moulin Glacier, ha ha ha, eat shit, idiot. Like that's all it felt like.
It was one of the, I mean, it's not the earliest example of a one-card combo being introduced, but it's like, it is one example, and I feel like it wasn't overall that well received, right? Like, because I loved Mermail before Neptibus. One of my favorite decks of all time, 2012, 13, 14 Mermail versions, definitely up there in my favorite decks of all time. Post Neptibus, I didn't like the deck anymore. Like, post Neptibus,
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of Mermail and Atlantean decks anymore at all, in any format. They never were meta again, but even if they were going to be meta, I just didn't like how the deck played once that card
and this is why people ask me if I'm excited for the new cards coming out for Mermail in Rage of the Abyss. And I'm kind of just shrugging. I'm like, I don't know, man. That deck is dead to me. Like, it's not the same anymore. I'll probably revisit it for a little bit, but like, I don't know, like, playing a deck just to play a deck. Like, if Crystal Beast lost its identity, I wouldn't play it. That's partially why I don't play Conclave Control. The reason I love Crystal Beast is not for the sake of playing Crystal Beast and saying I'm Jesse. It's because I actually genuinely enjoy the Crystal Beast cards. And Conclave Control is not the same deck as the combo versions that I play. So I don't want to sit there and play this trap deck. I want to sit there and combo off with my fucking crystal cards, my golden rules, my Rainbow Bridge of the Hearts, and just Dougie on my opponent. Not fucking sit there with Conclave and Crystal Miracle.
Right? I liked how the deck played before Neptibus. I didn't like how it was played after. At all.
in extremely different ways. Traptrix Rafflesia is unaffected by traps while she has...
Forgot about that. This was a good card.
and could attach to send a trap hole from deck to grave when its effects would be able to be applied to trigger that effect. Rafflesia would become an instant staple rank 4 in the format in large part thanks to Treacherous Trap Hole, as her effect became a true monster pop on a quick effect.
I'm a fan of this.
As
That's
well as
cool.
for applying bottomless after the fact. The other, and far more interesting application card was Cyber
Unchained was a good example of legacy port that kept the identity. Yeah. You want cards to do the same thing but better because that increases the consistency and increases the ceiling. And that's what Unchained kind of did. And then they added some extra stuff to help it kind of play and tie in. So, yeah. But the thing is, like, that also could technically be wrong. I don't want to speak on behalf of Unchained players because I was never an Unchained player. So if Unchained players feel differently about that, like OG Unchained players, then perhaps I'm being obtuse. But at least my perspective is that it holds an identity, a core identity better than the Mermail deck does.
Dragon Infinity, a light locked 3-material rank 6 that can also summon itself over Cyber Dragon Nova, gains 200 attack for each material, can suck up an attack position monster on either field as material once per turn.
I always thought those cards are
and can
overrated.
attach one for an Omni-Negate.
We have to put so
You may
much
be
into this,
remembering what I
just one
said right at
negate.
the start of this, and no, I did not misspeak. Cyber Dragon Infinity would be a staple piece of the rank 4 toolbox due to a monster we've mentioned before in our series, being Tellarknight Ptolemaeus, who could, for the cost of detaching 3 materials, rank itself up into any light rank 5, which just so happens to allow access to Cyber Dragon Nova, which in turn gives access to Infinity. This would be
It seems like such a big investment compared to today, but like the Omnis were crazy back then, dude.
It just always felt worse. Okay, so the cards that I felt like were always better to summon were I guess let me show you Unmasked instead of Dwelling Book. Evil Swarm Nightmare was the biggest one that I feel like was slept on at the start of the format, but was like kind of gross. So it's 2 darks, which you need to kind of go out a little bit out of your way to get, but it's not too hard. And that is that when you summon a monster, you can book one. You summon some level 4 monsters, you have the ability to. But like you could just end on like the Draco Slayer monsters, which were better follow-up, and then go Nightmare plus counter traps plus like Rafflesia. And I felt like that was just better. Like I don't know, like Rafflesia is better, Nightmare is better, both like less bodies. I like the card was not bad. Don't get me wrong, you always played it, but like it felt like people pushed this card out way more often than you really needed to, when it wasn't always the best play.
You put 3 bodies into an Omni Negate, that shit was worth it.
become an integral part of any rank 4 focus deck.
I like how
that
it's
can
just
reliably put up
strict
3 materials,
contrary
which in
in
case you
there.
didn't know, was about
That's
to
okay.
become
We have many of the
frightening
same
common.
opinions. We're allowed to have different opinions on some stuff. We can't just be clones of the same thing. Otherwise, what fun is that, right? Like, I can't contribute anything if we have the same thoughts about every topic.
A tier 0 format with YCS Sydney would be the first event of the year on January 16th.
Is this the first Sydney? This might be the first YCS Sydney. If this is the one that Karakuri won. My first Sydney was 2019, though.
Pepe was already poising itself as the new mega threat, taking 90% of the known top cut. With all of the new tools from Bosch, the deck was an absolute menace, as you could set up any number of various turn 1 setups.
What is Palomuro doing there?
They made Nappies.
Is that like a search target for King of the Feral
to
Imps?
make Nappies.
The deck ranging from Rafflesia to Infinity to Dweller to even Nightmare, not to mention the follow-up you had with options like Castell, Ignis
Nappies,
Prominence,
yeah.
or Trapeze Magician. At this stage, there were so many different options for the strategy that practically every list would be running something different. Some would run Rescue Rabbit as a way to access Master and Vector for Exceed plays and Dinosaur Power lines. Some would run Odd One of Tex and the Reptile lines for searching with
Was Foolish good in this deck? I don't remember. This was no Ariadne's in here.
King of the Feral Imps, such as Palomuro for access to Naturia Beast with Hat Trigger, or Mask Chameleon to access Ignis or Prominence with a Graved Master
And then Psyblocker would check Nappies.
or Vector.
Check,
And I'm sure
would be
many
super
others
shit.
that were sadly not known due to the loss in most of this event's coverage. But we'll talk more about these soon. Yahweh Zhang would take the event on Pepe.
Oh, this
using
one
a fairly
Yahweh
standard
won,
list with no
okay.
particular standouts in deck composition.
It's interesting that in these first couple of lists, people didn't play the Solemn cards. Because the way I remember it, I'm sure we're going to talk about the event, because YCS Prague 2016, I remember everyone playing Solemns in Pepe.
Was
Like, it
Prague
just-
and Pepe? So I guess back then I was a lot more centric around my TCG sphere in North America, right? I didn't even know there was. I didn't remember Sydney. I don't remember Prague. I remember Atlanta. And the Solemns were popular. They weren't like in every deck, but they were popular.
Hey, you go first, you search Solemns, you win the game. Kind of format. At least in my head, it's like that. I guess we're going to check out some lists in a moment and see if it actually was in all of those lists, but I remember it being that way.
Or interesting text, just utilizing the insanely consistent menace. An extremely interesting part of the Pepe mirror match that should be discussed here is the interactions of Wavering Eyes, as timing your usage of the spell was critical for winning the mirror. The
Interesting
option
is
had
one
always
way to
been
say
weighed
it.
on whether or not to use it on turn 1
Damage
for scales to
juggler.
get the benefits before your
Wavering
opponent
chain
can, or save
wavering.
it for the full 4 scales, or save it to chain
Was YCS Prague 2016 the controversial one? It's the one with 2 normal summons in the final in one turn, if you mean that. I don't know if that's super controversial
remember that
or
either.
anything. I think it was that one, yeah.
to your opponent's copy to ensure yours landed first. This was also complicated even further by the inclusion of Perform Mage Damage Juggler, which could actually be discarded to completely negate Wavering Eyes due to the one pop effect being a burn effect, which only added to the mind game complexity of the mirror. The only non-Pepe deck that was known that topped here in the tier 0C was Cosmo Artifact, being one of the first major appearances
No extra, no
as
side,
a
fair
way to
enough.
block the massive Pendulum Flood back swing. Able to
Scythe,
use some of the old-fashioned way to set them
Artifact,
forward quick by
Scythe.
popping it off of a pilot tag out. This event would set the stage for the absolute dominance of Pepe on the format, but it seemed something else was just on the horizon, with a structure deck releasing 2 weeks later bringing forward a revolutionary idea for structure decks that would change their design forever.
This was a very, very good structure deck. They need to make more like this.
Release date
I am not like the hugest Monarch fan, but it can be fun outside our domain. And I think it was good for the health of the game, but yeah.
Such a
January
good
29th,
structure deck, dude.
2016. Set
It's
type,
so
structure
strong,
deck.
man.
Major strategies, Monarch. Impact, Stunner Swarm, you decide. Emperor of Darkness in the OCG was the beginning of a new structure deck series known as Structure Deck R, which took the concept of an older structure deck, in this case the Dark Emperor, or Advent of the Emperor in the
I feel like this is another issue or another matter of I love OG Monarchs. I love Monarchs. I really do. Like all the OG Monarch decks, like any Monarch control deck pre-2010, any like Frog Monarch,
not
that kind
remotely
of
the
stuff,
same
I
deck.
love them. With this structure deck, I didn't like it that much anymore. Not just because of the floodgating aspect, but also just because of the bricking aspect. It just felt like
Yeah, the deck was
If I had
bricky,
to
but
put it into-
it doesn't feel like an old Monarch deck.
words, I would say like they tried to modernize the concept of Monarchs into like 2016, which they have always been super slow, control-y kind of cards, right? It was starting to get to the point where that wasn't really appropriate anymore, right? Like you wouldn't really wait a turn to set up one tribute summon and that was it, right? So they had to turn it into a deck that had the potential to go faster and more powerful. So it felt like, it didn't feel like OG Monarchs. It felt like more like a combo approach to the deck, even though it was technically still Monarchs and technically still tribute summons, but like not really, right? Like yeah, but it's fine. It's I just didn't like the bricky aspect about the deck. That because that was definitely in the formats where Monarch was good and playable. It was always, I feel like, the brickiest out of the decks, but it was always solid.
OCG, and revitalizing the idea into an entirely new design space, aimed at making
But
the previous
Pantheism
structure deck
draws too.
viable in the
Pantheism
current
is a
landscape.
really cool
This
card.
concept's first outing would be quite the impactful one, revitalizing the Monarch strategy with a number of new additions. Idea and Eidos would be new low-level additions, with Idea on summon specialing an 800-1000 from your deck, and when sent to grave returns a banished Monarch spell trap to hand, and Eidos giving you an additional tribute summon the
Yeah,
turn summon,
pretty
and
good
can be
cards.
banished
So both of these are obviously crazy, but they basically completely remove the idea of what it meant to play an OG Monarch deck, where you basically had to worry about like, how am I going to set up my tributes in the next turn, right? Like it was always like,
Well, I mean, like,
well,
you
I guess I
always
just got
had
Idea,
Soul
and it doesn't
Exchange
really
going
matter
for
that
those
I have a
type
level
cards,
8 monster in my opening
yeah.
hand, because I mean, I just turbo it out turn 1, which there's nothing inherently wrong with that. It just didn't feel like OG Monarchs to me at the time, but it's fine.
It doesn't.
Another
It's just-
aspect
yeah,
that you
it's
guys
a
are
fair
mentioning in
criticism.
chat right now is how affordable this deck was, which I admittedly, that was, I think, one of the best parts about it. I think it cannot be understated how important it is to have a budget-friendly deck.
Products. Structure decks. The last one, Fire King. When did this come out? Wait, what? Release date, December 8th. 9 months later. Still no new structure decks. This is a problem, I think. How we just haven't got structure decks. Like, maybe some of these weren't the best, but like we need structure decks, I feel like. Where's our Soul Burners? And Endymion was good. Where's the Shadal one, right? Like, Blue Eyes, it's not announced though, even. Like, for all we know, it gets imported into a pack, and then there's just no structure deck again. They haven't said anything about it? Nope. The traptic structure, I don't like the structure deck, but the fact that people do is still fantastic. There's the Albaz one, which is a huge deal. I can't believe this is a product line they're dropping. Or if they're not dropping, they're doing differently. Like, I understand slowing it down, but zero? No bueno. He's not bueno. Yeah. Sad.
In the format of Yu-Gi-Oh! Even if it isn't the best deck, it doesn't even have to be like tier 1, as long as it's like playable and you can realistically do well at an event with a budget option. I think that's super important. I think it's super, super important
Yeah, like I'll shit
that
on
there
salad,
is a budget
but
option.
it was
in general.
necessary.
I think they should really make a. They should have a. I feel like they should do a better job at making sure that's always the case. Like, not the best deck doesn't have to be cheap. Even though it would be nice.
There needs
of course,
to be
like,
an option that can at least keep up.
at least give
Have you already discussed the tin? We discussed it for like we discussed it for like 20 minutes. You were thoroughly disappointed, so we moved on.
these people an option, right? Like, it doesn't have to be the best or top tier deck.
It's in non-American date format, so it's been over a year since last structure deck. I'll let you in on a secret. I'm not American. It came out in December, the Fire King structure deck. It's not been over a year. Still not an excuse, but yeah.
But like, at least like you can top an event with a budget thing that isn't just like Runic Stun or something, right?
From Grave to summon an 800, 1,000 from
Runic
Grave. Both of these will
Stun.
fuel the new bosses of Aether and Erebus, with both being able to be
Tenpai
tribute
is
summoned
budget,
over-
yeah, and I think Tenpai is healthy for the game in that aspect. I think it's good that Tenpai gives people an option.
Tenpai
to
is incredibly
that don't
noob
want to
friendly,
spend the
which I
money
think
on
is
the
great.
Feedsmith engine. There are things about Tenpai that I don't like, and there were also things about the Monarch deck in 2016 that I didn't like, right? The floodgate aspect of it. Or something.
Domain,
But you can't deny that having
eruption,
a affordable deck in
and
the
breaking.
format, it boosts the popularity of Yu-Gi-Oh. Like, it's important. It's good, I think.
any single tribute summoned monster. Aether able to tribute summon itself in the opponent's main phase by
The
banishing a
extra deck
monarch
for Tenpai ain't cheap. I'm not saying it's a cheap deck. I'm just saying it's
I'll
way
try
more
to Dragon
affordable
Reaper and
than
hopefully
everything
makes a
else in the
difference.
game right now.
spell trap from Grave, and able to summon a
Like, you don't have to be
24,000 deck by
nitpicky about
dumping
it.
2 monarch spell traps from deck to grave.
any noob up or any new upcoming decks you think are noob friendly? I haven't been playing as much TCG lately because I've really been focused on Mashido Worlds. It's something I need to do. I need to just shit down. I need to sit down and just read a bunch of cards and get more caught up. It's part of why I haven't done more content on the Patreon and I haven't scheduled stuff because I need to kind of just catch up, right? Like I am behind. I feel like if you put me into a field with TCG players, the fact I won Sacramento is a literal miracle. I do not think I had any right to win that. I feel like it's behind everyone else. You could have seen the finals. I didn't know Necroquip Princess did. Like, I tested for nationals, but I hadn't played in a month. And now that shit's gone as well, so I don't know. And I don't want to play Snake Eye. Like, I could probably play Snake Eye, and that deck would be the best deck that I understand, but I'm just, like, so over that, obviously. The Rank 4 deck seems good to get your hands around. We read those cards on stream, and I vaguely remember what they do, but also, like, if you quizzed me on what the deck does, I would tell you spam Rank 4, and that's all I could really tell you. So, like, I can't, like, give proper assessments right now. Tenpai is healthy for time rule since it loses or wins fast. I think if people play at a proper pace, you should rarely have issues anyways, but Tenpai is fine from that regard. Although I can't say that's my biggest problem. As long as something doesn't burn, I don't mind. Like, if something gets to a draw, that's whatever. But also, people are less incentivized to act in an unsavory fashion if they have no way to cheese their opponent.
Tribute summon, and Erebus able to dump 2 monarch spell traps on tribute summon to spin away a card from hand, grave, or field the opponent controls, and able to discard a monarch spell trap while engraved to recur back a 2400 or higher attack and 1000 defense monster in.
Every single deck profile from like this era in the extra deck monarch deck would play Volcasaurus in the extra deck. So if you aren't familiar with Volcasaurus, I'll show you guys. This card, which is generic rank 5, so you can make it with the Prime Monarch, which is with a trap that revives itself in monarchs. And you can pop a card your opponent controls, and then to destroy that monster, and then burn equal to the monster's attack. And Erebus adds back anything with 2400 or more attack and exactly 1000 defense. So everybody's favorite combo to mention in the deck profile is like, well, this is so cool. Look, I can add back Volcasaurus. And in reality, that's a play you did maybe once every 3 tournaments. So like, but everyone mentioned it because it made them look smart. It was really funny.
Grave. The monarch spell traps would also see an overhaul in Pantheism, which discards a monarch spell trap to draw 2 that can be banished from grave to reveal 3 monarch spell traps in deck to have the opponent pick 1 to add to your hand. The Prime Monarch, a continuous trap that can shuffle 2 monarch spell traps from grave back into deck to draw 1, and can, while in grave, banish a monarch spell trap to revive itself as a level 5 light fairy. And Domain, a field spell that boosts your tribute summon monsters by 800 while attacking, can reduce a 20.
Basically, super cool concept, this entire deck. One, I would
You
have
can pinpoint the problem. Very cool. Very cool. Floodgate. Floodgate.
would have made one small change personally to it. I would have made it a little more consistent and just not have a floodgate effect on the field spell. That would have been it, right? And I don't know if Monarchs Erupt was already out or if it also released in the structure, also fuck Monarchs Erupt. But like Domain, I feel like Domain should have been a consistent. I would not have minded if Domain was more like a modern field spell where on activation it adds a Monarch or something, right? Instead of having the floodgate effect. That's what I would have liked it to do, basically. Like, give the deck more consistency, but remove the floodgate
Primitive planet of the true monarchs
aspect, and the deck would have been cool. Because the grind games that Monarch played are actually super cool.
Yeah,
like,
they're interesting.
The
for sure.
grindy aspect to this deck, the grind game that this deck has it's insane, and it's also not even it's fun to play against. Is the thing.
Yeah,
as long as you're
agreed.
not constantly locked out of your extra deck and you have to interact with their tributing, like their Stormforth and Aether and Erebus kind of stuff. As long as you can play the game, it's a fun game. Like it's completely fine. It's just like when you're locked out of your extra deck, it's annoying.
28,000s level by 2 in hand for the turn, dropping their tribute summon requirement by 1, and while you have no cards in your extra deck and a tribute summon monster on the field, locks the opponent from special summoning a monster from the extra deck. To say this wave would make Monarch's meta was an understatement, seeing the deck's surge in playability with new draw and search tools, new board flooding.
I mean, it took until Pepe died for
requirement.
it to really
With
see
Aether
play,
in
but
particular
yeah.
being a house of a card thanks to being able to summon Cuirass with her effect,
I
which is one
thought
of the
that
only
Jesse was
2400
cooked.
Monarchs that does something on special summon. Popping 2 cards on field.
Monarch with extra would have been so cool. I mean, what do you mean would have? That was a legit version of the deck, right? And I think
Yeah,
that
with Brilliant
shows that you
Fusion.
could have made the deck good without giving it floodgates, because there was a meta-relevant version of the deck that played an extra deck. There were people, and at some points, I'm sure it was the more popular version of the deck too, right? The Brilliant
For the
Fusion,
NAWCQ, it was
extra deck.
definitely more popular to play the extra deck cards. Yo, Pack, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it. We're on a year-long streak. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much. We're still missing Snake Eye Maple and Snake Eye Willow. Well, those can stay in purgatory because I do not want them. Otherwise, they better be vanillas. Like, they better be worse than Ojamas because I don't want that shit. Leave it alone.
Deck Monarch, like that was a meta deck. It was a meta deck, and I think at most parts it was even preferred over Domain Monarch. So they could have made this deck good, and they did without giving it a floodgate. That could have been a thing, right? Or should have probably been the only way to play Monarchs, because they could have made it like it was fine.
And giving their
It wasn't
controllers the
necessary to
ability
give it
draw one for
floodgates.
each.
That's proven.
Domain, though, would cause some very heavy concessions in the base build as it was designed, as giving up your extra deck not only reduces your options in any scenario, but also flags to your opponent exactly what deck you are playing. When starting a match, the count for your extra deck is public knowledge prior to deciding who goes first or second, which in turn tells the opponent prior to the game starting that you are definitely...
Dude, who remembers the cringe debates about whether it's legal or not to just have like a stack of tokens next to your thingy without telling your opponent, and they just assume it's your extra deck, but it's not. And it's like, dude,
Yep.
it's so weird. Like the amount of stories that I heard, it didn't happen to me personally, but the amount of times someone told me like, oh, mid game my opponent activates domain, I'm like, do you but I thought you have an extra deck. They're like, no, that's just 15 tokens. I also think no one got through with it. I don't think it worked. I think people just got game losses for that shit, like constantly, if you were doing that. I don't remember exactly because it never happened to me, but I think it just wasn't allowed. And cringe.
on a domain deck.
Yugioh
On top of
players
that,
never beating
Domain
the striking
Monarch is a bit of a
allegations.
brick fest.
Bro,
So let's
Yugioh
talk
players can be
Pantheism early.
great, but there are the stinkers in the bunch for
Or
sure.
a way to quickly tribute summon one of the new bosses, the deck's options were heavily limited, and with no extra deck to back it up, that could leave one dead in the water. That isn't to say the deck wasn't powerful, as it was, being one of the only strategies that could actually compete with Pepe in its hostile takeover, just not on a consistent basis. But there was another version of Monarch waiting below the surface that would arise within a few months that would be a far more powerful threat than Domain builds, in almost every aspect. YCS Atlanta would be held a week later on February 6th, and...
Okay, I scrubbed this event. But you see, look, like, these aren't really playable.
29.
That's right, Pepe had hit the most representation in a top 32 cut a deck had ever had at this point in history,
Oh,
and it was clear to see why. Pendulum as a strategy in general was rampaging.
Yeah,
at
they're the
tipping point had
Solemns.
clearly been hit, seeing so many viable options. That
There are
strategy
the
had already
Solemns, they have
displayed in
arrived.
Sydney a couple weeks ago, alongside some new ones. Guiding Ariadne would be a tech that saw success thanks
You want to see something crazy? Look how many Maxis are in the side deck. There's 0 in the main and 2 in the side. But in reality, the problem with Maxi in this meta is if you Maxied them, Pen summoning counts as one summon, so you would just make like double counter trap Infinity and like, or not Infinity, Infinity's probably worse, but like Nightmare Reflegia and like 3 summons. So it would be like Maxi just didn't even do enough.
to searching for Solemn Strike or Warning when popped by Luster Pendulum or Wavering Eyes, giving another layer to the end board of the rank 4 toolbox. Dark Pepe would also be a variant that rose here thanks to Armageddon Knight and Zephyros the Elite, as you could bounce your Luster Pendulum back with Zephyros to not only enable rank 4s,
Yeah,
but
they
also to
should
get
all
additional
dragon.
Luster pops with cards like Plushfire, pushing the swarming even further. Jose Lagunas would take the event on Pepe, notably opting to not load up on any fancy techs, but rather hand traps like Valor and Maxi to give himself a fighting chance going second.
I mean, we're still playing the Solemns. They're just in the side deck. I guess you guys can't see them right now, but like that was basically the debate, at least the way I remember it. The debate was, do you main deck the Solemns and Ariadne, or do you just side deck them? I guess there's no Ariadne to search them, but you still play them.
Monarch would manage to take 2 top spots here, but falling completely out by top 16, with Majesty's Queen being the big counterpick for the
fuck
various
it, it's
pendulum swarming
fun.
effects while Domain blocked the spam outs. Cosmo would also squeak in a single top spot here, notably playing Anti-Spell in the main to potentially block out the pendulum
Dude,
You see, the only way to not play Pepe, it's like in other 2-0 formats, you just have to be a terrorist.
people realized Anti-Spell was just the best floodgate possible against pendulums. Everyone who played at that time went through the motion of, wait, can you set pendulum scales? And then they would find out the answer and be like, no, you just can't. You just literally can't play under anti-spell. Everyone's like, wait, what? How is that fine? Why is that a thing? Why is that a thing? And then we just played. We just didn't question it anymore. We just put anti-spell into our decks to beat every single pendulum deck out there, and no one cared. You would have really thought, this is how you can tell how much they sometimes are not willing to ban floodgates, because I feel like anti-spell, in order to even boost their newest mechanic, it would have made so much sense to ban anti-spell, right? Like, it would have been such a... everyone expected it.
They just love floodgates, man.
Scales, as pendulums cannot be set at all, locking the zone from being used. It was clear that Pepe was a menace and needed to be dealt with, and interestingly enough, Konami would deal with it in the most bizarre way we've seen yet. Back on February 4th, Konami would release a blog post to their official site, notably including what they were referring to as an adjusted list that took effect directly following YCS Atlanta on February 8th. This list would be enforced for all official events at the regional level and above, but leave it as optional for all card shops, allowing them to keep the previous list without losing their OTS status. The adjusted list would make 6 hits in total, being 3 bans and 3 limits, all targeted
Which is pretty big.
Bring me back to a time where they do this. I think it cannot be understated how good of a decision it is to deviate from your normal ban list schedule because you realized something you've published or released is too powerful. That is something we need. We need that. That is,
was this posted before?
Because mistakes in card design happen. Sometimes you make a card that's too powerful.
When was this streamed live on the 20th of August? This is before
the. There's nothing wrong with
if we
saying,
found out the
I
ban
think we
list.
kind of messed up on that card. Let's just go back on it. Like that's a good thing to do. It's a reasonable thing to do. Why have we stopped doing that?
Banning Plushfire, Damage Juggler, and Ptolemaeus, and limiting Skullcrobat Joker, Monkey Board, and Luster Pendulum. This was a massive kneecap to the strategy, as the Perform Age engine,
if your card shop did that, you'd never go back. I get it because
for certain
because think about it this way, right? Like the reason people would be mad, is think if you spend like $100-something each on your copies of these cards, and then the deck is no longer that playable, then you kind of just like neg a shit ton of money, right? Like it does suck. So I understand. And it's a stupid reason, because getting to play the game with the deck that's broken just to not have fun is kind of stupid, but like I also get it. It should never happen to begin with, and which is why it's still just a band-aid on the problem and not like a real solution, because people still got effed, but yeah. Your card shop would do a vote for what's just to play with. Yeah, I think a lot of locals would do that.
As well as the death of Infinity's usage in rank 4 decks. However, this would not be the end of Pendulum, as the strategy was still left with plenty of options to rebuild with, and that would be helped along by the announcement of an errata to Pendulum Sorcerer, correcting its mistranslation and now letting it search for all cards popped rather than just monsters, fixing its major error. This would leave the game in completely uncharted...
I'm pretty sure, by the way, that we already played with the errata version before that, because I'm not even aware that existed. I'm pretty sure the deck could already do that in these events, but I might be wrong because I didn't play in any of these YCSs. But I think the deck already did that. At least in Europe, I never remember it being a thing like that. Maybe I just forgot.
Territory, with the vast majority of shops adopting the adjusted list immediately due to it dealing with Pepe's oppression, with only a handful not adopting it, leaving most to question why the list was done this way at all, leaving the entire community to watch the next couple of set releases and events to see what direction the game would take.
Ooh, Phantom Knights.
I love this set. Wing Raiders.
Wing Raiders. Release date, February 12th, 2016. Set type, deck building set.
I mean, just Phantom Knights are really cool.
Raid Raptor, Super Quan. Impact,
hybrid
threat will rise. Wing Raiders would be the third attempt at bringing the deck building set concept to the masses, and it would not disappoint, bringing 2 new archetypes and the main block of support needed for an existing one. Raid Raptor was the existing archetype, debuting back in Secrets of Eternity, consisting of a series of level 4...
Yeah, they barely debuted. Like, that deck was not a real deck.
Ranking up into their more impressive bosses with rank up magic spells. Tribute Lanius can dump a Raid Raptor card from deck to turn summon, and search as a rank up magic in main phase 2 if it destroyed something in battle that turn. Last tricks.
Nah. We like birds here. Certain birds we may dislike, but
itself in a Raid
birds
Raptor
are fine.
Have a spell, trap on field or engrave, and contribute itself to summon a Raid Raptor Exceed from extra deck with its effects negated, returning it.
We're ornithologists.
Attached to search a level 4 Darkwing Beast. Satellite Cannon Falcon is a rank 6 that can Feather Duster the opponent if summoned with a Raid Raptor monster. Blocks responding to that effect, and can detach to drop an opponent by 800 attack for every Raid Raptor engrave. Call can summon a Raid Raptor with
Raid Raptor is cool. Every single one of you, the only reason why you're saying Raid Raptors are cool is because they were never meta. I'll guaranteed we have one Raid Raptor meta. You guys know what I mean. You guys immediately know what I mean. 2 days in, you are sick of it. I promise.
They
look cool. I never thought I never said they didn't look cool. Sure.
a Raid Raptor Exceed, then rank it up into a Raid
That's
Raptor
not what it's
2
about.
ranks higher. While absolutely interesting support, easily the most eye-catching of this support for general use was Force Tricks, as its search was fairly generic in the current meta being able to search Zephyros. But in Archetype, the talking point was absolutely Soul Shade Force,
I
being
thought
the best
that
rank up
Jesse
magic the
was
Archetype
cooked.
had seen thus far.
I
With Satellite
mean, I
Falcon
get
now
it.
being a
Not
desired
the biggest
target
fan of
to
Raid
summon with backrow
Raptors.
nukes.
I don't
But
hate it
overall,
though.
it's
With the
There's
same
only two options,
like
guys.
test it.
Someone at
Josh does.
Konami either really loves birds, and that's why they put the most powerful cringe effects on it, or they really hate birds, that's why they put cringe effects on them. There's no in between. Someone in the
Team
world
Moss,
is
thank you so much for the
responsible
sub.
for
Appreciate
what
it.
is going on with birds and Yu-Gi-Oh! But you're not ready for that discussion yet.
still leave Raid Raptor on the fringes of rogue play, barely scratching the surface. Phantom Knight was a series of haunted articles of clothing, with each having an effect that banished themselves from grave for
Dude,
some form of
Phantom Knights
access
are
to the
so
deck.
awesome.
Ancient Cloak on field can boost a dark by 800 by swapping itself to defense, and can banish
This
itself
is
from
my
grave to search
shit.
of the Phantom Knights card, which is effectively the monster line. Silent Boots can special summon itself from hand if you control a Phantom Knight, and can banish itself from grave to search a Phantom Knight spell trap, and Ragged Gloves gives a Dark Exceed made with it 1000 attack, and can banish itself from grave to dump a Phantom Knight's card from deck to grave. The payoff for these is Break Sword, a rank 3 that can detach one to pop a card on each field, and if
God, I
destroyed can
missed
revive
these
2 Phantom
cards.
Knights at the same level, boosting their levels by 1 each. Meant to tie in their anime users' boss monster of Dark Rebellion Exceeds Dragon from new challengers. Their traps fall into 2 categories, those that summon themselves as monsters, and those that can be banished from grave to revive a Phantom Knight's monster, with Fogblade able to negate a monster's effect on field and blocking it from attacking or being attacked.
Oh,
Sword
man, I
boosting a
missed
monster by
these.
800 and destroying itself to protect its monster, and Wings
Sword was
boosting a monster by
unplayable. Wing
500
was a
and
one of
giving
that I
one-time
played.
destruction
I liked
prevention
it.
that turn. With this support, Phantom Knights would immediately see experimentation as a rank 3 strategy, with the main line getting access to rank 3s and Fogblade,
Good old
being
Dante.
effectively a searchable fiendish chain, though its true
Dante.
home in the meta will be discovered
Dante.
shortly after. Lastly were the Super Quants, a series of Power Ranger
These are
inspired
whatever.
monsters and their mechs,
Power
each being a
Rangers.
different level and having a corresponding exceed of the same rank. Red Layer is level 5, can special summon itself if you control no monsters, recurs a Super Quant card on summon, and if sent to grave revives a Super Quant other than itself. Green Layer is level 4, summons a Super Quant from hand when summoned, and when sent to grave can discard a Super Quant to draw a card. And Blue Layer is a level 3, able to search a Super Quant
Wow,
on
I
summon,
never
and when sent to
realized how
grave-
broken Red Layer was. As far as like multiple effects, Red Layer is kind of crazy. If this card is sent to the grave, you can charge a Super Quants in your grave, except Red Layer summon it. I did not know it had that ability. Red Layer is like ridiculous. This card is just like a +2 with no normal summon committed. This is crazy card. Blue and green were very whatever though.
can shuffle back 3 Super Quants from grave. Their mechs all share an effect to attach a Super Quantum monster from hand
I
or
played
field to
Grand Pulse
themselves
a
once
lot.
per turn,
That's about
and
it.
cannot attack unless they have material. With Grand Pulse able to detach to pop a spell trap, Ouroboros able to detach to flip a monster on field face down, and Magna Liger able to detach to pop a monster, with all 3 able to use these effects as quick effects if their corresponding Super Quantum is attached. Super Quantal Fairy Alphon is the enabler for the deck, able to make all monsters you control levels match that of a Super Quant on field, and contribute itself to reveal 3 different Super Quant monsters in deck, then have the opponent pick one at random to special summon to the field while putting the others in grave. Their field spell Magna Carrier can discard a card to exceed summon a Super Quant
You just need to hit
its
Red Layer,
corresponding mech
right?
any number of times in a turn. But more importantly, if you have all 3 Mech Beast exceeds on field or in grave, can send itself to grave to use all 3 as material to exceed summon Super Quantal Mech King Great Magnus, who floats into the 3 mechs when sent to grave and gains effects based on how many materials it has, with 2 or more letting it detach to quick effects spin a card back into deck. 4
This
or more
deck
letting it
was,
get
like,
unaffected by card
rogue
effects,
playable
and 6
for
or
a
more
bit.
blocking the opponent from adding cards
It's a
from
deck I don't
hand
know
by
very
card
well,
effect. Magnus
truthfully.
was
So
without
like,
question what you were building
I've had
for.
a few people request for me to play this on the channel.
Being effectively a
I
tower
just never
system
have
for materials, which is
because
fairly
I don't know
reliable
it
as you
that
hit
well,
stage,
but
thanks to the field spell
I
most
could
likely
try and
summoned
learn
the
it, I
last
guess.
turn right before, meaning you'd have at least 4 materials with that exceed still having its pilot. Super Quant would be a rogue level strategy almost immediately on release, but unfortunately suffered in the meta primarily thanks to the Kaijus already being in most players' main or side decks. They would see play, however, as an engine for some decks, as Blue Layer was a
Teleport,
level 3
right.
psychic, making it accessible with emergency teleport, being yet another rank 3 enabler that could also search for Red Layer, but they'd find a more interesting home soon enough. Aside from this, Grand Pulse would also find general play as a rank 3 spell trap removal piece, seeing play in Burning Abyss and any other rank 3 deck for that utility. YCS Prague would follow 2 weeks later, and very notably was the first
Prague.
YCS under the new adjusted list, seeing a widespread of decks in the meta.
Oh yeah, this one was already post-adjusted list. So it wasn't a tier 0 Pepe anymore, but it was at that one we still all did Ariadne, set strikes and stuff like that.
Following the death of Pepe,
Lumber
Draco
Cosmo,
Pals would be
though.
the standout of the event, adapting Pepe into a more generalized
didn't even
pendulum
play this
pile,
Holland.
with the Draco Slayer pieces at the center of it all. Kovacic would take the event with Draco
Oh, I
Pals.
remember this. People think Penned Rising. It summons a pendulum from the deck. So you could use it with the donkey, which is whatever, or Army Knight. Right. And it summons Pen Sork, and then you set up your scales that way. Jesse reacting to Josh reacting. How further does this go? I don't think it goes down any further, unfortunately, but this is the reactception. You like playing Super Quantals with Dangers? I can't say I've ever tried it.
Playing a list similar to Dark Pepe lists we'd seen before, but with the hits cutting the entire performance side of the deck, focus more into the dark package of Armageddon Knight, Zephyros, and Shaddoll Dragon. Cosmo would make it to second place here thanks to the slow transition of the deck into Tin Can Turbo, adding in more copies of Call the Haunted and Oasis to take advantage of the grave setup provided by
People
the
start
level 1
cutting
pilot,
reasoning.
still readily abusing emergency teleport for the strategy. Monarch would see a little more experimentation to their builds, with the top 4 version playing copies of Super Quantum Red Layer as
There's also another experimentation that you can do with Monarch cards. I wonder if we'd mentioned the FTK.
a special summonable body that could also double up as a tribute summonable monster
pretty
to
sure
trigger your
it's
Monarch
top
spell traps
two.
like Domain in return. Phantom
Oh,
Knights would take a
the
top 32 spot
Royal
on the
Magical
main
Library
route,
shit.
utilizing Blue Layer and Ghost Ogre with emergency teleport as rank 3 enablers as well as protection with Ghost Ogre, as well as the now staple rank 3 enablers of Terror Top
Wait, what's the reason to play Blue Layer in this? Because there's no search
It was just a 2000 defense teleport target, if I remember correctly. Oh, I think it has another effect, right? It shovels itself back. Is that what it did? I feel like there was something else. Oh, let me open up this, actually. Quantal. Blue layer. Discard sent to the grave, charge 3 super quants in your grave, shuffle them back. Yeah, so you could just... It made sure you only had to play one, and you could shuffle it back with teleport. So it's better than Ogre, because in the grind game, it wasn't dead. That's why. I also shuffled back Grand Pulse, right? Which sometimes matters. Not really, but sometimes.
Target for it, is there? E-Telly? I understand you summon it with E-Telly, guys, but you can summon any level 3 with E-Telly.
Yes, you're getting trolled by the chat.
It revives itself? What do you have to do to Super Quantal Blue Layer?
Oh, it makes Grand Pulse quick effect. I forgot about that as well.
If this card is sent to the grave, you can target up to 3 super quants in your graveyard shop. Okay, so you have infinite targets for it. Grand Pulse buff? No, that's what I thought, but they don't play Grand Pulse in this extra deck even.
Grand Pulse should have been there. Grand Pulse is very good.
There's no Grand Pulse in here. So that was not the reason. That's what I thought too. But then when I saw they didn't play it, that's why I was like, okay, well that's weird. Because why not just play like multiple copies of Ghost Ogre then or something, right? Like only because it recycles itself? I don't know. But okay.
Tom Borg. Berlantian would take a top spot here, marking its comeback into the meta, with Nephthys making the strategy viable to play once again following the call out tier 0 mega threat that was keeping them out, marking itself as a viable rogue option in the newly forming metagame. Lastly, and probably most doom and gloom on the format, Chicken Game FTK cracked into the top 16, utilizing various amounts of draw spells ranging from the Chicken Game line to Aether and Erebus to fuel draw spells like Cards from the Sky and Trade In, to Tune Table of Contents, thinning the deck with blue.
No extra deck. 3 structure decks, live equalizer, magical explosion, FTK, dude. It's not right.
Toon Dragon to facilitate the older library magical explosion FTK, which while not meta defining, it was still an annoyance to deal with an active and consistent FTK.
So basically, live equalizer makes it so that the difference between your life points and your opponent's life points needs to be at least 8,000, right? So if you actually draw your entire deck here, you're gonna give them 3,000 life points with Upstart, putting them at 11. You can pay 3,000 for Chicken Games and 3,000 for Pseudo Spaces copying Chicken Games, putting yourself down to 2,000, which means the difference is 9,000 if you draw all of them. And funnily enough, this is only possible because Chicken Game pays life points, right? Only because Chicken Game pays life points. If it didn't pay any life points, this FTK wouldn't work. So what is supposed to be like a cost on Chicken Game makes this possible. Because if it wasn't for paying life points, you would have to have another FTK option that probably wouldn't work. Before Chicken Game, they ran Toon World, but that wouldn't work either. The difference needs to be 8,000. You would need way more than a Toon World.
Chicken Games would also give them life
points. 4 days after Prague, the Zexal Manga Volume 8 would release, bringing an extremely powerful new promo to the fold. Number S39 Utopia the Lightning is a white lock green material rank 5 that can also be overlaid onto any rank 4 Utopia monster. Stuns responses from the opponent while attacking, and can detach 2 materials while it has Utopia underneath.
This card was important. I forgot about it.
Battle, being an out to almost every single monster in the format that can be destroyed in battle, becoming almost instantly a staple of the rank 4 boss.
Yeah, very much so.
Vegas would be 2 weeks later, and while the spread would mostly hold true to the result of Prague,
I think he forgot the UDS, right? Yeah, he just forgot the UDS, I think. That Ryan Murakami won with Cosmo.
New variants to popular decks would appear here for the first time that would completely reshape the meta over the coming months. The first would be a variant of Monarchs ending in top 32 that, notably, was not playing Domain. Because of this, and the only card in the strategy requiring an empty extra deck being Domain, the extra deck in turn was filled to the brim with options.
This list to play around. Is terrible. I don't remember this being so bad. Wow. Why is there 1 Aether? Okay, well, this deck got built way better later, but this version is not good.
With, most notably in rank 5 lines. The Prime
What did Escalation do again? Escalation let you tribute summon on your opponent's turn, right? I think Escalation gave you another tribute summon, I think.
Monarch, when revived from the grave, is treated as a level 5 normal light fairy, which in turn means that with 2, you can access one of the most desired rank 5s in the pool, Pleiades, in addition to other various threats, which also repopularize the Super Quants as engine pieces for Monarchs, with Blue Layer and E-Telly providing searches for Red Layer and providing tribute fodder, while Red Layer now pulls double duty from its previous role, as well as rank 5 access with Prime Monarch. This variant, known as Extra Deck Monarch, would evolve multiple times.
Pay attention to the Droll plus Durandal combo as well.
Over the coming months, and would cement itself as a cornerstone strategy throughout the remainder of the year through various tool additions. The other innovation would be in the topping Burning Abyss deck, as not only were they using the full suite of BA monsters,
BAPK!
This is why I wish they included names of the people that topped with these decks, because I would really be interested to hear who was the first person to top with Burning Abyss Phantom Knight.
I think this
PK
was an
Fire.
OCG deck. I feel like we knew about this before.
So I don't know who was like the first person to.
Brilliant wasn't
innovate
around
that.
yet.
Being
Yeah, it
tried.
was. It came out in Core, which is the same as the Cosmo decks.
A warrior from Bosch, but they were also using a small package of Phantom Knights from Wing Raiders. As it turns out, Phantom Knight meshed incredibly well with the Burning Abyss monsters, as they provided rank 3 access to Dante, as well as
Rhino wasn't good in this
access
deck.
tools like Fogblade.
I can't see past his sponsors, but if those aren't Terratops, I'd be shocked. I heard it's not, because Graph must be one of these, right? So it means not Terratops Akatomborg. That was so good in this deck. It's almost criminal those aren't here.
Which were insanely good for Burning Abyss. This variant, known as Phantom Knight Burning Abyss, or as it would be colloquially referred to as, would rise substantially
I
in
hated that
popularity
name.
following this
I hate
performance.
that name so much. Josh just moved over to the other side of the screen. Oh, people wanted to see the deck list. Oh, Masker Restrict. Everyone's favorite.
It would only grow more powerful with a certain import in the next
Am I
set
supposed to
release.
follow
Adam
Josh?
Borowski would take the event on Draco Pals, utilizing Guiding Ariadne with Solemn Scolding added to the counter trap line, alongside Archfiend
Hop
Eccentric
our
with
way
double
over.
duty as both removal for the opponent's pieces, as well as a way to trigger Ariadne.
I love
This
Archfiend
leaded to the
Eccentric.
Gears Gold series a week later.
Now
And
he's
this was geared up to
bigger
be
than-
one of the biggest Gold series releases in years, thanks to a major set of reprints, as well as a certain import that would change the meta forever.
Oh God.
Oh, but that covers my chat
No.
now.
Release date, March 18th, 2016. Set type, import.
Damn it,
reprint.
Josh.
Basic strategies, Cosmo,
One
Burning
second.
Abyss. Impact, price ceiling lowered.
Ah.
and a meta
Beatrice,
It's very fitting we're
Beatrice.
talking about Beatrice today because it's her last day in the TCG, right? We're watching her introduction to the TCG, and later today we're gonna watch her being banned.
Infinite Gold was the third of the premium gold line in the 8th gold
This is
series
a
overall.
mess.
Yes,
Once again
yes.
aimed at bringing a couple of OCG imports in addition to reprints that may or may not actually be relevant to the meta when they're received. This time, however, Konami pulled no punches, as not only there were reprints that were actually relevant, reprinting the entire Cosmo Core, Max C, Burning Abyss Core, and various Draco Pals tools, but its imports would be some of the most impactful ones we've seen in years. Most were on the generically useful side this time.
People
with Star
spamming
Charge Warrior being
Copium?
a level 6 generic
They
sync card
don't
that draws
know.
one on sync or summon.
Josh
Number
has the
9,
inside
Joel
info,
Card being
guys.
trap
Josh
activatable for
always
set,
knows
and summons
everything.
itself as a level 4, and number 38, Hope Harbinger Dragon
Josh
Galaxy being a rank 8.
Is John Konami. You guys thought it was some hidden figure, but the best way to stay hidden is to hide in plain sight. This is your John Konami.
The spell negate, battle redirection for your other
It's criminal how
Oh,
some of
sorry,
these
he's German. Johann Konami.
cards, like specifically, I think Stardust Charge Warrior, to this day, it came out 8 years ago, by the way. Stardust Charge Warrior does not have a printing in non-gold rare. It has a premium gold print and a maximum gold print, and I think that's it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's correct because I think I checked.
Did you just pull L and all pull? I don't black. Did you just pull an unusual? Or I'm having so much problem reading the sentence. Oh my god! Did you just pull unusual suspect? I don't know what that means. You're not supposed to do unusual, right? It's supposed to be usual. That's tripping me up so much. Holy shit. All the money from gambling machines allowed him to buy potions of youth. Oh, I'm a fan of this card. I'm a big fan.
Like a while ago. Dude, it's 8 years old.
monsters, and a permanent attack buff anytime an Exceed you control dies. But as good as these generic pieces were, they were not what was most focused on. Beatrice, Lady of the Eternal, was a rank 6 that could also be summoned over a Dante monster by discarding a Burning Abyss. Unable to use her effect the turn.
It had a super printing. Prove it. Where? Where?
Maybe an AC calendar? I don't remember if
Where was
did.
it printed in super?
Is someone going to say in the OCG? In the OCG, yeah.
In the OCG? Shut up.
Be summoned this way.
This is where I'm thankful my chat's not trolling me as much as they're trolling Josh. He has to deal with all that bullshit.
Able to detach one to quick effect send any card from deck to grave. Burning Abyss would be the first time a TCG exclusive archetype was actually good, and because of that, when the OCG imported it to the game in mid to late 2015, in order to ensure the archetype wasn't outpaced by other archetypes already in the game, they would receive a single new piece of support, being Beatrice. This would start a trend in the OCG of getting 1 to 2 new cards for previously TCG exclusive archetypes to help boost their playability on occasion when
And they're being
importing,
better than every
which ended
card
up
we
making
have.
Burning Abyss a tier 1 threat in the OCG almost immediately on release. As for the TCG, Burning Abyss had never really left the meta since its inception, and with the recent results at Vegas, had actually undergone a
Pepe
resurgence
kinda
in
phased
PK
it out.
Fire. So Beatrice was undoubtedly poised to make an impact, giving the
Why does it not just say 2 level 6 Burning Abyss monsters?
2 level 6 Burning Abyss monsters. Did you want this card to be unplayable? Oh, on top of the other one. Okay, never mind. Okay.
The entire universe changes if that's the case, dude. The entire... I'm pretty sure we have no problems if that's just on there. And you can't convince me otherwise. Because there are none. No, there are. That's the reason why she's the rank 6.
You have to watch out writing in Josh's chat and knowing that I'll watch it. Yeah, occasionally I'll see something very sus going on over here, and I have to call it out. And then I see the name, and they're also in my chat, and I'm like, Something's going on.
It's because Burning Abyss is either level 3 monsters, rank 3 monsters, or level 6 synchro/rituals. That's why she's a rank 6. Because you can summon her by overlaying Virgil and Malacoda, guys.
Virgil and Malacoda.
Strategy effectively a Lavalval chain, but better. YCS San Jose would be the same weekend, and though it appeared not much had changed here, a couple of small impacts from Infinite Gold would
No
be felt,
BAs,
such as the
really?
rise of popularity of Cosmo as a more budget-friendly option with a full reprinting of the
Interesting.
archetype,
Playing Cosmo. Playing Cosmo.
and the inclusion of Hope Harbinger into Draco Pals thanks to their easy access to level 8s in
Yep.
the Draco Slayer boss,
That made sense.
which would be seen in first place Alejandro Garcia's Draco Pal list. YCS Houston would be 3 weeks later, and this particular YCS would be a tipping point of sorts for the TCG at this point. By now, all of you should be aware of the Hand Trap Max C, released back
Oh, what does that card do? Quick effect, you can send this card from your hand to the graveyard. This turn, each time your opponent special summons a monster, immediately draw a card. You can only use this effect of Maxi once per turn. Okay.
in 2011, and how it's consistently seen side deck
Pretty
play
good.
in any format with a deck that special summoned heavily for its main game plan, but also had many formats at this point where it wasn't the greatest option due to decks being popular in the format that would get you
All my
maybe
homies hate
tops.
Maxi.
This particular event would mark the beginnings of what would be Maxi's reign over the TCG, as this format was filled to the brim with decks that all love to special summon multiple times a turn to build their end boards, which would become the norm for the game as a whole moving into later 2016 and especially into 2017, which in
Yep.
turn caused Maxi to move from its home in the sideboard into the main deck at 3 copies in almost every single top 32 list here, which would stay for the remainder of its time.
Took 5 years to become good, by the way. Okay, that's just yapping. This
Yeah.
card was already good
Copium.
in multiple formats prior to this. Everyone knew Maxi was a good card when it came out. It just had ons and offs because some formats were more explosive, some formats were less explosive. The point is, now is when every deck is
You
becoming.
don't know if there's anybody who likes
slowly but
Maxi.
surely,
I
right?
unfortunately know
So,
that's not
like,
true. I've seen
it's-
so many people bitch about
This
Maxi.
is where it actually becomes
I
a
mean,
problem
like,
because
bitch
prior
about
to
Maxi not being
2016,
legal.
There's a lot of formats where Maxi was like playable into some decks and not great into others, and that's why it was sometimes main, sometimes sided, sometimes not played at all because it wasn't always great. But now is when like Maxi is good against everything.
In the TCG. As for the meta itself, while decently diverse in its spread, there were easily 4 candidates for top deck of the format, being that of Draco Pals, PK Fire, Cosmo, and Monarch.
Oh my god, dude. It's crazy that we're talking about Maxi on the day it gets unbanned. You want to see the world burn, dude.
With each having multiple viable variants to play.
We know
PK
the
Fire was
future.
without question the talk of the event, peaking at top 4 here.
Are there any
With the
dual nuts
addition of
coming
Beatrice to the
soon?
deck, the goal was
I
now
don't think
unquestionably
so.
to reach her as fast as possible, which in turn meant that additional rank 3 engines were added to the deck. in
Yeah,
order
this
to
looks a lot
respond
closer to a
reliably
standard
access
list.
Beatrice, specifically in that of Speedrun
I like
Airtop
three,
Conqueror, who not
three
only
Beatrice,
accessed
though.
Dante for Beatrice, but also didn't take the normal summon, allowing for the summon
Dude, the reason why I never played BAPK may just be the fact that it had to play stupid Tekettenborg, dude. I hate that card so much.
of a tool like Tour Guide.
Nah,
or
you'd
Phantom
make that
Knights
card
after.
work with Leviair. That shit was nice. Oh, this card was terrible. Mass Change was awful.
There would also be an odd variant to see top 32 here of BA, known as Norlaris BA, which aimed at supplying Sky Scourge Norlaris
Emrit was a Maxi apologist because he plays fucking Flu. He doesn't know the pain. Emrit's like, he's like, yeah, guys, I beat full Fire King Field plus 3 hand traps at Worlds. And then we'll ask what hand traps, and he'll be like, Maxi Ghost Mourner. Like, what? Nice hand traps versus your Flu deck. Like, why even tell us you played through 3 hand traps? Your opponent had 3 Garnets.
players with Beatrice as the fairy required, allowing BA
No
to
shot.
access a board and hand nuke without much in terms of deck concessions. Infernoid would once again see top 32, still using
This deck was
Demagogia
ass.
and Boss, notably able to play through the popular Solemn Strike effectively as its summon effect can still be used from the grave. Merlantian would see another top 32, now also utilizing the Kaiju's more effectively.
He's the guy in the corner of the party with like the dunce hat on. It's like, they don't know I'm playing Flu. Oh my god, that's so funny. It's legitimately incredible how many people were Roach friendly until they played National for a bit. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, and once they experienced it, they'll know. But players who lived through it, like Josh and I, for years, for literal years, especially 2017, 28, like 2016, 2017 were pretty rough. 2017 was really bad. People kind of saw the light.
The Interrupted Kaiju Slumber package. Andre Torres would take the event on Draco Pals, utilizing both the Ariadne package as well as the new inclusion of number 38 to the extra deck lineup, able to match up well into the mirror with those options.
Monkey
With that,
board
a new
incident.
ban list would take effect on April 11th, 2 days after Houston, and with it, we'd see the finalization of the previous adjusted list changes in addition to a number of new hits. Newly banned were Chicken Game, putting an end to the popular FTK deck, and Wavering Eyes, as the spell was not countering pendulums as was hoped, but rather was just making them stronger while also being a silver bullet in the mirror match. Newly limited were Ignister Prominence, Wisdom Eye, and Draco Face Off, all as hits to Draco Pals, Reasoning as a hit to Cosmo and Infernoid, Norden and Upstart as hits to the popular staples, and Thousand Eyes Restrict returning from the ban section. Newly semi-limited were Emergency Teleport as a hit to Cosmo and the Super Quant engine for Monarch, and Debris and Allure returning from 1. Lastly, unlimited were Demock with an Errata,
Allure mattered
Pagodia,
for me, yeah, that was
Advanced Ritual
nice.
Art, and Crush Card Virus, all being seen as acceptable in the current environment. This list took aim at the continued success of Draco Pals far more than any other strategy in the meta, and for good reason. While the meta had diversified
Yeah,
quite
surely one Norden is fine. Surely one Norden is fine. The second Norden
Yeah, one of many brilliant Konami decisions.
is what really gets you, right? Right, guys? The first one's okay.
Substantially, Draco Pals was still the top deck, taking just over 40% of tops since
I
the
forgot it got
adjustments.
limited,
So
to be
while a
honest.
hit was necessary, it may have been too much considering the meta adjustments that were still being felt from the release of Beatrice. And if one card could change a deck's meta viability,
It's a great tactic from Konami, though. Start of Master got into paper, probably because you don't have to include the same 9 cards every game. I think there's no question the Master Duel is very healthy for Yu-Gi-Oh!
once, it was
So,
sure to be able to do it
yeah.
a second time, as the next side set released the same week was bound to shift something in the meta, though not in a way most players would appreciate. Millennium Pack. Release date, April 15th, 2016. Set type,
Oh, no,
import
it's
set.
Part of the
Basic
Mice, let's
strategies,
go!
Cards from the original anime.
Let's
Impact,
Oh,
go!
this only just come out here? I thought it was earlier.
you go for a draw 3. Millennium Pack would be yet another side set aimed at printing niche cards from the original anime, similar to Dragons of Legend before it, and for the most part would be forgotten in the long term as just another side set in the sea of new products from the Arc 5 era. However, there were 2 specific cards that appeared on this particular set that would
Sphere
catch the eye
mode.
of the casual observer, and they would both provide
Well, it's 3, right? Sphere mode, left arm, and... Well, Jurigato, this set was actually not that bad, right? Because Jurigato is playable in Cosmo. No, this set was not 2016. This set was 2015. This set, yeah, no, this was already out. I'm almost certain it was already out. This doesn't make sense. I thought this set was already out. $2016. What was Jurigato? And was Jurigato in this? This is not Jurigato. What the fuck am I thinking out? Oh, I'm thinking of Duels Pack Battle City. Oh, okay. I'm thinking of Duels Pack Battle City, which is Jurigato and no. Is left arm offering this set or the other set? No, Sphere mode is not Millennium Pack. Sphere mode is... Okay, I'm mixing up the 2 sets.
significant benefit to the user for a heavy cost. The first of these was Left Arm Offering, allowing you to, if you have 2 or more cards in hand and are fine with unlock from setting cards that turn, banish your entire hand to search for any spell from your deck. While this was insane on paper, the practicality of it would be immediately suspect, as locking you
Just one Worlds with it. Let's go.
from setting first meant you couldn't save any part of the hand, as it all had to go for the search, which would see some experimentation, but for the time being was too heavy a cost for the insanely powerful.
Game design wise, the problem with Left Arm Offering is basically if it's ever worth it to play this card to search another card, that other card is probably very problematic. Is the short of
grass.
it. If there's ever a card that's worth searching off of Left Arm Offering, that card has to be insane.
Upside. On the other hand, Card of Demise could draw until you had 3 cards in hand, blocks the opponent from taking more damage that turn, locks you from special summoning for the entire turn, and discards the entire hand in the end phase. This card, though, didn't block you from setting, which
If I'll say it, if we didn't have floodgates, this card would be hella cool.
opened an entire can of worms
Paleo
on the format known as Demise decks. Decks that
That's
specialize in setting
finest.
a ton of back row, getting up to a
Unfortunately,
draw
we do
3
have
off,
floodgates,
and then setting
so-
more, standardly paired with a strategy that could take advantage of the back row to either play a stun game more often than not, like in the case of Demise Clifford, or to fuel massive recursion plays, such as the case of Demise Cosmo. Both of these strategies would be seen as immediately meta viable thanks to the spell, though it would take a little to truly catch
People
on.
played
Clifford was
Klee?
recently out of the meta at this point, and Cosmo had a whole different thing going on with Tin Can Turbo, though soon would adapt. YCS Santiago would be 2 weeks later, and with the recent ban list changes, PK Fire would rise rapidly into its new dominant top spot.
God, the Dark Flash
Flash
shit was terrible.
Who didn't make his list public. All in all, though, this event showed us that despite the drop in performance from Draco Pals, the remainder of the meta sat unchanged, with most waiting to see if the next core set could kick up some kind of shift in the metagame as a whole. Shining Victories. Release date, May 6th, 2016. Set type, core set. Major strategies, Blue Eyes, Amorphage, Lunalite. Impact, a custom-built meta.
Lunalite.
Shining Victories would be the second core set.
This one's so
and was
funny.
pretty much built
This
as a
one's
Blue Eyes
very
set.
funny.
So let's just dive into them. Blue Eyes would see a massive overhaul to its support, seeing an entire archetype of sorts spawn around its previous pieces from the old saga of Blue Eyes structure deck
Good
back
old
in the
Blue
5Ds
Eyes
era.
cards.
Dragon Spirit of White was always considered a Blue Eyes card.
Emery will tell me a lot about Klee Demise. You ask him. I think I have zero intention of doing that.
Sage with Eyes of Blue searches a level 1 light tuner on normal. Yes, that does include Valor, and can be discarded to turn an effect monster you control into a Blue Eyes monster from your deck, which conveniently triggers
Blue Eyes cards were
effect
so
chooses its cards
bad,
and
but
effect monster.
after the ban list in September, there was nothing else that was
Still
playable.
engrave at the end of the turn, and can banish itself from grave to recur a Blue Eyes monster. Blue Eyes Twin Burst Dragon must be fused with 2 original Blue Eyes, or by sending 2 to grave from field. Can't be destroyed by battle. Can attack twice on monsters, and banishes anything it attacks but doesn't destroy. Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon is a level 9 synchro.
This card is ridiculous because this card has like multiple different effects that are all aimed at countering one specific deck in the format, right? You have like, what is the format? Pendulum. Neither player can special summon 2 or more monsters at the same time. Pendulum countered. When an effect or of a card in the graveyard is activated, you can negate the activation. Really good against BA. During either player's turn, you contribute the synchro summoned card special, a light dragon type synchro monster from your extra deck in defense position. You have a bunch of different targets that would be good in other matchups.
Yeah,
Like the
Azure
graveyard
Rise
effect
was
is also really
Cosmo.
good against BA and what's it called? And Monarchs. And it's also good against Cosmo. Yeah. And then Azure Eyes is like unoutable by some decks.
That takes a tuner and a blue eyes, blocks both players from summoning multiple monsters at the same time, can negate a grave effect once per turn.
But I
and
hate
contribute itself
Pendulum,
on quick effect
so
summon
I'm
a
never
light dragon
mad to
synchro from
see
extra deck, except
anti-pendulum
itself, destroying it
cards.
in the end phase. The support was honestly really solid. Sage had insane versatility in that it could search for a stone or Veiler depending
Yeah,
on your
I remember
open, or it could be
Cleatomize.
discarded to convert a monster
It's
into Dragon's Spirit
no,
deck,
I
which in
remember
turn goes
Cosmotomize.
against macro with
Cleatomize
synchro
though was
managers
not
and Spirit
something I
could just
remember
tag
that
out.
well.
Stone also meshed well with the previous Stone of Legends as an insanely valuable.
Is this the year Blue Eyes won the World Championship? It is that year, yes. Blue Eyes is going to win the World Championship in 2016. But I guess we'll get to that, and we'll talk about the
format's
reasons
very
why it did that
scuffed.
when we are there in the video.
Valuable cards of consonance target, getting another body at the
Were
end
you
phase
there? No,
or
I was
recursion
not,
for a
I was
piece,
not at
which
World
could both be used on different turns. Spirit Dragon though was the major talking point, as its effect was almost handcrafted for the current meta. Blocking multiple special summons at once was a clear middle finger to pendulums as a mechanic, and the grave negation effect seemed tailor-made for a matchup like PK Fire. But at this time, Blue Eyes would be nothing more than a rogue option. While all of this sounds good on paper, at the end of the day, you're still very heavily reliant on the original vanilla Blue Eyes, which reminder is a level 8 vanilla, a brick in most cases, as well as Maiden, who used to be
Blue
a
Eyes
decent option to stall
Alternative.
or set up with, but now.
Wait,
Most decks might be
Alternative wasn't
breaking
out
things
yet,
that
right?
require
Alternative
quick
came out
stage, but
that
it doesn't
summer.
mean that they're always chomping at the bit to use them. And without a consistent way to access Spirit Dragon outside of Sage and Prey, the deck wasn't going anywhere for now. Luna Light is a series of beast warriors centered around combat and fusion summons, with each of their
All
fusions ranking
terrible.
up off of each other to get more and more powerful combat
This
effects,
deck
but
has
quite
never
notably,
never
were
really
clunky and not worth the
lived up
investment
to
due
what
to
it was
being easily
supposed to
dealt with
do.
before reaching the battle phase. The only notable points to the support here were Black Sheep, being a searcher for poly that was self-searchable with Tenki, and Tiger, whose revival effect being a soft once per turn meant that it could
so
theoretically
good.
provide an
Oh my
insane amount of recursion with cards that bounce it back to hand like Zephyros, but for now was left with no good targets to revive. Amorphage was a series of Dragon Pendulums that all lost special summons from the extra
cringe.
deck when Pendulum summoned or flip face up for the lower lands,
Same
and generally
reaction.
higher. Because
This
slots
shit was
require-
cancer. The pendulum decks that would just play like 3 Amorphage Sloths and then Kurins. I wanted to throw up. Like, what a fucking fun deck. Just vomit onto the field a bunch of Floodgate level 5 monsters and I feel like, ugh, what so terrible.
Pendulum summon for the higher levels. Slothier would see some play in decks thanks to it being a 1 tribute monster that you could search with various pendulum search cards that you could tribute summon at the end of a combo. Performapal, Odd Eyes, Light Phoenix, and Unicorn's effects mostly
Terrible.
don't matter outside of niche circumstances where Light Phoenix stays in scale to chump block for you.
It just mattered because like it was both Perform Pal and then Odd Eyes, which like kind of mattered because Sky Iris is pretty restricted to what it could do, but I mean, yeah.
What matters here is that they are both Performapal and Odd Eyes monsters that fill both a low and high scale requirement, meaning that Sky Iris can find its way back in a Pendulum list now that it can search something relevant that isn't named Pendulum Dragon. Cosmo Dark Lady is a level 5 pilot that can pay 1,000 to negate and destroy a monster effect with a standard pilot tag out. While disappointing
Rest in peace, James Earl Jones. Yeah, I mean, we all know this is supposed to be Darth Vader. It's not hidden very well.
Dark Lady was the only relevant new card Cosmo would receive in this wave. Dark Planet looks so cool, but it's just so bad. It did solve a massive issue in the
People
Tin Can
play
Turbo.
Dark Planet. There were versions of Cosmo that relied on Dark Planet.
Okay, people that play Dark Planet that were full coping. Like they weren't playing it because it was good. They were playing it because they wanted to play Death Star. And they were like, yippee, Death Star. I can't believe I said yippee. I'm gonna have to go fight Trish now.
Like there were like some, I think in Fire King Cosmo you could set up Dark Planet if you wanted to, and some people did that. It wasn't the optimal version, but it's
variant of the deck. That being a monster that you can
You
search
remember
with
my
Tenki to immediately
Lunalight deck
summon
from
after,
2019
before
with 3 in the
Tenki gets
Void?
banished by each
Yeah,
enemy
but
boss.
it's
Dark
barely
Lady giving
Lunalight,
Cosmo
right? It's just
more
rank
monster
4
game also
turbo.
provides them more versatility in the revival game plan, as you can negate a monster with Dark Lady without needing to waste a valuable Dark Destroyer pop on them, then potentially tack her into a Dark Destroyer later anyways. Thunder King, the Lightning Strike Kaiju, is now the strongest Kaiju at 3,300 attack.
It was
That's
tied,
It's
right?
just a better card to summon with IKS now. Angel Trumpeter is a level 4 normal tuner, meaning that for decks already experimenting with unexpected die, namely that of pendulums, they could easily tech this in as a one-of for easier access to things like Ignis or Prominence,
Yeah.
which with a limited luster is appreciated. Lecter Pendulum, the Drake Overlord, destroys both itself and a pendulum at the start of the damage step when battling, giving another solid Drake
I
Overlord
played
target
this
for
in
Draco face-off,
BA
which would have
because it
probably
beat Kieran. For the scale effect, I don't know why he's reading this effect. You just scale it and it's skill drain for pendulums.
been more relevant had the spell not just been limited. Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries can, if the opponent has more monsters, discard herself to reveal an extra deck monster and banish all copies of it from
Legally
the opponent's
required
extra
to
deck.
add the
This second
emote,
edition of
one
the Ghost
emote.
Girl lineup held some interesting applications in the current metagame thanks to the extra deck standardly centralizing pull as of late. Primarily with applications against Burning Abyss specifically, as by cutting off a BA player's access to Dante, you also cut them off
Fucking hate this card. I 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 hate this card.
of Beatrice. Still, most decks in the meta were not as heavily reliant on one specific card in the extra, so for now she'd be relegated to a side deck pick.
I am not adding the
Synchro
yippee
Dragon is a
emote.
level 8 synchro requiring a tuner and a non-tuner synchro, can negate and destroy a monster using its effect once per turn and gain its attack for the turn, and if it battles a level
Oh my
5 or higher,
God.
gains that monster's
Why?
attack. Talk about
This card made the once so cool BA mirror so ass. See, I can't really relate to that, but I'm sure it's like the BA PK mirror was better before.
Yeah, the BAPK mirror was incredibly intricate. It was so cool. And then they made the card that auto wins the matchup. Literally, like, it was only good turn 1 as well. After that, it didn't matter as much. But like, if your opponent opened up Reaper, it was fucked. Every other time the game was awesome, and it ruined it.
Reaper was released. I think so. Yeah.
An upgrade. Crystal Wing was everything Clear Wing was and more, with the only downside being that it now requires a synchro as material to make, making it much harder to access than desired. But luckily, there was already.
Which one do I
Such a
add? Is
cool
it this
card,
one?
Such tiny legs. You know what? I wish you did not tell me that. I have never paid attention to that, and I will never look at Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon the same way.
Huh.
Where are your legs, dude?
Okay. The bottom one? Oh, it's Merly? It's not
I've
even
never
animated.
Notice that. Shit. He has wings.
Congratulations,
not legs.
guys. Here's your yippee.
You can only have one? Bro, have you seen a dragon before? He doesn't need legs, he can fly.
Oh my
Huge into that
god.
in the card
Yeah,
trade.
yeah,
Because
spam
of the
your
level 8
yippies.
Dragon Synchro, Zulkin had found its target, able to cheat out Crystal Wing decks that could make it, though none had really become known by this point. Digital Bug Corvage would be one
Like
of the
how
payoffs
we're
to
not
the Digital
engaged
Bug
with the
archive
video
that
anymore, we're
being
just
a
engaged
rank
with
5
this
that could also
stupid
rank
ass
up over rank 3 or 4
7
in decks
TV
by attaching
emote.
two materials, able to detach one
Oh,
skill away and
God.
a monster, able to reattach a material from grave if a monster changes battle position on field. This, interestingly enough, could rank up
But
over
chat,
Brilliant, a generic rank 3
is
that's
it
already seeing
Enigma?
the occasional play in Burning Abyss builds, giving the rank 3 powerhouse yet another generic tool. Raid Raptor Ultimate Falcon requires 3 level 10 wing beasts to summon, or more simply, any number of the rank up magic spells being used on a rank 8 Raid Raptor is unaffected
No, it requires waking the dragon to be destroyed by your opponent.
by card effects, can detach to drop all opponents by 1,000 attack and locking them from using effects for the turn, and can
He
if it has a
hates
Raid Raptor's
birds.
material,
This card
drop
was
all
like
opponents by 1,000
never
attack
really a
or burn the opponent
problem.
for 1,000 if they control no face up
This
monsters.
didn't
Rank up
matter.
magic Skip Force lets you rank up a Raid Raptor Exceed 2 ranks and can banish itself and a Raid Raptor Engrave to revive a Raid Raptor Exceed. Between Skip Force and Soul Shade Force, Raid Raptor had
The
seen
bird
upgrading
has
in
no
new
legs
Rum
too.
spells, and Ultimate Falcon was finally a payoff worth ranking up too, being a towers that burned each turn or dropped.
I don't wanna go back, dude. This react is taking so long. We're not even halfway through yet.
To rise up further due to the ever-present Kaijus. Pre-preparation of rites can search a ritual spell from deck and a monster listed on that ritual spell from grave or deck. That's right, we buffed old rituals. Take that, neck.
It's not your
In
fault.
reality,
It's
a
just
buffed
another
old way of
case of Chairman Strongest. Oh my god.
Dude, the pre...
I need to make my own tier element emotes, right? Like, at this point, I have to own it. I have to own the tier element Strongest, right? Like, so if we have ideas, I think one of these streams, I'm just going to sit down with y'all and we'll talk out what's going to be good. I'll schedule this probably. I'll schedule what a time for us to figure out what emotes are good. You just found that you bell even after it'll be locking loses the grass pass. I mean, it doesn't if your opponent isn't ass, but yeah. Do an emote of... Okay, hold on. I need a screenshot far from being a dunce. Do an emote of you taking a shit, but it's a 5 card, but it's like 5 cards instead of poop. Okay, why don't you make that, Farfa? Why don't you make that? What is Jesse talking about? Very helpful suggestions. Make that the fartfa emote? Yeah, I can just make a fartfa emote, and it can be your face making, and you can be making a shit. It'll be like a little toot, a little bit of gas comes out, and some cards come flying out of your ass.
Preparation of rites is that they're feeding the bird to then sacrifice him? I've never looked at it that way. Bro, I should just not look at some of these card artworks up close.
Yeah, I've never noticed that either. Just having a
I feel like
feast
it's
is gonna eat it.
ruining, it's ruining my image of
Your childhood is ruined.
of Yugioh
Yeah.
sometimes. Bro, I wish I never looked at Crystal Wing's legs or what they are exactly doing on pre-preparation of rites, man.
Well,
They are
Honestly,
eating
I
the
thought
dogs. They are eating the local pets from the pond.
It's just an all happy little bird getting his food. I never noticed the people in the back. Like,
great design, but it still sat in a space of useless fame.
Oh,
Almost all the
America's a
relevant
shit
tools
show.
in 2016 were either tied to an archetype of generic ritual spells,
That's such a shitty country.
or far too slow or weak to
Fucked
justify
up.
running in the first place. This would grow in power though as new ritual designs would keep this particular
They're
card in
eating
mind,
our geese.
specifically in the fact that
Those
it
are
doesn't have to
Canadian
make
geese.
the
They're
monster summon
ours.
effect, it just needs
You
to
can't
make it,
take
period.
them.
Drowning Mirror Force completes the elemental retrains of
There
Mirror
you go,
Force series
Gambling
by only
Addict,
being
your favorite
activated
Mirror
when
Force is now
direct attack
released.
declared, spinning away all
Let's
its
go.
activation monsters. Without question, the best payoff.
Josh is a hater for
even beating out the
drowning.
shockingly good Quaking Mirror Force, but with the downside of needing the opponent to attack directly.
Sorry you can't use drowning to protect your paleos, Josh. This card is fine.
Who is going to play something like this? Yeah, so Demise decks already want to draw almost entirely back row and very little to no monsters, so drowning would fit perfectly into their lineups, which we'd see soon enough. Lastly,
A lot of
Fire King
decks I
Island
saw
could
just
summon a
tech
monster on
one
field
drowning.
to search a Fire King monster or could summon a Fire Wing Beast from hand
Yep.
once per turn. Nuking your monsters if sent to grave or banished. While a solid card for Fire Kings, giving the deck the ability to search for its key pieces while triggering their pop effects, the strategy still wasn't going anywhere with its current game plan. However, Island popping cards in the hand was such a unique effect it gives to an easily accessible field spell that it got the wheels turning. What all cards can trigger when destroyed by card effect all in hand? That's
Cosmos.
right, you bet. Cosmo. Every single ship's floating effect did not require it to be on field first, meaning you could pop a ship in hand to float into something like
This
Tin
deck
Can, which in turn started your
was
entire
terrible, by the
playline.
way.
But it couldn't be that powerful.
This deck was
could it?
absolutely
Weiss and Providence
terrible.
would be held 3 weeks after Shining Victory's release, and clearly a shift had happened, but in a very strange way overall.
So, y'all know that I have a bad tendency of making decklist errors, right? This decklist error from this event is probably the worst one I've ever had. So at 2016 Providence, so I couldn't go to every event back then, right? Because I was 16. This was driving distance for me, so we drove here with my family and some friends, or my dad, I guess, my dad and some friends. And I get deck checked round 1, and they're like, I'm playing BAPK. They're like, you don't have Farfa in your deck list. I'm like, what do you mean? And yep, turns out my deck list didn't have Farfa on it, so I had to take the Farfas out of my deck. And I was now playing a BA deck with no Farfas. And if you've played BA in this format, especially against Domain Monarch, you'll understand it is pretty much impossible to beat Monarchs without Farfa. So I dropped at X2 at 1-2. Sorry, 1-2. I dropped it 1-2 because I was like, yeah, this is not happening. That was pretty bad. That is probably the worst decklist error I've ever had. that was so rough.
had taken 13 of the top 32, with at least 4 of those being a new variant in Fire King Cosmo.
This
deck was
version of
ass.
the deck was super based and super fun. I played it at Nationals.
You better
in
say, but it's
2016.
terrible.
I think I got top 8 with it. It is, and this deck is really fun.
Come on, spit it
Unless
out.
You draw the chicken. If you draw the chicken, we don't talk about what happens when you draw the chicken.
This deck sucked. This deck straight up sucked. No Farfa is the best kind of Farfa. Yeah. Nah, I don't know why Josh hates BA so much. If he just played BAPK in this format, maybe he wouldn't like hate it so much. And like this crap deck, this deck was a fucking pile of garbage. This deck sucked. This deck sucked so bad. It was fun, yeah, but BAPK was more fun. And it was better. Monarch was fun, and it was better. This deck was bricky. It was just smaller fields. It was bad in a grind game. It was just a bad deck against a good player. Oh my god, it was rough.
The biggest downside of this deck, like I hated it for that. I hated it for that, but
Just
it was
don't
so
brick.
cool if you didn't draw the chicken. Was the chicken? The chicken was the only target for Fire King Island that you played. So that, because the only reason for playing Fire King Island was to just pop one of the Cosmos in your hand so that it would float into your, basically making every single, like if you opened Island plus a big ship, it was a crazy combo about to happen.
Island had clearly made an impact on the strategy.
Everyone was bad at
Seeing a
Yu-Gi-Oh
single
back
place
then.
where it could be searched by
I didn't think
character
people
point,
were
but the
overall
was,
worse.
if
We
you
had
the chicken
better
in hand,
resources
you also
now.
couldn't use the island. So basically it would all fall apart. Your deck was garbage if you drew the chicken.
the full access to your
I mean,
Cosmos
it's like
without
Garnet,
the
right?
normal
In
summon
Brilliant
or play
Fusion.
Telly. In addition, it was fairly simple to get the island off the board, so it wouldn't be a detriment later. As by popping a ship with it to float into Slip Rider, you could pop the island with it, which in turn would pop the slip to then
You would do like lines where you like float into Slip Rider pops island blows up your Slip Rider brings out Straw Man brings up something from Bandit, yada yada. It's really cool.
float into a pilot to start your lines without the island potentially nuking the board later. Demise Cosmo would also see its first
Yeah,
real
this is the
success
better
playing
version.
a slimmed down pilot and ship spread to make room for more
I never
revival
played this
craft,
deck, but I
floodgates,
feel like this is the best way to play the deck for sure. Cosmo Joe is such a crazy card as well. It does feel a little bit inconsistent though, I guess, is the biggest problem, but yeah.
responsive.
So the trick with this deck is that you can choose to resolve Card of Demise before activating Tin Can in the end phase, right? So you would go set up a Tin Can, set your hand, activate Demise, draw some more, go to set 5, have Tin Can, end phase, resolve Card of Demise, discard your hand, and then activate Tin Can to get a ship in hand. So you would end your first turn with Tin Can, 5 sets, and the ship in hand, and some ships in the graveyard as targets for races and call. And that was a really strong setup.
Why did they play Torrential over Fire King cards? Well, they don't serve the same purpose remotely. Fire King cards are the combo, Torrential's a trap.
And of course, Card of Demise, which could net massive draws for the deck given the right opening. Speaking of Demise, Cliffort would find a top spot here sporting Demise as well, also loading up on plenty of Cliffort tailored floodgates like
Oh, his reaction is one of disgust. Is this like Emery's list or something? No, this is Providence, so it's not Emery. But fucking pile of nonsense.
This is why we can't have nice things, dude. Card of Demise is such a cool, grindy card if you play a deck that doesn't rely on special summoning, right? Like, your deck is slower and stuff like
It's
that.
Jobber.
You know, all that, everything that people always want. They're like, dude, I want the game to be slower. And then, like, here's Card of Demise, which is really good in slow decks. And, okay, we're going to throw five floodgates in it. We just don't, maybe we don't deserve nice things.
and Rivalry of Warlords. In addition,
Surprised
to
there's no
new
lose one
round
turns.
Pendulum strategies would see a wide variety of tops here, ranging from your more standard Draco
Fuck
Pals variant
Kieran.
to a couple of Magispector variants, and even a Pendulum Magician variant. The Draco Pals and Magician variant specifically, though, are now sporting Sky Iris, not only as a way to protect the scales, but also to access the new odd-eye scales of Light Phoenix and Unicorn, rounding out their scale lines and giving yet another way to pop a pen scale. Extra deck Monarchs had overtaken their Domain Brethren to rule the slice of the pie
Yeah,
chart,
this
but
is a
very
more
specific
standard
development here would
version.
shift the deck
Shit
structure
was
even
fun.
more into the insane pile it was becoming. Brilliant Fusion, a card we've mentioned a couple times at this point, but not really had a reason to focus on in the meta.
This is the name of the game in 2016, is when every deck starts including bricks to make itself more powerful than other decks, right? BA is using the speedroids, which are not intended for it, right? So like the Teketomborg is a brick in BA. Monarchs start using Garnet, and a lot of other decks are using Garnet.
I love engines. I don't know why he's such a hater on this stuff. Like, Garnet's a pretty bad. Talking Borg isn't feasible. I'm not a
Quantum as
hater.
target for emergency teleport. The Fire King deck is the Cosmo deck is using the Fire King Island and Chicken package, which is a terrible deck if you draw the chicken, but really good if you don't. And it introduces a lot of variance into these kind of decks because like it's so much harder to play against the Cosmo deck when they draw Island and not the chicken versus when they draw the chicken and not the Island. It's like night and day, right? So it's like I thought it was really annoying, which is one of the reasons why for the European Championship that year I chose to play a deck that I don't think had any bricks in it, which was the Pendulum deck.
A game now had a true home and purpose because the engine sent a light for part of Seraphinite's
He despises
requirement,
BA
he sent
as
a day
well.
up for the summon,
I
which in
know,
turn would
I don't
cycle
get
back a
it.
Monarch spell trap that's
I don't get it. I need to have a
banished,
grudge
or
match
minor
with Josh
other
one day
Seraphinite providing an
to
extra
show
level
him
summon
the
is also
BA
insanely powerful for the strategy,
superiority.
getting access to multiple Monarch
I don't know why I
The
thought
burning
Seraphinite
abyss
was a light
supremacy.
piece to start using it for Pleiades. Oh yeah, it's Earth.
bodies on the first turn, which also meant that Erebus could now reliably hit twice on the first
Stereotypical
turn,
German
which is also a
obsession-
great benefit.
obsession
Arguably,
with
strongest part, though, was one
efficiency.
that was pretty
Yeah.
basic but effective. Seraphinite is a level 5.
I get it,
because of this,
though,
and Prime Monarch
but-
already abusing the rank 5 pool, Seraphinite could easily be turned into half a Pleiades.
Watch you
or
brick
traditional
again?
Ulysses.
I
And
Okay,
as
mean-
it's just not Pleiades, but you can still make Volcasaurus with it, or Shark Fortress, or Zenmayo, Adrius, the other ones, right? All of
the engine would become far more popular for Monarchs as the WCQ season spun up. Comet
Do
Zaman
you
would
still
take
ever
the
come
event
back?
with PK
Probably
Fire,
not.
playing a mostly standard build to what we've come to expect from the strategy. Notably,
is
turning
like-
the Ragged Gloves count down to 1.
This is what was standardized as PK Fire.
Yeah, this
for
was a
probably
very
the rest
normal
of the
list.
format. I think this list is pretty much the PK Fire list. If
My list was pretty similar. I played BLS. I played Wings as well, and I played not playing Reaper in the extra deck or in the side deck is Psycho. I think I played 3 Beatrice as well though.
you're talking PK Fire, like this is the ratios, right? This is the
I think
3
you
Twin
didn't
Twister,
need
3 Fog
Brilliant
Blade,
and
no
Corbage.
other
Has never come up.
craps. 3 boots, 2 cloak, 1 gloves, speedroids, 1 tour guide, 3 scarm, and like this is the standard for burning abyss Phantom Knights moving forward. Pretty much, right?
as it was easily the worst of the 3 Phantom Knight monsters in the main. The WCQ season would begin with Central America 2 weeks later, and for the most part, the meta had once again solidified around Monarch, Cosmo, Pendulum, and PK Fire, with multiple variants of each populating their section of the chart, most of which were known at
Very
the stage,
little.
but a new face would appear in some Monarch lists. Quick Draw Synchron had been experimented with for
Jack's
Monarch
Knight.
decks since the extra deck Monarch
Yeah. People were playing Angel's Witch and Jack's Knight. Angel's Witch was for what? It was to play under Rivalry, I think. Jack's Knight was higher attack, but Angel's Witch might have been the correct one.
but overall never really had a reason to be played over something like Red Lair until now. You see, its restriction on what can be synchro summoned with it only applies to things that are properly synchro summoned, meaning that by being an easily summonable level 5 tuner,
Oh, this is the quick draw version, and this version was shit, but like it was funny.
Ultimaya Sulkin, which in turn could access the new powerhouse that was Crystal Wing. This would add yet another option to the ever-growing pool of options for extra deck
Dude,
Monarch. with
Monarch
another
was so
interesting development
cool.
Also happening here
I
on
wish
Brilliant
this
Fusion
deck was
engine side.
playable
Rather
still.
than playing the Garnet to
Not
access
in a
the
floodgate
Cycle Back
version.
Spell Trap, as that line wasn't always live when playing the Brilliant out the gate like many wanted to do, Monarch would start opting for Gem Knight Lazuli and a normal monster of choice, in this case Jack's Knight, to cycle back to hand for a level 5 tribute summonable body
Why play 1 Garnet if you can play 3?
that could trigger return. This would evolve over the next few weeks to
Basically.
instead search Dark Witch specifically, because she's a level 5 light fairy that you can summon under Gozen or Rivalry with Seraphinite already on the board.
Yeah.
Brandon Gonzalez would take the event on extra deck Monarchs, notably also playing Lazuli as the Brilliant Fusion target, though wasn't playing a normal with it. Oceania would
What?
be held the same.
Why? Why play Lazuli over Garnet?
Notably also playing Lazuli as the Brilliant
What?
Fusion target, though wasn't playing a normal with it. Oceania would be held the same weekend, and although we have a top 16 breakdown for this event, we don't have much else, as at this point in time, Oceania was consistently the one event that saw absolutely minimal
Bowden must have got top too. You got second, right? You got second to this.
coverage. Matthew Caserio would win the event with Extra Deck Monarch,
That's Bowden. All right.
though we do not have a list for this. Interestingly enough, though it was normally frowned upon to hold
How did
Was that Bowden?
yeah? How did Josh not realize that sooner?
the event
With
with Extra Deck
Necros?
Monarch, though we do not have a list for this.
Yeah, this is also there's a Hearthstone coin. Look, there's a Hearthstone coin there. What even is this picture? This is Necros with the Hearthstone coin, and it's the wrong person. Bro just grabbed a picture of Australia and said, "This is all of Australia." Bam, there. That's good enough.
Interestingly enough, though it was normally frowned upon to hold a YCS during WCQ season, YCS Origins would be held just a week after Oceanics, and a couple of new additions to the variant files would be seen here for the first time. Magispector would be the newest deck to hop on the demise.
What is this? I don't even know what this card is. What is this?
It revives a pendulum.
Sacrificing its pendulum summon for the
It's
turn to
pretty
draw more
shit.
of the Magispector back row, which is actually
The
decently
hell?
potent thanks to Tempest and Tornado providing really solid interruption points, on top of being able to get Magispectors out of
Pendulum
the hand for
Reborn?
Demise by setting them as pen scales, similar to Demise Clifford. The other new variant was Burning Abyss Monarch, taking the Extra Deck Monarch game.
This is Darren Stevenson. This deck was fucking dog shit. I tested this deck for the NAWCQ. This is the brickiest pile of bullshit ever. When it pops off, it's fun and it's not that bad. But there are so many games with this deck where you look at your hand and you're like, why did I make the choices I've made to come here? What have I decided to do with my life? Because there'd be so many hands where you draw like the Prime Monarch, Kuraz, Domain, Farfa, and then like Return of the Monarchs, and you're like, great. You know, that probably isn't even the most unplayable hand you could draw. There were just so many hands that felt so Omega ass.
By now running an
This
entire
one's
Burning
wild.
Abyss core within the Monarch lineup
deck is-
to
this
provide
deck's
both
crazy.
tribute fodder in addition to Beatrice access, which set up your Monarch spell traps quite effectively. Jacob Finney would take the event on PK Fire, being a fairly standard outing for the deck at this stage. The South American WCQ would be held the same weekend, and aside from a strong showing from PK Fire compared to its competition, nothing too special would be at this event. Joaquin Petroni would take the event on Magispector Draco Pals, which at this stage was becoming almost the default variant of Draco Pals thanks to its access to Kieran, which boosted the potency of the board
Kieran.
significantly. Interestingly,
Cancer
there would be
card.
almost a 1 month gap between the remaining WCQs, in which time the newest Shonen Jump promo would be mailed out, being number S0
Oh,
Utopic
fuck.
Sex.
Who loves floodgates?
Do not understand who in their right mind designed number S0 Utopic Zexel. This is I cannot fathom how you would.
Fair and balanced card. Yeah.
Able to be overlaid onto a
They were
Utopia
like,
monster
you
by
guys
this turn,
like
rank up magic,
Shockmaster
can't
so
have it summon
much?
negated,
Let's
lock
give you
respond to its
Shockmaster
turn, gain
too.
1,000 attack and defense for each material, and can attach on the opponent's turn to lock them from activating cards or effects that turn. This card was a house, being able to lock the opponent effectively out of their deck. on their
Cordero
turn
had
with an
game.
insanely
Yeah, I
powerful
remember that
deck,
as
but it
well.
suffered in its summon requirement. At this stage,
Furman
the
also
reliable
punted in the finals, I'm pretty sure. In the it was that finals, right? I wasn't at that event.
search for rank up magics, meaning that the only deck that could reliably make it was one that was already playing rank ups in the first place. Raid Raptor would adopt this boss into
Okay.
their lineup quite easily thanks to already being chock full of level 4 stacks as Utopia.
That's a
Though this
editing
wouldn't be the
choice.
best meta placement at all for now. While we do need to still talk about 2 more WCQs and a set release, I'm going to pause here to specifically talk about a historic moment in the Yu-Gi-Oh community's history here that needs to be at the very least mentioned. Many simulators for online play have risen and fallen in the history of the game, as they either get outpaced by advancing
Wait, is this
technology,
the season
adapting
desist?
systems to rot, or, in very rare circumstances, a company orders them to shut down. Dueling Network had been around since 2011, and up until this point in history had been the go-to platform for testing
is that?
and deck theorizing, but had over the last year undergone some legal issues stemming around the usage of the official card art for the game from the company Nihon Ad Systems, or NAS for short, who was the production company in charge of the Yu-Gi-Oh animes. Though they had tried to comply by removing all art of the game from the site,
I
a
don't know
cease and
what that
desist
is.
motion was filed, and on July 6, 2016, Dueling Network as it was known was fully taken offline.
Womp,
This would send a
womp,
shockwave
womp.
through the community.
And now
Never
we have
used by
returned
simulators
as the
for testing, none
Dueling
were widely
Book.
used and accepted as Dueling Network. And while a successor would launch about 6 months later, being Dueling Book, which is still used to
What
this
is
day,
that?
it would still be a moment that hit almost everyone in the community. With all
You
of
just
that out
can't
of the way,
talk
there's
about it
also a set
'cause
release
it's
just 2 days
Konami
after the being
sponsored.
taken down, and this would be the one chance of shaking things up in the meta before the remaining 2 WCQs could take place.
What is
Rise of
Dueling
the
Book?
True Dragons.
I'm not a
Release date,
Konami
July 8,
shill. I can
2016.
say whatever
Set type,
I want.
structure deck. Major strategies, Drac, Impact, a single new spell for Blue Eyes. Rise of the True Dragons.
Oh, this set was
Dude, it's
worthless.
so sad when your entire structure deck just boils down to, hey, there's one good card in this.
What's the good card? There's the good card Arcbrave Dragon, because that became part of a toxic FTK and like not FTK, toxic combo in Thunder.
That is one thing you got to give it to them. Like recent year structure decks felt a lot better than structure decks back in the day a lot of the times. Like a lot of structure decks, sometimes we had good structures back in the day. It's not like all of them were bad, but the overall quality of a structure deck back in the day, I don't think it was very good for the most part. Like
Yeah, we had a lot of bad ones.
Last year, like there's
Oh,
a lot
Return of the
good
Dragon
structure
Lord?
decks, right?
Sure.
Like,
I
and,
think
like, some of them
Arcbrave
end up
was
being
also
tier
a
2,
notable
some
one.
of them end up being tier 3. Fire King even like better than that because of its synergy with Snake Eyes, but like all of the or almost all of the structure decks were like solid.
Dude, I wish
in their
Snake Eye
own
never
right,
came out.
right?
Safari can could just
And
be its own
then
deck because that deck is cool.
Back in the day, that was not a
And
given.
they give us all connects.
Back in the day, it was like all over the place. Sometimes the structure decks were really good, like the Monarch one, and then the next one is like this, right?
Structure deck R series in the OCG,
It's
modernizing the Felbrand structure, and man, did it fail hard. The main goal of the deck is to use their
We
level
had no
4 warriors
structures
to
for
equip
almost
one
a
of
year. Yeah, where are structure decks, dude?
their bosses from
Now
deck
he's
themselves,
realizing.
then tribute themselves off to revive them, as the target of their revival effect isn't chosen until
It's
after
such a weird decision too, because I feel like all the structure decks in the last year were super well received. Is
Except
that
for
just me?
Crystal
I
Beast.
feel like all of the
Sad.
structure decks were huge successes. So why did they stop making them in 2024?
This is done to facilitate Arcbrave Dragon, who banishes all of an opponent's back row on summon from grave and can revive a level 7 or 8 dragon.
Who remembers
after its
Arcbrave
from grave,
Dragon
and Divine Dragon
with
Lord
Dark Matter
Veldragon banishes
Dragon
a monster
and
on summon
Goliath?
from grave and revives a level 7 or 8 dragon on destroying something in battle.
Not fun.
Well, interesting, the issue stood in that the warriors can't activate their effects until you have at least one dragon in grave, which the deck did nothing
Blue
to
Eye
do
structure
outside
going to be
of
hype? It
reprinting
hasn't
Fool's
even been
Burial,
announced
which
in the
was limited.
TCG.
However, a new
There's a
spell
chance that doesn't happen, and they just give it to
being
us
Monster
in
Reborn
a
for level
core
7 and 8
set.
dragons and can be banished from grave to prevent a dragon's destruction. This would be recognized as a perfect addition to Blue Eyes specifically, as the revival conditions matched up perfectly with Blue Eyes main deck pieces and gave the dragons great protection to use after.
You know what it is, guys? I just thought of the reason. It's because there are no quarter century secret rares in structure decks, and it is
What?
very important that you understand that we need as many quarter
Okay.
century secret rares as possible this year.
Remember the Pendulum Magicians were going to be a structure deck, but they made it into Pivo? Yeah, exactly. That could happen again,
And once again,
right?
the meta
Like,
was fairly set in
you
stone at
think
this point,
that's
with the main
above what
goal being
happens
to shift
there?
around their
Like, that
ratios,
could very
with PK
easily
Fire and
happen.
Monarch both taking 21 of the top 64 each.
Or even like how the
Top 64
Earth
just barely
Duelist
here, thanks in
pack
large part
turned
to Drowning
into
Warlords, as the
Mama,
deck already
right?
let
With
the path on
Ishizu
an empty
cards.
monster row to keep their Side Frames life as much as
And the
possible.
Gen Knights
So
were
having
put
a
in
macro that
Poe.
heavily benefits from this was greatly appreciated.
This
Eric
deck is
was able to
ass.
take the event on Domain Monarch, which came as a shock to most as the Domain variant was widely regarded as the weakest of the Monarch variants.
I don't get a mention. Sad. Okay, so this event, I was in top 8, and back then there was no Worlds point system, so it was top 6 go to Worlds, and yeah, so top 6 go to Worlds. I have to win this match. If I lose this match, then there's another match. Now both matches are streamed. The first match is against Admasu. I lose in time. Super depressing, but fine. I play against Jimmy Nguyen on the playoff match to go to Worlds then, and this is the match where the infamous deck swap happens. We have the same color. We have the same sleeves because they make you resleeve in Top Cut, and we swap decks, and it's super messy. I get nervous, and then I also punt game 3, and I miss out on Worlds. But losses like this is what fuel my fire, and they only make me stronger and get better because that shit was devastating. I remember I could not bring myself to watch Worlds this year. Like, I was just, yeah, it was definitely the hardest I've ever taken a loss. Was that top 8 match. That was brutal.
The stage, seemingly pulling the dream run for the deck. The EU WCQ would be the next weekend, being the last of the WCQs for the year, and we'd see a new variant of Cosmo land in the top 64 here with Speedroid Cosmo, aiming at utilizing the Terratop engine to access various rank theories, either as extension in the case of Leviair, or to clear out threats prior to committing to the Cosmo line, such as with Grand Pulse or Break Sword. Samir Bakar would take the event on Magispector Draco Pals.
Dude, this guy cooked me in top 16. I got destroyed by Samir in 2016, man. I lost the dice roll, got Omega comboed in game 1, and then I bricked game 2. I was out of there in 8 minutes or something.
You got
Notably
those.
playing QB and a small Magispector trapline to add additional disruption to the deck's end board. This would mark the official end of the WCQ season, with Worlds just around the corner. However, with Worlds coming up, the qualifying players will be looking over the combined card pool and ban list to see what just might be the best.
And there was
option.
also a
But
new
the best
pack,
option might
right?
have been just a little further ahead, as it seems that Konami was rushing a certain product out way sooner than we in the TCG should have received it to stack Worlds in the favor of one specific deck.
Is this the same? I have to pause it.
Dark Side of the
Yeah, I'm about to say he
this
paused
the
at
guy
the
that
worst
won
possible
London in
time
2023? Yes.
for some crazy allegations to
Release
pop
date,
up.
July 22nd,
I was gonna say, like,
2016.
huh?
Set
Like,
time, import
weird
set.
choice to
Major
pause.
strategies, Blue Eyes, Gadget, Cubic. Impact, skewing the balance of worlds. The D-Sod movie pack is interesting to talk about in retrospect because of the timing of it all. In the OCG, it was released alongside the movie of the same name, bringing the cards from the movie to the OCG on the same day as the movie's release. For other countries, though, D-Sod wasn't set to be released until 2017. So why debut the tie-in movie set so early in the TCG? Well, the prevailing theory is that Konami rushed this set out because of a certain set of support that would affect the deck's performance at Worlds. Blue Eyes would receive the other side of its new major support wave here just in time. Neo Ultimate is a retrain of the original Ultimate, taking the same materials, able to send the Blue
Dude,
Eyes
that's a
fusion
crazy conspiracy theory, especially because if it's true, it worked.
to grave after it attacks while it's your only
I could believe it. I don't think it's even a bad idea, though, to be fair, if it is true.
To negate and destroy anything that targets a Blue Eyes. Chaos Max is a level 8 ritual that can't be targeted and deals
Bait.
double piercing
Biggest
damage.
bait.
Lastly,
Biggest new
alternative
bait card
White Dragon
ever.
must first be summoned by revealing an original Blue Eyes in hand, becomes the original Blue Eyes on field and in grave, and can pop a monster once per turn.
Dude, tinfoil hat on. They released this pack at this time because they wanted Blue Eyes to win Worlds. Holy. I've never heard of that.
in exchange for its attack. This changed everything for Blue Eyes, as you now had a reliable monster to
This
summon
set
alongside your level 1
deck
tuners
still
to access
wasn't
Spirit
even
Dragon on
that
the first turn.
good.
This also pulled Melody of Awakening Dragon out of the bulk pile at last because it searched for alternative and the OG Blue Eyes, giving you the ability to summon it out immediately. On the more niche side of things, Chaos Max was also a boss worth considering, as it could be summoned with advanced ritual art by dumping an OG Blue Eyes from deck, giving an option to absolutely obliterate more
bait.
defensive decks. It's fair to say that this support was the reason the pack was rushed out so fast, making the strategy completely legal for Worlds, which we'd see soon enough. The rest of the pack was dedicated to other strategies from DSOD, specifically that of Cubic, a stall-focused strategy focused around Yugioh, who can't be destroyed in battle and locks up monsters in
Unplayable.
battles, and
I'm getting a
Magician
phone
Folks,
call.
a series of spellcasters that loop with one another to fill up the board. The only other notable cards here would be that of Gold and Silver Gadget, who
it's
summon a level
nothing.
4 machine from hand on summon
Friend.
and float into any other gadget
What
on
do they need?
destruction, which would see some experimentation.
Chocolate Magician Girl had no reason to be in full screen mode earlier. The card was not that impactful. Come on.
for
We
now,
didn't need
but
that.
not widespread success until much later in the year. This wouldn't be the only new set before Worlds though, as the next core set would also debut beforehand, but whether it would be impactful to the world scene would have to be seen.
Oh, not Gofu, not Gofu.
Wait, did we
The
didn't
Dark
talk about
Illusion,
Worlds?
Release date August
Or was
5th,
it
2016.
after?
Set type, core set.
Oh,
Major
Snow!
strategy.
I love the Dark Illusion. This set was awesome. Oh god, I love Worlds. I mean, I love the Dark Illusion. Snow Desires, Chef's Kiss. Shiranui Solitaire, fantastic. Block Dragon is solid. We got Coral Dragon's a cool one. Cosmic Cyclone, the Dark Magician support. Spirals. I thought Spiral was fine. Y'all hated Spiral for the wrong reason. Y'all just sucked at it. I'll be blatantly honest. Y'all sucked at Spiral. It's a format that never got to develop. It never got to blossom into its own. And y'all are just bad.
Dark Magician, Metal Foes, Paleozoic. Impact, laying the groundwork for future
Paleo!
metas. The Dark Illusion was the third core set of 2016.
Oh,
and while
really?
it wouldn't be as
You're gonna give us a full screen of Chocolate Magician Girl, but not Animal Cars. Okay. All right. Can't say I agree with that.
explosive as Bosch or the fourth
Well,
core
we
set of
just
the
know
year,
that
people
he'll
will
give
lay
us
the
enough
groundwork for multiple
Anomalocaris
archetypes
as
that will
is.
take hold later in the year and beyond. Following the archetype spawned around Blue
I have to call out Josh. And if Josh is watching this, we were eating dinner on over the weekend. I don't remember how the topic came up. He thought that Opabenia came in the Dark Illusions, not in Einov. So, how well does he really know Paleo? If you can't even remember which set had which cards. I'm just saying.
Blue Eyes, Dark Magician would receive a wave of legacy support centered around the titular card. Magician of Dark Illusion becomes Dark Magician on field, can summon itself on the
Josh
opponent's turn
might
when
not
you
be
use
the
a spell
biggest
trap effect,
Paleo
and can
fan.
summon a Dark Magician from grave when you use a spell trap effect once while on field. Magician's Robe during the opponent's turn can discard a spell trap to summon Dark Magician from deck, and can summon itself from grave on the opponent's turn when you use a spell trap effect. Magician's Rod searches a spell trap that mentions Dark Magician on normal and can recur itself on the
And
opponent's
also
turn when
the
you use
theme
a
of a
spell
lot
trap
of
effect triggering
really
the monster.
unprofessional
Magician is
jokes.
a spellcaster locked rank 7 that can use quick play spells and traps from hand on the opponent's turn by detaching material for each, and floats into the Dark
let's
Spellcaster
get
in
to the
deck
real
on removal,
deal.
then pops a card on field. Their spell traps all revolve around the original Dark Magician, with illusion magic able to tribute a spellcaster to search up to 2 Dark
bad
Magicians from
chess.
deck or grave. Dark Magic Expand, gaining more effects for each Dark Magician or girl
He
on
doesn't
field or
give
grave,
a
with
shit.
1+
He just
losing
wants
a
to
Dark
talk about
Spellcaster by
Paleos.
1,000, 2+ locking the opponent from chaining to spell trap effects and preventing them from destruction, and 3+ making Dark Spellcasters you control immune to card effects. And Magician Navigation, summoning a Dark
Bro, I haven't read these cards whenever I was playing against Blue Eyes, against Dark Magician. I'm not gonna start now.
Magician from hand.
Really?
and
These cards are
level 7
cool.
Dark Spellcaster from deck, able to banish from grave the negate.
I always thought this deck was cool.
While you control Dark Magician. Lastly, Dark Magical Circle looks at the top 3 of the deck on activation, adding a Dark Magician or spell trap that mentions it to hand from those, and places the others back in any order. And while on field, banishes an opponent's card once per turn when you summon a Dark Magician. The strategy had a clear direction here, with Circle Control easily.
Don't
being
question
the
his
main
love
game
for
of
extinct
expansion.
animals
With each
put in cardboard. Does he love dinosaurs or something?
and consistent access to Dark Magician reliably. A lot of the deck's plays relied heavily on
This deck is everywhere on Master Duel low ranks. Is it? I can imagine that. Yeah.
Circle and Navigation.
It is,
which
'cause
in
it's the
turn
structure
meant you
deck.
consistently needed a Dark Magician in hand to trigger Nav in the first
Is this
place,
in Blue
which
Eyes is
naturally led to
everywhere.
breaking galore. This would leave Dark Magician in the position of a rogue deck at best for now, but a note should be made here about the requirement to search cards that listed Dark Magician specifically. This was clearly put in place to make the new support able to search older cards like Thousand Knives and Dark Magic Curtain, but left a very specific casualty in the funniest way possible. The Eye of Timaeus, despite having Dark Magician written on the card, could not be searched with any of the support due to it not listing Dark Magician specifically, as it said a Dark Magician monster. This would be a bit of a logistical mess in the short term, but a funny trivia fact looking back now. Metal Foes was a new series of
I mean, we have the same problem with Yubel now. It's now become an actual thing in the semantics of Yu-Gi-Oh! And it's all so stupid. But yes, like, that whole element is nonsense, but yeah.
Face up card once per turn in the Pendulum scale to set a Metal Foe spell trap from deck, with Stealing being a level 2 scale 8, Silver to level 3 scale 1, Gold Driver a level 4 scale 1, and Volflame a level 7 scale 8. Their traps were all focused on furthering the popping effects, with Counter able to summon a Metal Foes from deck when a card you control is popped, able to be banished from grave to recur a Metal Foes.
The semantics of Yu-Gi-Oh! have already always mattered. Yeah, but they don't need to add more semantics and bullshit. They could lessen it, not make more.
Metal Foes on summon, and searches the Metal Foes monster when sent to grave. Their primary game plan involves using the various pops and pendulum summons to
Oh, is it coming up in Yubel? This card does not mention Yubel, but it mentions Yubel monsters. Therefore, you cannot search it with Spirit Yubel. It's a very stupid interaction.
Facilitate their main spell, Metal Foes Fusion, with a standard fusion effect and the ability to put itself from grave on bottom of deck to draw 1. Adamant is a vanilla fusion of a Metal Foes and a 2500 or less attack monster. Crimsonite is a vanilla fusion of a Metal Foes and 2 3000 or less attack monsters.
Metal Foes is very cool. This is like the only pendulum deck I actually like.
And pops a card when sent to grave. Metal Foes here poised a compelling strategy, being similar to Ignite but with a set of bosses that didn't hamper the
Yo, it's the card that adds emptiness. I hate you.
deck's long game, though at this stage would be relegated to tier 3 as its
What do you mean
bosses
card that
were
adds
better
emptiness?
relevant,
Did Josh get
experimentation
cheated or
as cards that
something
can
and
pop
we
your
just
monsters
don't
that
know
want
about
to
it?
pop,
I don't know
such as
about it.
Cosmo or even Yang Zing, as the pop and set effects were simultaneous, meaning that Yang Zings wouldn't miss timing. With a third block of sets for the era, once again, the TCG exclusives would change over to 2 new archetypes, with both receiving 4 cards a set now rather than one getting 5 while the other gets 3. The first of these was Subterror, bringing yet another attempt at revolutionizing flip monsters for the modern day with a bunch of high-level
These cards
behemoths.
suck
Each of the
balls.
behemoths shares an effect to special summon themselves from hand when your last face-up monster on field flips face down. It can flip themselves face down once per turn. Umastrix on flip banishes
Oh,
an opponent's
YCS
monster,
Billy
select one on
final?
flip, discard
Okay,
a
I don't
Subterror
really
monster
remember
from
that.
option. Nemesis Warrior would be the starter of sorts, able to dump a Subterror from deck.
This card sucked as well.
Or equal to or more than the set
Last time
monster,
I
and
checked,
summon it either face
Nemesis
up or
Warrior
face down.
is not
It will
the
summon
starter.
itself from grave if a behemoth gets
Well,
flipped
Guru
face up.
wasn't out
Lastly,
yet,
the Hidden
so-
City
They're crazy. They think their city's hidden. Bro, it's right there. I see it just fine.
searches a Subterror on activation, can flip a Subterror face up once per turn, and can negate an attack by flipping a set Subterror face up. While this set of cards was interesting for sure, there wasn't a clear direction to take the strategy out the gate like there was with BA or Cosmo, and it was clear that Konami
Billy got
was favoring
Furman to
this
play the
archetype
Metal
at the time by
Foes for
giving them 2
UDS
ultimates
too.
and a secret rare between these
God,
4.
good old
so
days.
most would invest immediately into this archetype with the hopes that waves 2, 3, or 4 would get it there. As for now, it wasn't even good enough to be Rogue. The other archetype was Spiral, which was clearly centered around Super Agent, who could summon itself from hand if you called the super type with the top card of the opponent's deck correctly. Popping a spell trap is summoned by a Spiral effect. Gear Drone, able to rearrange the top 3 of the opponent's deck on summon, contribute itself
That
on quick
effect is
to boost the
toxic,
Spiral
I'll
by
admit that
500 for
much.
each card the
That
opponent
wasn't
controls.
gauge. No, I
It banishes
know, but it's a gauge impression, so it counts. And it's pretty accurate.
itself and a Spiral card engraved to recur a Super Agent. Quick Fix can search a Spiral Gear on summon and can summon itself from grave for a discard while you control Super Agent. And Gear Big Red can revive a Spiral and blocks it from being destroyed in battle. Spiral was underplayed in its hype on reveal compared to Subterror, but on initial inspection looked to be the better of the 2 archetypes, being a far more generically usable engine of sorts.
yeah.
The Super Agent provides
I loved the days where everybody would play just like 3 resorts in their deck and like 1 or 2 double agents or super agents because it was just like good versus paleo and versus other decks. Link the video. Sure, I'll link both real quick. This is the original video. And then this is the current video.
removal and Quick Fix for some reason being a machine type, meaning
Most cringe cards of all time? I don't actually think so. I think Spiral was completely fine as a TCG exclusive archetype, except until they gave it double helix. Like, I think Spiral was completely reasonable and fine and not even good.
Nah, I was fine.
for the
Y'all
most
just
part.
didn't play properly.
And actually a pretty cool concept until the OCG just decided, like,
Syriax
let's
rating
give them
coming?
the best Link monster.
I was wondering who would
Imagine.
end first, or if
that
I'd
it
be
was
able to rate
capable of
him.
machine duplication.
What's
While
good,
unassuming now,
Syriax?
Many would pick up a set of these on release thanks to the
Hope all you
potential these
raiders are having a
cards
good
now with just
time.
a little shaping.
Right now we are watching It's Your Fault. Oh, all the tiers. If Syriax is here, I messaged it on Twitter asking if he'd ever be down to do a collab. And I'm pretty sure he doesn't check Twitter, or his messages. So tell him if you want to see a Jesse collab. Oh, Syriax is here. You're down? Okay, let me know what the best place to message you is. I'm trying to do some more collab work lately. But right now we're doing Reactception. We're watching Josh react to somebody else. We're learning about 2016, going back in time. And yeah. And yes, it was tier. Listen, I've played Master Duel the last 2 days as well. I understand what I've created. I've created a land of fun and gambling and milling. Isn't it awesome? He always accepts challenges. Well, I think he gets a lot of challenges, so I find that hard to believe. But send me your Discord and Twitter, and I'll add you. All right, cool. Appreciate it. Thank you. I've created hell. Just play Dweller. Just Dweller, people. You'll be okay.
In the OCG import slots, though, we'd also see 2 archetypes, one of which was a favorite of the community at this stage that we've been expecting
Josh
for
is about to
far
have
too long.
a
Trains were a series of cards
explosion
not
right
really
here.
designated by an archetype, but rather a designation of being level 4 or 10 Earth machines. These had been introduced back in Zexal and popularized slightly
Master
like Softmax
Casino?
as a burn tool for
It's not
FTK,
actually a
but here's the
casino
thing, a couple
deck,
of pieces of strategy
guys.
have been missing for a while now. Heavy Freight Train Derricrane can summon itself from hand if you summon an Earth machine and can pop a card when detached from an
You're
exceed.
playing versus
With
mostly
all switch cards,
stun?
it feels
That
self
sounds
summons a level 4
very
Earth machine
awful.
from
I'm
deck
sorry
and
for your
summon
loss.
level 10, then boosts its level up to 10, and can discard a card to search a level 10 Earth machine. Number 81, Super Dreadnought.
Come on,
Rail
show me
Command Super
Paleos.
Dora is a right
I'm in the same boat. I could not care less about these cards.
On purpose.
Well, it seems odd that I'm focusing on these so much. The OCG got these cards back in Secrets of Eternity, and off of that, a deck known as Shadal Trains was heavily popularized and actually did quite well for the time thanks to Shekanaga, who itself is a level 10 Earth machine. And the deck had been popular for online simulators in the TCG as well for some
What are
time.
your thoughts on Pure Lightsworn related support? I mean, Pure is never good for Lightsworn. You need to add other cards in there. But check my Discord. I have my tier Lightsworn deck up that I think is pretty like heavy on Lightsworn cards. Should be some fun.
He's coming to us too late. It was clear that Trains would be relegated to a rogue strategy at best. The other OCG import strategy, oddly enough being a Korean exclusive import, was Paleozoic, a series of traps that all shared the effect to summon themselves back as level 2 water
all three Shadal players
with all being
it,
unaffected by monster effects when you did. Oleanoids pops a spell trap, Hallucigenia halves a monster's attack and defense that turn, Canadia flips an opponent's monster to face down defense, Picaya discards a Paleozoic to draw 2, and Anomalicaris is a 3 material rank 2 that's unaffected by monsters.
Josh's daddy apparently.
Add the hand if it's a trap or sent to grave otherwise when the trap is sent to grave.
Daddy!
And to pop a card on quick effect if that trap is material.
He's just leading into it fully now.
Up on their own right now to be considered for the meta, though many will be keeping an eye on them for the future if the remainder of their support not.
We need to get like fan art of like Anomalicaris just patting Josh in the head. You did a good job, son.
And on field can pop a DD.
You know, we formed a community whenever I call Anomalicaris daddy, there's more daddies than huz in chat. That was the goal all along.
Oh my god, you're right.
In scale to summon a level 8 DDD from deck, giving DDs an option to actually access Oblivion King Abyss.
Because when it happened the first time, it was only huz. Now it's more daddies than huz.
Rock semi-reliably, giving DD a slight boost into the meta. Black will go from the Big Shadow.
Oh, fuck this card. Go Fu.
Summoning 2 tokens when it did. It could banish itself in any number of non-tuners to revive a Blackwing Synchro of that level, making it a tuner. I don't believe anyone has ever used that last effect, as the first effect was actually surprisingly useful for various decks. The new Metal Foes clearly could use it with the tokens as fodder for their search pops, and a level 5 tuner could be used to access level 7 and 8 Synchros reliably. Monarch wanted it as a better level 5 tuner to play than Quick Draw, immediately being slotted into variants for Zulkin, and even those without it as a Cyber Dragon.
No one believes me when I say that I'm also a Paleo fan, because I'm just not as big a Paleo fan as Josh.
This will not be the last time.
I also love that deck.
As while it was already solidly useful, within 1 year it would become one of the most ban-worthy cards the game had seen in a long time.
Anomalicaris dressed as a 1950 sailman coming home with children. Opabini, Dynamiscus, and Josh. Exactly.
2 monsters on field or in hand, including
Opabini is like the wife, but holding the martini, right?
Though interesting for sure, this card was a bit too early to the party to be useful yet. But let's put a pin in that, and we'll circle back to it in 2017. Shiranui Solitaire contributed a zombie to summon a zombie tuner with 0 defense.
This is the meta-relevant
Shiranui monster. This was the only card Shiranui needed to be relevant, and boy was it.
That's crazy how many cards this deck hit the FNL list.
Who in turn put a Spectre
is it that many?
To make its level 4.
No,
it's just Snow Block Dragon.
No, it didn't put Spectral Sword
Desires.
Don't lie to me.
Samurai Saga. Then use Solitaire's other effect to resummon the Spectral Sword to synchro into an 8 and set up the break for Shogun Saga the following turn. Well, this sounds like it's just a great day for zombie lovers all around. Of course, there's some degeneracy attached to this. While one would assume they'd summon more in archetype pieces this way, or maybe even a cool zombie or two, this combo was used to reliably access multiple copies of
Cyphering Lord Omega.
One to hand rip the opponent. I mean, they really did make it easy, didn't they? 1 card access to a level 8 synchro and a level 4 or 5 tuner. What more could you ask for? This would, unfortunately, be a decently popular option in the upcoming metagame, and would be a deck that would have to be accounted for.
I loved this deck even before Grass came out. I had Minerva.
3 Earths from hand to grave.
I finally finished getting my Paleo deck together. It didn't help that I spent a bunch of time importing Euro versions of all the cards. Very fitting that you finished it today when 6th Sense is going to return to boost Paleo. Anyway,
what the heck opium am I listening to?
Battle destruction, and if sent to grave searches up to 3 rocks,
Earth,
total level 8.
Yep.
This card on release was a complete flop, as there was not a single rock archetype or deck that was good enough to include this and be meta. Though some would try this with Triamids from the same set and with the
Triamids,
but both would come up short. Though this card would
I remember trying this in Zodiac. It was neat.
Summon flips an opponent's monster face down and can be sent to grave by banishing 7 cards from hand, field, or grave. Oh, I get it, like the 7 dwarves. Snow is a weird card to talk about in a vacuum, as it was recognized as good out the gate, being constantly recurable by banishing used cards, but for the time being was relegated to an option for decks that specialized in milling like Light Sword.
I should have played this in BA. It was really good in the mirror.
As it's a whole nother can of worms. Coral Dragon is a level 6 synchro tuner that can discard a
card.
My boy!
Sit the grave, draws a card. Simple,
this set really was.
With easy level 6.
This set really was the best set ever.
Synchro access to Zulkin.
Coral Dragon as well.
Because to start as Charge Warrior, a common practice moving forward for decks that can make 2 level 6 synchros is to make these 2 to access Zulkin and Crystal Wing.
I can see all the wide Jesse walks in his chat right now.
Bro, why are all the cool cards always water? Why is water the coolest attribute by far? Mermail, Atlantean, Paleos.
What do you mean, bro? Fire is so cool. Don't you love Snake Eye cards?
Come on, man. Why is water the coolest attribute by so far? It's not even close. They're not making it.
And people in chat like Rubina and Dogwood. Yeah, I guess.
Attribute is. It's water.
Water is pretty cool.
Banish a spell trap, being clearly intended as yet another alternative to MST that handled more cases in a far stronger way, which would see serious play following release.
Dogwood, Rubina.
Card of the Soul could search
my favorite waters like Mudon, Rubina, and Dogwood.
Some experimentation would be seen with it. Bro,
who's playing this card? I remember we played it in Duel Links because you had 4,000 life. You'd add Sacred Phoenix Nethesis, but this card is dog shit. Why is this a card we're talking about?
Thanks to your starting life total being that much, primarily in use with Obelisk the Tormentor and Cosmo Dark Planet. Floodgate Trap Hole could flip any summoned monster face down permanently, which would see serious play as a way to mass lock a bunch of Pendulum summoned monsters all at once as a Rafflesia target. Lastly, and without question the most hotly debated card of the time, Pot of Desires could banish the top 10 cards of your deck face
I
down
love
with
this card
Monsters.
so
This
much.
would be
My
a
favorite
card that
pot,
caused
for sure.
massive divide in the player
-9.
base immediately on whether or not it was worth playing, debating whether this was a +1 or a -9. And truthfully, this wouldn't have happened if the card wasn't a secret rare. The common consensus was that Desires in a deck that's almost exclusively built of 3-ofs with no critical garnets was without question an insanely great option, while decks that played a lot of 1-ofs or played heavy.
Chat, -9 or +1? -9 or +1?
I mean, you only control responses. -10. Yep, that guy mathed really well. +11 or -9?
On the card.
Why would it be +11?
The Dark Illusion was a far more impactful set than one might have expected on the 10, but it wasn't the only.
Oh, because you banished 10 cards and that's a plus?
There was another OCG
Yeah.
import set just 2 weeks later, and based on how
It makes my Zeraboros
this one
bigger.
had a lot of slack to pick up.
So it's like, so what Desires actually says is it's +1 and burn 2,000 damage to your opponent because of Zeraboros.
August 19th, 2016.
Dude, is that number
Set type,
100?
import set. Major strategies, Cyber.
What's my dad's opinion on the card? He does not like it. Literally every time I put it in his deck, he's like, he'll draw it and just not activate it. I'm like, why did you like let me put that card in your deck if you were never going to use it? And he just shrugs.
Angel, Numeron, Flower.
Oh,
Card.
no, Ben
Impact,
10.
Tech for ritual decks. Dragons of Legend Unleashed was the third crack at the Dragons
Not
of Legend
Ben
import
10.
sets, with the first being meta warpingly good and the second being one of the worst sets of all time. This would land
Yep,
somewhere
this
on the
set's
worst end of the spectrum.
so
but
bad.
Unlike 2 actually had a couple of useful cards. Cyber Angel was a series of ritual fairies with effects ranging from combat bonuses to full piece
Drytron should be
of the
fodder.
initial wave. The one primarily focused on by most was Ben 10, able to search for any light fairy when tributed. Because of this interaction, there was a laundry list of cards that Ben 10 could search in the right deck, from play starters like Stick and Chair to floodgates like Christia and Vanity's Ruler, to even more copies of itself as ritual.
Vanity's
Fodder. It's put on a lot
Ruler.
of people's list as a ritual tool.
Ava.
Number 100 Numeron Dragon can be made with any 2 same name number exceeds and can detach to boost itself by the total ranks of exceeds on the field times 1.
Whenever this card hits the board in Master Duel, you know shit's going down, dude.
You know you're
It's
getting
the prime
FPK'd.
OTK enabler for
There's gonna be a
decks
Mystic
itself,
Walk.
but at the time did not have enough ranks to enable it effectively. Galaxy Eye Cypher Dragon
You're
can
about to be
detach to an
cooked,
opponent's
very
monster, make
literally.
its attack 3000 and change its name to Galaxy Eye Cypher Dragon for the turn. This would be a fairly massive boon.
This
to
card is
Galaxy
really
Eye's
good.
Exceed pool at the
I
time,
like this card a lot in
providing
Thunder.
reliable rank that can be used to overlay onto for any number of Exceed rank ups while still actually doing something useful on its own. The Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2016 would be held the same weekend, and though Blue Eyes was handed the golden ticket for the event, it would actually see some serious competition for top 8. PK Fire would squeeze in a single top 8 spot, primarily suffering here due to the limited status of Dante in the OCG, which coupled with the various hits to the main deck BAs already present would leave the deck to rely more heavily on its other rank 3 tools, specifically in Break Sword. Magic Spectre would climb all the way to top 4, utilizing Sky Iris for completing scales and giving access to high enough scales to keep Kieran on the board. Kieran here would be a major player, as its effect being a repeatable bounce between turns gave Magic Spectre a serious amount of long game play, even once the spell trap lines were used up. Though it had competition in the top 8, the finals would be a mirror match between Blue Eyes, with very similar builds being
Shunsuke
balanced between both
Hayama.
players. With the
Didn't Gally get second with Necros?
No, he has the year wrong. That's 2014, right? Or 2015. So this is Eric Christensen.
Or was that... What did the... Oh, that was 2015. Okay.
addition of alternative to the deck, a player could now reliably access Spirit Dragon going first, which in turn...
Oh yeah, it was Christensen. I remember. Yeah. Thank you. It was the one where he broke the trophy, or the trophy.
What's
was
the card next?
broken,
Mask Restrict.
and he
this is XYZ Universe. XYZ Universe. Very good
I
card.
remember.
Locked out its competition and could even dodge removal with its effect to tag into a light dragon, which gave the option of Azure Eyes, the intended target of this effect, as its destruction immunity would overwrite the downside of Spirit, as well as...
So the real reason, I'll let you know what the real reason is why Blue Eyes won Worlds, is because of how the Worlds ban list works.
Yeah.
Where it's this mix between OCG and TCG format, where everything that is already on the Forbidden Limited list in the OCG, because they are a couple months ahead with their set releases, a lot of the stuff that's meta for us is already hit over there, right? Because they've gotten the cards sooner, so they also hit them sooner.
But then those cards that are
all the
out there
cards
aren't
that
legal
are
here.
Out in the OCG, but not out yet in the TCG yet, are also not legal, right? So all of the meta decks basically are weaker. Our meta decks are weaker because the OCG has already addressed them on the Forbidden Limited list, and their meta decks are weaker because they're not even out yet, which always leads to this kind of like slob of rogue decks or tier 2 decks suddenly being
It hasn't been
viable.
as bad
And this
lately.
is exactly
but,
where Blue Eyes
yeah.
comes in. Blue Eyes is good at Worlds, or was good at Worlds, because it was already out for both formats, but it wasn't meta in either format, so it didn't have any hits. That was basically that's the gist of it. That's why I think Blue Eyes was viable, or even I personally don't think it was the best deck. I helped some people from Europe prepare for the event. I don't think Blue Eyes was that good. I think there were definitely other decks.
Blue Eyes just isn't
were
that good of a deck,
better.
period.
Like even Burning Abyss Phantom Knight with one Dante is probably fine. Like it topped. It was pretty good. I think you could definitely build powerful pendulum control decks with Kirin. Yes, you couldn't build like all in kind of pendulum decks for the format, but like Kieran was at 3.
And then Cosmo was a
three,
TCG exclusive as well, so that was not legal.
Bunbuku, which at the time should have definitely been better than Blue Eyes.
World, do you think how TCG does it, or is
Black
Master Duel
Rose, White
better?
Dragon,
Master
and
Duel
Star
is
Spark.
hands
Hayao
down
Shinsuke
better.
of Japan would take this year's Worlds title with Blue Eyes, not only marking himself as the first,
Not
but so
having
far
to deal with the
only
format bullshit, it's easier to watch because it's digital. The team thing is better. And I think the qualification system means that the players who really want to fight for the spot earn it a lot better. Means that overall, it's a lot better of an experience.
win Worlds twice, but in back-to-back years no less. With no time to recover, YCS Rimini would take place a week later, and shockingly, Blue Eyes
Same
would
day
be
as
nowhere to
Toronto,
be seen
right?
in the top 32.
Shocking.
Without the combined ban list of the TCG and OCG, Blue Eyes could not compete with its contemporaries enough to crack in, needing a ban list to do so in the future. Probably the biggest point of note here would be the top spot of Brilliant Lightsworn, which went completely undefeated in Swiss rounds, only to fall out in top 32. The new pieces the deck gained from Dark Illusion were actually incredibly significant, being Fairy Tail Snow, which could utilize your
This deck should have played Solitaire with
Would have been
Mizuki.
super cool
being
and
zombie.
popular. If Minerva wasn't $1,000 or something.
card
Yeah,
incredibly well for access
that
to
too.
Minerva by being half of a rank 4, meaning you could detach and mill
You
more.
played that?
gaining
Wait, which event is this? Is this YCS Liverpool? I had one Minerva. I had one because I won one in Super Rare. But at Rimini, I topped using Pendulum. I topped YCS Rimini with the Pendulum deck from Euros, but I included Desires in it. I
There's
didn't
no
play
reason for
Minerva
two
it.
formats. I think it's too far split at this point.
even more fodder for another run.
I
This would
played,
actually be the
I
tipping
played
point for
Lightsworn at
Minerva.
YCS
As moving
Liverpool.
forward from here, rank 4 focus decks that utilize milling would become more and more popular, arguably a top-tier contender in the meta, but would be held back entirely by the price point of Minerva, because as of this event, she was no longer the YCS prize card in rotation, meaning that her
It's not just the price point, it's also just like a deck like that simply mathematically just cannot be that popular, because how many super rare versions of a price card even are there?
Yeah.
Right? Like how many are there? Even with them giving out a bunch of them at
Well,
like
I
the
think there were
Continental
issues
set,
with
maybe
some
like
being
200 or
leaked,
something.
but yeah.
So like it cannot reach certain levels of representation. It's just not possible.
Y'all
Even
aren't
if
ready for my
people were
Primordial deck, which is going to have a bunch of ultra rare and other cards.
Thing to spend that much for the price card. It just there are not enough out there to do that, right?
quantities were extremely limited now, even more than they had been before. Alberto Conti would take the event on Fire King Cosmo,
Based
utilizing
Alberto.
more niche picks like Delta Shuttle, Landwalker, and even 3 Sword Troopers, a practice not common amongst Cosmo players of the era. He
Damn,
would
this
also be
deck
the first
sucks.
recipient of the new YCS prize card.
This
Maybe
YCS
this is a
by the
European
way,
thing
we
for the
had
deck to be more
Alberto on the
popular. I
podcast.
thought that deck
He's
sucked.
playing Pokemon now.
I feel
so
like
we
a lot
talked
of the
about
American players
some of
felt the
differences
same
and
way.
Stuff like that, some of his journey. This is one of the funniest YCS finals because he's playing against Typhoon in the finals, and Typhoon just scoops. I think he just scooped game 3 because he bricked going first. And it turns out Alberto's hand was also pretty bad because he would have top-decked the chicken, I think was card number 6, and without the chicken, he couldn't play either, and I think Typhoon would have actually won. But he just scooped out of frustration of drawing a brick hand. He drew like 3 or 4 field spells in Magispectre. I don't know exactly, but he just scooped it
That's
up without
pretty
even
crazy.
playing, and he would have.
I can't imagine skipping it though.
A practice
Is
not
this
common
before
just in
Demise
the same
Cosmo?
era.
Demise
He would
combo
also be
is
the
worth
first
it.
recipient of the new
I mean,
YCS
sorry,
prize
it
card number
is
39
legal while
Tokyo
this is
Kaiser, which would not be
is here. Like
relevant.
that version is worth it. This
YCS
is not.
Toronto would be the same weekend, and similarly would hold the same meta we've come to expect with a singular standout.
Yeah. See,
being
like our metas feel different. There was way less Pendulum, and BA was just so much better for us. I don't know. I fucking cherries twice in Top Cut here. I literally lost game 1 or game 2 and 3 to Reaper in top 16.
usage
Fucking
of
hate that
Sperry
card.
Uranus and a single topping Monarch list, which
The
we
what?
unfortunately do not have a deck list for, but is listed as such in Konami's coverage, able to access the Monarch continuous spell traps depending on the opponent's choice. Bodon Temnic
Floodgate
would the event
Turbo.
on PK Fire, a combo
Bodon!
format at this stage. The ban list would be updated 2 days later on August 29th, and unsurprisingly would bring down a culling wave onto the meta for the past 6 months. Newly banned were Perform Pal Monkey Board, the 1-card scale option of Pendulum strategies, and Kaiser Coliseum, an annoyance to play into on all fronts. Newly limited
Oh, we're banning floodgates in 2016. Cool.
were Beatrice and Seer as hits to PK Fire,
Rip.
Aether, Pantheism, and Stormforth as hits to Monarch,
This was
Dark
heavy.
Destroyer and Eteli as hits to Cosmo, and Kieran and Pendulum Call as hits to Pendulum. Newly semi-limited were Max C, sparking a
and
massive
the Metal
debate in
Foes
the
became,
community
like, the
on
best
whether
deck.
Blowout Hand Trap even had a playset 1 or 2, and Ryo and White
This is literally the worst case scenario is when Maxi's at 1 or 2. I mean, I guess you could argue I'd rather play against 1 or 2 Maxi than 3. At least in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, that'd probably be true. But back in the day, the way we felt about it, let me at least explain why the debate was even held like that. Where is Maxi? Oh, I just can't get a nice visual. Where's Maxi, dude? There it was. There. It was like if Maxi was at 3, there were a couple of decks in the format that you just couldn't really play because of it, right? Like certain combo decks, you would just go into a tournament because there was no Called By or no Ash Blossom yet, by the way, which is really cool. Maxi would basically always resolve against you, and
Yep.
if your crazy combo pile got Maxi'd, you would simply lose, no questions asked, right? But when Maxi was at 1 or 2, those kind of decks suddenly became like viable because statistically it wasn't correct to respect Maxi in deck building, right? Like why would I respect the 1 of or 2 of Maxi? I'll just play my combo deck anyways and just go all in and go for it. But then sometimes when they had the Maxi, it was like completely out of your control.
You just
well.
So it makes it way more variance and luck based.
It was this weird spot where if Maxi is at 3 and you can't negate it, then at least it has this impact on combo decks that makes them unviable. So people would play slower decks because Maxi was in the game.
It's how it works in Master Duel. Yeah, for some degree, for sure.
As soon as people start playing, as soon as like Ash Blossom and Called By are being printed, because you look at Master Duel right now, and that argument just does not apply anymore. Because now, if you want to play a combo deck in Master Duel, you can. All you have to do is you have to put in outs to Maxi, and you don't have to respect it, right? Like, I still to this day believe that if Ash and Called By wouldn't exist and Maxi would always resolve, you would have to be playing other decks. But it's irrelevant because it's better that it's banned anyways in the TCG. But that is why people felt this way about 1 or 2 copies of Maxi when it slowly got in the direction of ban.
The blowout hand trap even had a place at 1 or 2, and Ryo and Wind Up Magician returning from 1. Lastly, Unlimited were Thousand Eyes Restrict, Allure of Darkness, and Gold Sarcophagus, with 2 of these still being solid options for some decks in the meta.
It applies in the OCG with Fuvaros out now. I don't know because they still have all the outs. Right, the OCG still has all the outs to them, so I think it doesn't really change because they had Maxi before. Now they have Maxi and Fuvaros. So obviously it has an impact on the format and on the statistics.
I'm very curious how Fuvaros
right?
is going to affect our meta game.
You just don't get Maxi, but you get Fuvaros now a lot more. But still, overall, the point still stands. You can still play your crazy combo deck because if they have a hand trap for it, you still have a chance of having Ash Called By or Crossout, right? And this is also what's like kind of scary if you look at the TCG. I think that's why. In a little bit less than 2 hours from now, I hope they actually hit Crossout Designator, because Crossout Designator being at 3 for the TCG actually means that we technically have even more outs than the OCG, because we have 3 Crossout, 1 Called By, and 3 Ash, which is 7 outs for the mini game. So like, if Crossout doesn't get hit,
do you think Fuwa is main worthy? Yeah, probably.
We're just going to be playing Fuvaros mini games, right?
With the blanket hits across the board to all 4 meta strategies, PK Fire, Monarch, Cosmo, and Pendulums would all need to restructure or die to remain. What was particularly funny about this list was the seemingly lax hits doled out to specifically PK Fire, as while Beatrice to 1 was certainly a hit and losing another Seer would hurt, many expected the hit to be given to Dante, as it was in the OCG. This re-sparked the Dante is banlist immune discussion, which would also lead to easily one of the greatest memes in the game's history being born. And if you haven't seen this before, I would heavily recommend pausing here and going to watch it, as it is a wonderful piece of Yugioh history.
Someone link it. I forgot what it was. I think I've seen it, but
it's the Dante can. Yeah.
We can watch it because I don't remember exactly what it was. It's in the description. Okay.
Are we watching it on Josh's stream?
That Dante banlist. Oh no, dude! I didn't open it in a new tab. Wait.
Because every other deck around it dies. I was from the Kingsman. I'm gonna get demonetized, aren't I? How's Josh not getting demonetized?
Insector, dude.
I'm gonna have to cut this out of the VOD, almost certainly. Unlucky. Just kills everybody else.
Harry, what the heck is going on? Did you turn the volume down?
I didn't expect it to be that effective.
What kind of response are we talking?
100%.
So everyone's been affected, whether they have a SIM card or not. And we get the added benefit of wiping out the kingdom.
Not yet.
Preparation of rights.
Some of it's very, yeah. God, the old days of memes are just so...
Tempest, like,
I don't know how to describe it.
Not title as well. No, hours.
Every card that's been hit while Dante's been playable.
Did Dante just kill Graf?
Rip Sherritt.
Not my boy. No.
Oh, you need to see this.
Die, Clifford Scout, die!
Yes. You just put a Cosmic Cyclone in Scout's pocket.
Pretty Archifiend.
I'm dog.
The Seer. Oh my god. It's literally just every card that's been hit while Dante's legal. Dueling Network is crazy.
Oh god. Yeah, that is great. That is great indeed. Dude, unfortunately I did not load it in a new tab. Where was I? Here.
With two of these still being solid options for some decks in the meta. With the blanket hits across the board to all four meta strategies, PK Fire, Monarch, Cosmo, and Pendulums would all need to restructure or die to remain. What was
This is
particularly
Blue as a
fun
metal
about
foe
this list
after
is
this.
Respawn being born. And if you haven't seen this before, I would heavily recommend pausing here and going to watch it, as it is a wonderful piece of Yugioh history. The year's Megatin would also follow this band list, notably reprinting the
The Cosmic Cyclone in the pocket of Scout is the best part.
types of DDD, Fluffle, Gem Knights, Ignites, Kaiju, Magispector, Performage, and Performapal, but also bringing us two specific promos
Oh,
of DDD,
Megatins.
Flame King Genghis, and Dust King
How
Alexander
shit
would
you
be
can
imported
be.
here, being a fusion of two DDs and a level 7 synchro requiring a DD tuner respectively, with both sharing an effect to revive a DD when a DD is summoned, with Flame King able to revive a DD on special summon, and Alexander being able to revive a level 4 or lower on normal or special, both being critical pieces of the DD deck's combo lines, but still not quite cracking the meta, requiring a couple more specific imports to do the trick, hovering in the rogue range for now.
I think that's not the reason why these weren't meta relevant. I think, and they have identified that reason later and fixed it. But I think the reason why these DDD cards were not good enough is clearly because their names just weren't long enough. That has to have been, that was the issue with the DDD cards. If they had had 5 extra words in the name, they would have been tier 0. And they fixed that with future iterations of the DDD cards, thankfully.
Duelist Pack Rivals of the Pharaoh would also release here, bringing a singular relevant card in Lullaby of Obedience, which can pay 2k
Or
to
more
clear a
Ds.
monster, and if it's in the opponent's deck, either summons it to your field or adds it to your hand. This would be an interesting card kicked around for some mirror matchups, but would for the most part be unremarkable unless the format was so heavily
Which
centered
set is
around
this
one
from?
specific matchup, like in the case of a tier 0 meta, but we just left one of those. So how long would we have to wait for the next? YCS Mexico City would be the same weekend, and being the first tournament following the August ban list, the meta would be thrown into a state of flux. Blue Eyes would pull into the lead as the front runner of the meta here with nerfs
There's
across
no
the board
shot
with
Blue Eyes was ever
competition,
the
playing
best
a
deck in
lineup similar
the
to the
TCG.
No,
decks we
Metal
have
Foes is
for
way
once,
better.
capping out at top 4. Merlantian would see a significant rise in popularity here, being a rogue tier 3 level deck since the release of Neptopus, but with its competition out of the way, could rise up to tier 2, being a solid option for the next few events. There were a lot of one-ofs that would appear in this particular top cut, and though we don't have lists for a majority of them, we do have a couple to look over. Blazing Gadget would be one of the more interesting lists for utilizing the Gadget swarming and the Brilliant Fusion Engine to facilitate the summon.
What?
In 2016,
The fuck is this?
the Blazing Mars. While this card is in your hand or graveyard, you can banish 3 other monsters from your
It's
grave.
budget snow is what it is.
Special summon this card. Also, you can't special summon other monsters for the rest of this turn. During your main phase 1, you can send all other monsters you control to the graveyard. Inflict 500 damage to your opponent for each monster sent to the grave. Why is this here?
Of Blazing Mars, who in turn could stack the board for a 2,000 damage burn. Dynamis would see a top here
That's
alongside the standard Performapal package we've come to expect for Pendulums, namely utilizing Dynamis Charge to both set scales and provide recursion for your Dynamis pieces. The most impactful of the one-offs that we have listed though would be Shiranui Zombie, taking note of
Oh my
Solitair's
god.
power as
Why
a
is so much
lower synchronate
fascination
board
with
to
the
enable
Shiranui?
summons
Dude, can we
Omega
get to
and Crystal,
Invasion
which would be
Vengeance?
adapted into multiple decks over the next year, which we'd see soon enough. Adrian Madriz would take the event on probably the most talked about new threat, Metal Foes.
Metal
Metal
Foes.
Foes have gotten their big break with the shift in the meta, utilizing all sorts of tools alongside their pups to gain as much value as possible. Some options included Clifford Scout, who could pay 8 to search for Monolith, pop it for a Metal Foe search, and then on the Pendulum summon, bring back the Scout with Monolith to make Cyber Dragon Nova into Infinity. Blackwing Dofu to provide its 2 tokens from the Metal Foe pops, and then convert itself in another level 5 like the Clifforts to make Zoltan for a toolbox of Dragon Synchros, and the newly released Odd Eyes Mirage Dragon, being a better scale 8 for Sky Iris when you don't need the Performapal synergy of Unicorn. Adding on to the ever-growing list of more minor releases, Legendary Decks 2 dropped on October 6th, with 3 nostalgic bait decks for Yugi, Kaiba, and Joey, but also including a few interesting promos. Ties of the Brethren could pay 2k.
So we're just not talking any of the UDSs?
Back then. It didn't end up being good or played much, but it was hype.
Ties could easily
Because
swarm out
Furman
to
wins
decks
UDS
like
Chicago
Dragon
there
Dragon
as well.
monsters, seeing experimentation with some strategies already in the meta.
The
which
Jowgen
will
Metal
assist
Foe
it.
deck is
The other
there.
interesting promo was Eternal Soul, a continuous trap that makes Dark Magician immune to opponent's effects, can either summon a Dark Magician from hand or grave, or search a Dark Magic attack or Thousand Knives from deck once per turn, and nuke your monsters if it leaves the field. This would provide Dark Magician with something the deck desperately needed: reliable and repeatable access to the titular monster, which would actually boost Dark Magician into the ranks of a rogue deck, but not much further than that. I
think Jeff got 33rd with it.
weekend, and though many of the decks of the previous meta took large hits on the ban list, they begin to creep back in here, with PK Fire specifically reestablishing itself as a meta threat. Magispector would see a new variant pop here in Ties of the Brethren, with level 3s giving access to
This
Necromata
deck
and
was
Boku, and
cancer.
level
Not
4s
a
giving
fan of
access
this
to Yada,
deck.
QB, and Ogama, allowing full access
Is the
to
video
spell
too
crafting.
short for
Inverted
me?
would pop back up here thanks to card troops popping back
It's
up.
fair.
And
It
the
is a
setup here
long
is
video.
Grateful, also cycling
But
the
like
card
it is,
movement.
it's
Like
forgetting
One More
a,
Fancy
it's forgetting a piece
fully
of
embracing
history.
Fairy Tale Snow as a level 4 swarming body.
Does Furman still play? Not really. Although he is going to come to YCS Niagara, so he might play Time Wizard though.
Also stepping more into the
deck was
previously
very
popular
fun.
Clownblade engine, notably on 1 Minerva. Phantom Knights would see a top completely separate from the BA cards, notably playing GoFu to access
Super
Cypher
Hippo
Omega
Carnival.
level 3 Phantom Knights, as well as
Super Hippo Carnival is crazy.
more interesting techs in Super Hippo Carnival, able to access Performapal Hip Hippo, serving a similar purpose to how E-Telly was previously used, but at 3 copies for the level 3 body. Marcus Hayden would take the event.
Wait, Is teleport on the ban list at this point?
Yeah, it is.
I think
It's
so.
a Cosmo.
Yeah,
on
right,
Metal
yeah.
Foes, leaning heavily into the 3 copies of Jowgen the Spiritualist, who was a popular tech option at the
Jowgen,
time for countering
man.
out Blue Eyes specifically,
Fucking
thanks to being a
Jowgen,
pendulum
bro.
summonable body whose defense is high enough to block the entire Blue Eyes normal summon lineup, with most Blue Eyes players not having an out for it in the main deck reliably. Though we've sped through a lot of sets recently, as most only included a couple of notable cards, the structure decks that released a week later would not qualify in that camp, as it would be a pair of structure decks for the first time in years, with one aimed at completely upsetting
Yeah,
the
these
established
cards.
meta.
This was really important.
Oh, ABC, dude.
Okay, well, one of them was
Structure decks
important.
Yugimoto and Seto Kaiba. Release date October 21st, 20.
One of these was better than the other. I'll leave that to your interpretation.
Set type, structure deck. Major strategies, Magnet Warrior, ABC. Impact, the Machine Uprising. Structure decks Yugi and Kaiba were incredibly
blow my
interesting
nose
releases,
real
as the
quick,
last time
guys.
we had seen a structure deck explicitly tied to a character was Merrick back in the 5Ds era. Although you could make an argument that Master of Pendulum was that for Yugioh just last year. As they were tied to the titular characters, many expected on initial announcement that these would be further support for both key strategies of Dark Magician and Blue Eyes. But they were actually instead a complete overhaul to key archetypes they both used back in Battle City, being Magnet Warrior for Yugi and XYZ for Kaiba. Starting with Yugi, the Magnet Warrior archetype would get an overhaul with the Electro-Magnet Warriors, each able to tribute themselves on the opponent's turn to summon a level 4 Magnet Warrior
Actually, as a Duel Links player, you might think the Magnet Warriors were more impactful.
from deck, with Alpha searching a Magna Warrior on
Oh, I
summon,
remember that
Beta
being
searching a Magnet
playable
Warrior on
in,
summon, and Gamma summoning a
Duel
Magnet Warrior
Links.
from hand on summon. These also
I got a lot of
combine together to
requests
form
to build this
Berserkion,
deck
the
in
Electro
National,
Magnet
so I might do that
Warrior, able
at
to
some
summon
point.
itself by banishing the 3 Electromagnets from hand, field, or grave, can banish a Magnet Warrior in grave.
I've never really played Magnet
Magnet
Warriors, so like, I have no idea how much fun they are, to be honest.
Both Berserkion and the original Valkyrion, being Imperion Magnum, the superconductive battle bot, who has
So, like,
one
I'm not
turn
gonna
on,
hate.
negate, and destroy, and if removed by an
It might
opponent's
be
artifact,
fun.
summons the 2 Magna Warriors from hand or deck. Magnetic Field was a field spell that could summon a Magnet Warrior from grave if you controlled an Earth Rock once per turn, and can bounce a monster that battles with an Earth Rock but isn't destroyed. Lastly, Magnet Conversion can recur back 3 Magnet Warriors on activation and can banish itself from grave to summon a banished Magnet Warrior. While absolutely interesting and seemingly competent, meshing well with the recent ties with the Brethren, Magnet Warrior would suffer due to 3 major reasons. Number 1 was the reliance on the original Magnet Warrior monsters, as they were the only
That's
level
always a
4s
great
available to
recipe
tag
for
into
success, dude. Make me play old vanillas. Surely that's vanilla.
He hates bricks so much, bro. Just embrace it. Embrace the brick.
Play bricks. Number 2 was that while Berserkion was a solid presence, you had to find it to summon it, and its effect was slow and required the opponent to remove it to float, being way too reliant on the opponent not knowing how to play around it. Number 3 was that Imperion Magnum, while reasonable to get out thanks to Alpha searching its materials, was extremely resource intensive for a single negation point whose float effect requiring to hit both targets meant that you had to play at least 2 copies of Valkyrion in your deck, a card that was by all metrics a brick. And I know I said 3 reasons, but in reality, there's 4, because released at the exact same time was a very similar concept to the Magnet Warrior retrains, but done far
way better.
The Kaiba structure deck focused on the XYZ unions from Battle City, giving them far better counterparts in A, B, and C, each being a union monster. Wow, it's been a while since we've heard that term. And can equip onto a light machine, each having a destruction tanking effect for its equip monster, an effect while equipped, and an effect when sent to grave. With A making its equip monster immune to monster effects and recurring a union from grave to hand other than
I
itself
never
when
really
sent to
liked this deck
grave,
that
B making its
much,
monster immune to spells, and
but-
searching a union when sent to grave.
Did you know, if you wanted to remember what kind of immunity these cards gave, all you had to do was look at their colors. Monster, spell, trap. That's how I remembered it back in the day.
And C making its monster immune to
All
traps
right.
and summoning a union from hand when sent to grave. These all
I guess
facilitate
I
the
just
summon of
remembered
ABC
by
Dragon Buster,
remembering.
a fusion who could be summoned by banishing the A, B, and C from field or grave, could discard and banish a card on a quick effect, and could, on the opponent's turn only, tribute itself to summon 3 banished Light Machine Unions.
You're no weighing now, but how many of you actually knew that?
Similar to Magnet Warriors, A to Z Dragon Buster Cannon was a banished contact fusion of ABC and the
Unplayable.
original XYZ. That has a repeatable Omni Negate at the cost of a
Okay.
discard each time, and can banish itself to resummon both ABC and XYZ from banishment. Union Hanger was their new field spell, able to search a Light Machine Union on activation, and can equip an appropriate Light Machine Union from deck to a Light Machine Union that is summoned once per turn. Lastly, Union Scramble can summon up to 3 banished Light Machine normal or Union monsters on activation, and can banish itself from grave to recur another to hand. ABC, to put bluntly, was way better than Magnet Warriors in almost every way. Their field spell let them turbo out 2 monsters at a time, their payoff didn't need to be searched first, the payoff's removal was a quick effect, and in general, level 4 machines already have way more existing support than level 3 rocks do, like Gold and Silver Gadget for example, which in turn makes it easier to
Sex is cool, but if you ever call by an ABC Buster Dragon using both
I know.
effects,
I think ABCs are
I
pretty,
have not. what the
popular.
fuck?
I guess let me know if you guys like ABC or not. I didn't like it that much.
I mean, Josh,
But
I,
that's
another
probably
opinion. I
just
never
because
hated it,
I
but I
like a lot
never
of
found it
other
very
decks
cool
more.
either.
In the same format. It also felt kind of high rolly of like you kind of wanted to go first and pull
Yeah,
off your combo.
If you
do
didn't
that,
draw
it was
Hanger, this deck kind of
weak.
blew, to be
But
honest.
overall, I don't hate ABC. I just like love a lot of the other decks around this time just more. I think.
I agree.
But for the most
Metal
part, I think the ABC deck
Foes,
was
Zombie
pretty popular and people
Piles,
just played it.
VA.
And great. ABC was immediately recognized as
Paleo.
an actually potent deck, with ABC itself being the kicker, as once you've used all the unions to go through and summon various rank 4 bosses, you cap it off with ABC to add a discarding banish and the ability to reflood the board again. There would be no clearer indication of this deck's immediate impact than YCS Liverpool a week later, where ABC would take 14
Dude,
to the top.
this YCS, I played Lightsworn, and I would have topped, but then I lost in the last round. In this deck breakdown, what do you think is like the worst deck to just play in the last round on the bubble and lose the dice roll to?
Merlantian?
If they draw a good hand, what would you think is like a problem
Or
if you go
DDD.
up against it and they win the dice roll? And
Oh
you,
god,
like,
it's Dark Synchro.
you know.
He lost the Dark Synchro.
Easily Herald. Yep, that's what I lost to. Last round of Swiss. Round 10, I think round 10 or 11. I don't know how big Liverpool was. I think it was round 11. Where both X2, winner makes top cut, loser is out. They roll a freaking, I don't know, high number. And they just like, a mega combo. Like it was Herald plus Christia, game 1 and game 3.
All right. I guess that also does it.
So that was my YCS Liverpool story. That was that. Barcode, thank you for the raid. Welcome everybody. We're waiting for the ban list in less than 90 minutes.
32, almost completely shunting Blue Eyes off its top of the meta position. Utilizing various tools in the rank 4 arsenal like Gold and Silver Gadget, Photon Thrasher, and various rank 4s like Kyuhyugen X and Bujente Tsukiyomi, ABC would absolutely dominate the event, although notably utilizing Artifact Scythe in its lineup with Sanctum, reaching all the way to top 4 on its first outing. Lightsworn continued to both impress and depress, as it would be tied with PK5.
So this deck, I genuinely think this deck was probably the best deck of the format, but it just never got to show that because of how expensive Minerva was and how little copies of Minerva were out there. I think it's shown by how few people had access to it, and it still ended up being super successful, right?
Yeah.
Like the conversion rate for this deck is crazy.
I still think they
Like,
should have been playing the
YCS
3 solitaires,
I don't
2
know how many people
Unizombies,
played this
or
deck.
3
Maybe
solitaire,
like
1
10 or
Unizombi,
something,
and 2
or
Mizukis.
15, if even, right? And like a lot of those made top cut, or like myself got very close to it.
For the second most represented deck in top 32, bringing even more fuel onto the fire of Minerva's exclusivity. This time around, it would be new variants like
Best
the Light
card in the
Toolbox
game,
using
bro.
Brilliant Fusion to set up its various tools, as well as a zombie variant with Unizombie and Mizuki that aimed
Yeah,
at
this is
access Omega
better.
repeatedly.
This
DD
is what my
was
deck
top
looked like.
32 for the first time here, utilizing their newly released fusion Flame King Genghis to facilitate a far stronger
so the names are long
than the
enough.
previous version of the deck. Also utilizing dark level 6 options like Destiny Hero Malicious
This
and Mass
deck
Change 2 for
looks
Dark Law
terrible.
in order to make Beatrice the proper way for further grave setup. Speaking of dark tools, Dark Synchro.
How much did Minerva cost back then? I think a super rare was about 800 to 1,000.
He's talking euros as well. I'm back
But
in
I
euros.
think if
are
it
worth
was
way
the
more
case
than
nowadays,
USD.
it would be more expensive. Like this is 8 years ago. I think if nowadays, if a super rare, because that is what like that's what bad super rares go for these days, right? Like a bad super, I mean not quite 800 maybe, but like an unplayable super rare price card is like 500 to 600 at the moment, maybe more if it's not printed anymore. Like if the YCS season is over. So a playable one would
600,
probably
800
be
USD,
easy.
really? I remember
like
being more.
1,500, 2K or something. If it was playable these days, right? And that's why I think it's very good that we don't have playable prize cards for that matter, right?
Would see another top here, being the first publicly available list for the deck. And looking over this, all of the alarm bells should be going off. This deck was entirely predicated on the idea of hand looping the opponent out of the game with a combination of
How did players not riot? I mean, to be fair, Lightsworn was a good deck and maybe the best deck in the format, but it wasn't like super unfair if someone had Minerva. It wasn't the best deck by that far, right? Like it wasn't like a matter of, oh, if you have Lightsworn, you will just beat everyone else and easily win the tournament. All the other decks were still powerful.
Yeah.
And Lightsworn could easily lose, and like it didn't win this tournament, for example. Like it was like it was a strong option. It wasn't the only option. If it was the only option, it would have been a whole nother issue, right? But still, it was still not great. It still is not a great development if your YCS prize card is so meta relevant like Minerva was in this format. But thankfully it was not the best deck by far. It would have been way more accessible, and it's kind of sad because the deck was pretty fun. But
it is a really fun deck. It is kind of
silly. It could have been so much better, but it also could have been worse. But it's still not ideal.
With Level Leader, which could eat the levels off of an Omega before banishing it to gain level advantage, or to eat
like Chaos Emperor Dragon for Thunder. Pretty much exactly that. Because like Thunder Dragon during TOS format, first of all, it wasn't the only option. Second of all, you didn't need Chaos Emperor for it. It was optimal to play Chaos Emperor, but you didn't need it.
Yeah, I didn't play it enough.
But it was still very annoying, right?
Down to use it as material for an Omega. They also use cards like DDR in order to reuse the Omega hand
deck
just to drive that point home even further. This deck was a bit of a notorious one in the meta too, as naturally you'd think the best way to counter it was Maxi, but that in and of itself was an extremely dangerous gamble. An inexperienced player firing Maxi on Dark Synchro the first opportune moment they could would find their hand loop problem solved by causing an entirely different problem of the opponent committing to the Maxi challenge.
Yeah, you would just get decked out if you Maxi this deck.
Many times that the player that fired Maxi would then proceed to draw so many cards that they'd be decked out the following turn. Many players would try and play around this by going Maxi in response to the first card getting looped out, but in many cases the Dark Synchro player would still have enough gas in the tank to keep going, being a massive thorn in the side of the meta at large. The only things holding the deck back from a full meta takeover was the chance of dead hands, as the deck was built on so many different two-card interactions that it was a common sight to see a completely unplayable hand. And the complexity, as this deck had so many varying lines to go through that learning it in a sufficient manner was a massive challenge in and of itself.
Also, Red Resonator, my boy.
Sarsaparah Herald would also see the top cut for the first
time. Damn, that was
Cyber
crazy. He
just
said that.
Knife of Swords.
What the fuck?
Seraph, a Herald of Perfection to summon, additional fairies.
Just outwardly saying Red Resonator is his boy is crazy.
To the Herald board, being a solid.
There they are, my nemesis.
Would take the event on PK Fire. Notably, running a line of 3 Chaos Hunter in the main board to prevent the opponent from banishing cards, blocking them out of summoning ABC, as well as Ghost Reaper being able to clean up most matches by revealing Dante, ABC, or Spirit Dragon. If you thought the ABC shook up the meta though, you haven't seen anything yet, as the last core set was just around the corner, and it would take the newly broken up meta
Let's go, let's go, let's go!
with some of the strongest support to existing archetypes we've seen in a long time.
This card is cool. Mithrilium.
There he is!
Invasion Vengeance. Release date November 4th, 2016. Set type, core set.
Watch
Major
this
strategies, Metal Foes, Paleozoic,
Toad.
Frog. Impact.
Well, if it isn't froggily amazing. I messed it up!
Inov was the last core set of the year, and its job was fairly simple. Support the strategies introduced in Dark Illusion, which it handled more effectively than I think any of us at the time were ready for. Starting with Metal Foes, their support...
Yeah, and the market
was
was very different back
the
then.
same
I
scale
get
effect,
that.
but if popped, search a Metal Foes monster in the end phase, notably being level 1, meaning it was, at the time, impossible to pendulum summon back out from the extra. Alcahest, a fusion of a Metal Foes and a normal monster that can quick effect relinquish a monster, gaining defense equal to its attack, able to use its equipped monster as material for a Metal Foes fusion. Mithrilium, a fusion of a Metal Foes and a pendulum,
This was the
able
most
to shuffle back
important
2 Metal
piece.
Foes cards and grave to bounce a card, floating into a Metal Foes pendulum in
That
face of
was
extra
the-
or grave
the
when sent to
full
grave,
Metal Foe fusion
and full Metal
play
Foes fusion,
spell?
a quick
Yeah.
play fusion spell for Metal Foes. This support would change practically everything about the more pure variants of Metal Foes, giving them interaction on the opponent's turn in Alcahest, who can now be summoned on the opponent's turn with full Metal Foes fusion, but also in Mithrilium, who not only provides great removal, she recycles your used spells and traps to then reset with the scale effects, and her float effect also goes off when used as fusion material, making her easily the most important piece of the deck now. This would shoot Metal Foes up the ranks of the meta into a tier 1 to 2 position, able to compete solidly with
It was already
ABC
tier 1
in the
though.
meta. Spiral would receive a couple of interesting new pieces in Master Plan, able to search a Spiral mission.
Okay, I'll give it to you. These two were a little overtuned.
Resort's
These two were a
awesome,
little
bro.
overtuned.
Resort is
Just
sick.
Spiral Resort and a Spiral monster when sent from field to grave, and Spiral Resort, which gave your other Spiral cards targeting protection.
It still didn't break Spiral, but these were very breakable cards. Let's say it like that. It was very it was dangerous to make these.
Search the Spiral monster once per turn, and shuffles a monster from grave into deck as maintenance cost to prevent destruction. While these wouldn't do anything in the short term, Master Plan would be theorized as an insanely powerful piece for the strategy, able to search 3 cards by itself, with the caveat being the deck currently had no reliable way to summon her or get her off the field reliably.
Hamood, thank you for the 27. I was never around during Metal Foes release, but I think they're so cool. Metal Foes were cool, yeah. Metal Foes, they are cool.
But if those 2 hurdles could be cleared, she had the potential to make Spiral a meta threat by herself. Paleozoic would receive the remainder of its cards here. Being
Why did he
Eldonia,
start
able
off
to
with
use monster
Eldonia?
control,
Eldonia.
Dionysius, able to banish a face-up card for a discard, Morella, able to dump a trap from deck, Lincolnia, able to return a banished card to grave, and Opabinia, a rank 2 that's unaffected by monster effects, but which can activate
Opabinia.
Paleozoic traps from hand, and if it has a
Wonderful.
trap as material, can detach to search a Paleozoic trap once per turn. This would do a lot to iron out the flaws in Paleo as a deck, giving them a proactive play in Opabinia to activate from hand, as well as better Paleos in Dionysius and Morella. But to say this was
There's
all
more
they
names
received
as
would be
well.
disingenuous, as while this was all the archetypal support they got, there was also another Exceed release here that should be talked about with them. Totally awesome.
Let's
TCG
go.
localization at the time is a fucking joke. Is an auto-locked rank 2 that can detach.
Okay, how do we feel about the name of Totally
I
Awesome?
like Totally Awesome,
is
the
it,
name.
Is it terrible? Or is it like
Same question for you guys,
so
chat.
cringe that it's already funny? That it's like okay?
The
'Cause
alt name
I'm
was
more on
Tree
the- I'm
Toad.
more on the side of like, I think it's funny. I think it's okay.
You love it?
Like, I like it.
Goated? Yeah, I think it's good.
It's like better. It has more.
Best
like,
name, love it, love it.
It just has a better
Best
ring to
name.
it than if it just was
Totally
called, like, what was
French
it called
is
in the
horrible.
OCG?
What?
Tree Toad? Come
It's
on,
cheesy, but you
throw
like
in
it.
a
It's
pun
good,
here and there,
awesome,
that's
it's
okay.
fine.
Why not?
Oh, what's its French name?
Why not have a little pun in there?
The best name in the game? I don't know if it's the best name in the game, but it's good. I like it.
For an Omni Negate and destroy.
The only issue with it is how it like probably in most other languages it doesn't make sense.
It took me
right?
to
I feel
World
like
to get a
that's what they
headset.
sacrificed.
No, I got this
Because
beforehand.
I only know from the German translation it doesn't make any sense. I don't know how it is in other languages, but in anything else it doesn't. In any other language I don't think it makes sense. In Italian it does. Oh, okay. The German one makes no sense.
It's just like a direct translation.
Because what they did, I'll tell you what they did. For the German one, they actually just translated this name. So there's no wordplay anymore. It's just this name, but exactly translated.
That is pretty stupid.
Which it's called
Reuterleg
Reuterleg
Umwerfend?
Umwerfend,
Umwerfend?
which makes no sense. They should have called it Todeskrass. For any Germans in here, that's what it should have been. But they didn't.
You can set that card to your field, and if sent to grave, recurs back a water monster. This card would be a massive meta shifter, as with it, Paleozoic had an Omni Negate it could access thanks to the entire archetype being Aqua level 2s, in addition to a perfect rank 2 engine it can now access for going first plays, being that of Frog. In addition, Totally's Omni Negate didn't require materials, meaning that by cheating it out with Bahamut Shark, you could tribute itself for its Omni Negate effect, then put it back in extra with its
Yep,
recursion.
good old
meaning that not
Bahamut
only
Toad.
would
The Germans
Still a
get it.
thing
but any
in
deck with
Germans
today.
get it.
access could also use it, which we'd see the implications of with the upcoming YCSs. Doki Doki can discard a rock to summon another from death
Doki
with the same level and
Doki.
attribute, being a decent option for Magnet Warriors for now, but would be far more
For
useful in a couple of
creaming himself
Marinere
right
was a
now.
level 7 tuner that could lower his level
Mare,
by one
Mare!
token,
I love
being
this
an
card.
extremely interesting combo enabler when used with Yazi, and would get far more popular with the next era of the game. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon would be the
Yeah,
fourth
with
of the mechanic
Lynx and
dragons, taking 2 dark monsters on the
Destrudo.
field, gains the attack of an opponent's special summon monster on Fusion Summon, and can copy a level 5 or higher name and
God,
effect on
Yazi
turn,
Mare
and
Mare. I
moves the
miss those
opponent's special
days. I
summon
want to play
monsters
that
destroyed.
again.
This would be notably the weakest of the 4 dragons for now, as the only real card that could make it without sinking too many resources was Super Poly, which was currently banned, leaving Starving Venom in a weird spot for now. Meteor Black Comet Dragon is a fusion of a level 7 Red Eyes and a level 6 dragon, can dump a Red Eyes from deck on summon to burn for half its original
Yeah,
attack,
surely
and
Red
revives
Eyes
a normal
Insight and Red
monster
Eyes
with Break.
Fusion make
And Red Eyes
Meteor
Insight
Black
turns a Red Eyes
Comet
monster
Dragon,
from deck to
not
search
anything
another
else
Can
that's
someone explain the
toxic
German joke? I don't
and
think I can.
and
I don't think
broken.
there is an explanation if you don't speak German, unfortunately. It's very hard to explain a pun to someone who doesn't yeah.
Spell Trap. These two would help form an FTK of sorts for Red Eyes, specifically in that Meteor summon with Red Eyes Fusion, and then 2 copies of Inferno Fire Blast would be 8200 damage, which while an extremely inconsistent FTK thanks to Inferno Fire Blast not being searchable, was still one to be aware of. Denglong, First of the Yang Zing, is a level 5 synchro that searches
Oh,
a Yang Zing card
God,
on summon,
fuck
and dump
this
a worm
card.
to copy its level, and floats into a Yang Zing when it leaves field. This first effect would standardly be used to search their new counter trap 9 Pillars, which by popping a Yang Zing at the end of its effect was an Omni Negate and Shuffle Back, making Denglong a level 5 synchro with a generic Omni Negate, which would be attractive for many strategies. Rebellion Dragon Mech was a
God
TCG
damn that
exclusive
card.
level 9 synchro that could banish a tuner engrave to pop a card, and if destroyed by card effect, recur to banish tuner, being a solid option.
This card was neat.
Lastly, Dimensional Barrier could lock the summon effects of either
Lastly.
rituals, fusions, synchros, exceeds, or pendulums for a turn, being an extremely powerful floodgate to an entire mechanic of your choosing, but was also seen as problematic immediately because it listed all of the mechanics it hit, meaning that if a new mechanic came up within a year, as many expected would happen as we were coming up on the 3-year mark since pendulums, Barrier wouldn't affect it. Still, for now, it was an extremely useful floodgate, which would find its way into
Yes, the links that were coming.
Rio would be a week later, and though ABC was clearly still
Rio
the top
de
dog in the format
Janeiro.
off of this, a shakeup had happened with Metal Foes rising up the ladder. With the additions of Alcahest and Mithrilium, Metal Foes had ditched some of the more niche options in its arsenal for more standard pendulum pieces like the Magispector package and Luster Pendulum, turning it into the go-to pendulum deck of the format. Painful Decision was also
Well, I mean,
starting to get more
Kinkun, I
popular
will
in the
be
deck for access
Kinkun,
basically
yeah.
whatever scale you needed. As now with Mithrilium, the dump scale wasn't gone for good, as you could just float back into it later or
Painful Decision is just another one of those cards that you should not think about too much what's happening on the artwork. We don't talk about the fact that either Ojama Black or Ojama Green is going to die and eaten by the shark.
cycle it back to the deck for her bounce effect. Paleozoic would find its first top tier too, utilizing the Frogs as
go.
an engine to access rank 2s on the first turn, either for Toad, backed up by a series of traps, or for Opabinia to churn out the Paleos on the first turn without needing to set them first. As the deck was super reliant on traps in the first place, it made sense that its lineup would be chock full of floodgates and counters to top strategies, such as Anti-Spell, Floodgate Trap Hole, Clicking Near Force,
Rest
and
in peace,
Barrier Effect
Ojamas.
with
I would
Most
sacrifice
Paleos
green.
Yeah, we don't
would
need
serve the
those.
purpose of
Did we
being
get an
effective
FU little
for
Jama Green? Oh, someone just
don't
spammed
need
it.
those.
Yeah,
which
fuck
in
you,
turn
little
would
Jama
trigger
Green.
Paleo and Grave,
13 extra.
You
It's
can
probably just
die.
an incomplete
Bye
list.
bye.
making it an incredibly important inclusion.
Like, I'm looking at this out there was definitely a Dante missing
Leo
for
de
cherries.
Abaldia, the 2010s Worlds winner, would take the event on ABC, with the only real change to the deck being the inclusion of Dimensional Barrier, as ABC was one of the best decks to utilize it since it could pivot between fusions and exceeds
Oh, I'm
better
part
than
of
some other
Inquisitiveness
strategies.
as
This would lead
well.
us into the last
Yeah.
set of the year, and with so much changing so fast, many were curious if the last set could bring another shakeup before the year closed out.
Dude, Abyss Actors. I don't want to talk about Abyss Actors.
Destiny Soldiers, release date
Why do you know
Is this
anything
the,
about Abyss
Is
Actors?
this
This
Dark
set
Lord
sucks.
one?
2016. Set type, deck building set. Major strategies, Destiny Hero, Abyss Actor, Dark Lord. Impact, 1 new rogue level threat. Destiny Soldiers was the last
Really?
set of the year,
Like,
bringing
it was-
3
this
dark
was a
attribute
dog
archetypes
shit
to
set.
try and shake things up one last time. Abyss Actor would be the first of these, being a series of pendulums focused around their spells, the Abyss scripts, which had different effects based on whether they're activated or destroyed while set, which unfortunately were not successful at the time in the slightest, even as pieces in a pendulum pile. Destiny Hero would be the second of these, bringing new support to the strategy focused around their cards as
Yeah.
Dude, Drill Dark was insane in Duel Links.
mechanics used in the recent stint of the Arc 5 anime. Drill Dark can
The
summon
bar
D heroes
for
from hand on
insane
summon
in
with
Duel
attack
Links
lesser
is so
equal to
low, I
itself
feel
and use
like.
piercing. Dark Angel can discard itself if you have 3 or more D heroes engraved to summon a D hero from grave to the opponent's board, negating and destroying any spells activated by its controller, and can banish itself and another D hero from
Why
grave
reacting
and
to
standby phase
reaction?
player stack a normal spell from deck
It's
on top of its deck.
reacception, bro.
Celestial can pop an opponent's face-up spell when it attacks to burn for 500. It can banish itself and another D hero while you have no cards in hand to draw 2. And Dystopia is a fusion of 2 D heroes that can burn for half of a level 4 lower D hero's attack.
It's
in
much
grave on
higher
summon.
now?
It can
Yeah,
turn its
it
attack
is.
back to normal
Partially
if
because of
it's
how
top card
broken
on
the
field on
skills
quick
are.
effect. Needless to say, the support lacked a lot of focus, but it would give Hero a couple of interesting tools for the future to play around with, not really changing the strategy's position for now. Lastly, and most importantly, were the Dark Lords, most of which shared an effect to pay 1,000 life on quick effect to copy a Dark Lord spell trap effect from grave, then shuffled it back into deck. Ixchel could discard herself and another Dark Lord card to draw 2, Tex Catlapoca could discard itself to prevent the destruction of Dark Lord
Monkey
monsters,
plus 1
Nastic
body,
could discard 2
FPK,
other Dark Lord cards
yeah.
to summon itself from hand, and Amdusk could
I
discard itself and
did
another
not
Dark Lord to recur a Dark
fucking
Lord
Duel
card.
Links, bro.
Morningstar was the only one here without the copy effect, able to summon Dark Lords from deck on tribute summon up to the number of effect monsters the opponent had targeting protection while you controlled another Dark Lord, and can mill cards up to the
Will
number of
Rota be
Dark
legal
Lords
for
you control,
Kinkun?
and
No,
500 for
it
each
won't
Dark
be.
Lord card milled that way. As for their spell traps, Banishment searched a Dark Lord card, Contact revived a Dark Lord, Rebellion could send a Dark Lord from hand or field to grave to pop a card, and Enchantment could do the same to brain con a monster for the turn, with the traps notably skipping their costs if used by the Dark Lord copy effect. This would be a bold departure from the GX era cards, although Desire and Superbia specifically would also be useful for this new version of the deck, giving more swarming
Was
and easy
Desire
spot
really
removal for the
usable?
strategy. Though it was
Well,
a
Edit
tough deck,
Array
sure,
is
Dark
like
Lord being a deck with high
unplayable,
level monsters
so,
with only 2 reliable
yeah.
ways to get one on field initially left the deck in a position of bricking a lot, which in turn meant that for now, Dark Lord would be relegated to the ever-growing gallery of rogue level decks. YCS Anaheim would follow 2 weeks later, and with a new pool of cards from Inov, new strategies
Paleo
would
should have
start
won
popping
this
up.
event.
Toad and its consequences would result
I wish
in the
I got to
appearance of
play
not only
this.
Mermail, taking advantage of the new Bahamut Shark target to regain regain some of its relevance.
No ban list? I mean, it was never going to happen yet. What are you talking about?
Events lost with the shuffling of the meta, but also in, of all places, Hero. Because Bahamut Shark could access Toad, the deck had resorted back to an old favorite, being Bubble Man, as it could be half of a
This deck's crazy.
Bahamut Shark very easily either with another copy of itself or with 10
Yeah,
Goldfish,
Bahamut
which had always been
Toad
considered for a Shadow Mist
into
enabler, never
Dark
really had a
Claw.
reason to be played
You
over
wanna
something
throw
like
up
Goblinberg until now. As
Cancer
such,
ass
Dark Claw
deck.
and Toad would become more and more common as Hero rose back into a tier 3 position in the meta.
Guess what I
Dark
played?
Claw
I mean, I know you played the hero deck.
took 2 top spots on its first outing, being able to mitigate its bricks in a Swiss setting, but crumbling a bit in single elimination. Falling out
Dark Lord Zerato. They were down bad
in
for
top
Allure
15,
and Trade
though
and
notably
Target.
playing 3 copies of Dark Lord Zerato from Phantom Darkness as a 1 tribute.
Yeah, this is a deck list of all time.
Thanks to Denglong, in addition to the metal
Damn,
picks,
these are
enabling
some
the game
shitty
to
deck
go to decks in a
lists,
major
fuck.
way, which in turn allowed for the deck to set up both Denglong and Zephyr Nui, which resulted in multiple 9 pillars to form a
This
defense.
deck is also
All
wild.
this Vu would take the event on ABC, utilizing the Brilliant Fusion engine as a way to flood board and to access the ABC pieces on the light dump for easier access to the Fusion ABC itself. YCS Boken would be 2 weeks later, being the last YCS of the year, and with it, we'd
Still
see
not
the meta
enough
actually
Paleos.
balance out
Paleos
again
for sure the
into
best
top
deck in
4
this
decks,
format. Like,
being
not
that
even
of
close in my
ABC,
opinion.
Metalfoes, Paleozoic, and Hero. Paleo had shown the most growth here over time since release, as it had trimmed its monster and spell count down to about as low as it could
Is this mine? No, this is not mine. I didn't play Picaya.
go, being that of a
Did I play Picaya?
I liked Picaya.
I don't think I played Picaya. I played Picaya?
Frog Engine, Maxi, and Desires,
Okay.
leaving the rest of the deck to be Impact Traps and Paleos, with probably the most interesting pivot here being that of Reckless Greed, filling a similar niche to how it was used back in Dark World to stack multiple
Is this
together.
Josh's
Seems like
deck? I have
something
no
you should
idea.
know, not us. Because I feel like I remember playing, or going back and forth between playing 41 with Picaya or 40 without Picaya. I thought I decided playing 40 without Picaya. I'm looking this up right now.
There's no card randomize here. I like that in this deck. This is like a dual stream. No, it's reactception. We're reacting to
Yeah, I
Josh.
played Picaya. That's crazy.
Out getting multiple of the
Rafa cheered. Hope I'm doing great. Can you request to create Ultimate Raphael's deck? Like a Guardian deck for the GOAT format. Maybe I have a lot of requests for stuff to build, so I have no promises. But at some point, we'll get to
Zombie
everything.
would take the turn going down the hand loop trail we all expected, utilizing the Shiranui engine in addition to various level 1 and 2 tuner options alongside Beast of the Pharaoh.
Is Yu-Gi-Oh the easiest TCG to play?
With Beast of the Pharaoh able to revive
No,
zombie
but you'll have
master
fun
instead
if you
of
play
Super
Yu-Gi-Oh.
Summon,
So
master then
play
being able to
Yu-Gi-Oh.
discard to revive Beast, and then with a level 1 tuner makes Omega or a level 2 makes Trishula, reviving the master with Beast to do it all over
This
again.
deck list
Billy
looks
Drake would take the
terrible.
event on Metal Foes, marking his 4th YCS win, which at the time made him the player with the most total YCS wins, which would be his last YCS win as he would retire from the competitive side of the game to work for Konami in their development of the
Yeah,
game.
the
sometime
decline
after
of
August
Billiam
2017.
Break.
Look,
Had a rough
I could say
2017.
stuff right now about this finals, but I think instead we're just gonna at some point probably watch it together. I thought about this in the before. I think we're gonna do a react to the back-to-back finals situation at some point. But yeah, that was great. Was it the Paleo final? Yeah, I lost to Billy in the finals of this YCS.
His 4th YCS win, which at the time made him the player
How many cards in his deck are his favorite? I think in this particular one, it would probably be Vanity's Emptiness for no particular reason.
with the most total YCS wins, which would be his last YCS win as he would retire from the competitive side of the game to work for Konami in their development of the game sometime after August of 2017. And with that,
He only
2016
started working on
Yu-Gi-Oh!
like
would come to an
2020.
end.
But
But
yeah.
what an insanely packed year it was. We'd seen the rise and immediate fall of a tier 0 Titan, multiple formats with at least 4 decks vying.
It was a crazy year. At some point, did just more things happen in a year of Yu-Gi-Oh? Because I feel this one, it was 2 hours long, but it didn't feel like you were like packing more stuff in just because it just more happened.
Yeah, stuff also got left out. I feel like there's more events and that, yeah.
I like that year. Oh, 2016 is great. 2016 is a great year overall.
It
Like,
was.
even
The start
even
was rough, I
the
think.
pendulum, like after they deal with tier 0 pendulum,
Yeah,
like,
Europe didn't have Pepe at full power. That shit was not fun, but yeah.
the pendulum odd eyes Kirin piles that are part of Monarch BA PK formats, they're cool. 2016 was a really cool year for Yu-Gi-Oh! I think I liked 2016 a lot.
For the top position, and so many shifts in the game that it's hard to believe it all happened within a single year. But unfortunately, a storm was coming. We were about to enter 2017, and with it would come more than just a new tier 0 menace. It would also bring a shift that many would doomcry as the end of Yu-Gi-Oh! As we knew it. I mean, come on.
It
They
was
said
a
that
big difference, 2017, but 2018 was the year that got actually bad. I think 2017 was fine. I would like to say, guys, thank you all for watching. Make sure you go like and subscribe to both Josh's videos as well as the original video by the law. But also, while I appreciate all of you here supporting me, we have gone about 2 hours since our last sub. So if you do want me to keep streaming as much as possible and giving you guys content, whether it be React content, Master Duel, reading new cards, loading combos together, all the type of thing, please consider showing support with a like, subscribe, and of course, Amazon Prime subs are also good, and they'll be cheaper for you. So yeah, just something that would help out a lot. Show me it is worth doing it. I know we got 715 viewers right now. Surely we got a sub in us, right? I feel like I've been going for 4.5 hours. Surely we can get a sub out of this, right? 2 mock, thanks so much for the 5 gifted. Appreciate it. Sometimes you gotta get down on your knees, right? That's what Farfa says I have to do. So I'll learn from this streaming goat in Yu-Gi-Oh. Thank you for the 5 gifted though, 2 mocks. Nougat Knight, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Out of Jam Bread, thank you for the sub as well. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. It always feels weird asking, but at the same time, if I don't ask, then streaming is not a feasible career for me to do for you guys. So I do need to do it. I need to get better internet begging. I want to keep my pride and my integrity, but you know it's not always easy. It's hard. Farfa moment. I literally said Farfa told me to do it, and I don't blame him. It works. Like
I thought that Jesse
like he's right. Dizzle or Dizzy. I am having a hard time with that name for some reason. Dizzy Easy Street. There you go. Thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it. Let's put a sub goal in the overlay. My sub goal is unrealistic though, is the problem. I need a new sub goal because I can't think of something that is both good for everybody, but also like something that I actually like don't mind doing. Because I had 1,000 subs for Snow, but like I don't think I'm ever hitting 1,000 snubs, not for a long time. Or 1,000 subs, not snubs. Trade Ultimate Raphael deck for 10 subs. Maybe another day, because today I'm gonna end my stream in a bit. I do have some work to do. Dinner with the family in a bit, and yeah, but I will be streaming a lot of next week as well. I am home now. We have a lot less work going on. I may be busy with Megatins for a little bit at some point. I don't know if that's next week or the week after. I have to double check, but either way, plenty of streams to come. We still have new pack stuff to go over, and plenty of other content to either react to, some duels to play, all that sort of thing. So thank you guys all for coming. I'm gonna send you guys out now. Let's put on some Chris's music to send you out. Considering we're only a couple months away. Mariah Carey, there we go. I cooked with the raw deck on YouTube. Will you do some Ancient Gear God tech? Plan on it.